Synopsis. Han Yslat is a top ranker of pick-me-up with an account name of Loki due to a bug he encountered while clearing one of the top floors inside the game. He was summoned inside the game as a hero. A level 1, one-star hero Loki, the once called Master of Masters, is now a level 1, one-star hero that must follow the orders of his master. Volume 1 Chapter 1, the article. There is a game called Pick Me Up. It is a mobile game launched by Mobius Co. Ltd. 2 years ago and carries the subtitle Hyper Roguelike Summon RPG. Today, we are celebrating the second anniversary of Pick Me Up and its achievement of surpassing 100 million downloads. In commemoration of this glorious occasion, I have been tasked with writing a special feature article. Please take care of it. Pick Me Up is already a popular game boasting 100 million users worldwide, but for those who may not know about it, let me introduce the game once again. When Pick Me Up first appeared in the App Store, many people were skeptical. Isn't this just another ordinary generic game? However, Pick Me Up gradually gained popularity through word of mouth and has now become a national mobile game enjoyed not only in Korea but around the world. What could be the reason behind Pick Me Up's rise to compete for the top spot in the global mobile game market? Let's take a look at its attractive features. First, Mobius Summon System. It is a key system that took about 5 years of development. The essence of the system lies in shuffling thousands of patterns randomly to create infinite heroes. In other words, whether you draw hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times in Pick Me Up, the chance of getting duplicate heroes is almost zero. It defies common sense, but Pick Me Up breaks that common sense and presents itself. However, this revolutionary system was just a minor variation, as there were more groundbreaking systems waiting. Second, the quantum AI. A few years ago, there was a buzz about a showdown between a world-renowned Go player and artificial intelligence. In the end, the victory went to the artificial intelligence. As a journalist, I have imagined such a historic scene. In the not-too-distant future, the highly advanced artificial intelligence seen in movies would emerge. Ironically, this AI revolution began at a game company. The secret lies in the cultivation of tens of millions of Pickmes, abbreviation for Pick Me Up addicts. Mobius, the developer, applied the highly advanced artificial intelligence, which was thought to be decades away, to a mere mobile game. The heroes in Pick Me Up feel emotions and think. When each hero is put into a stage, there are hundreds of different reactions if the situation is the same. Heroes make demands, assert themselves, sometimes refuse orders, and sometimes obey them. When it comes to the core of the game, which is battles, even more astonishing results are shown. Without the master giving individual commands, heroes autonomously adopt the tactics they consider efficient and use various tactics and formations in each battle. Furthermore, even with the same training, heroes have different growth values, and even at the same level and grade, the process and results of battles differ. Therefore, there is no common hero grade chart or predetermined training method like in other games. Pick Me Up's thousands and billions of heroes make each one capable of surpassing the other. This became the biggest reason why Pick Me Up is called the game of the devil. It's too realistic. Although the heroes in the game are just products of data, they are so lifelike. Even now, Mobius has not revealed the detailed algorithm. A few weeks ago, a giant Chinese company attempted to acquire the development company with billions of capital, but it ended in failure. There have also been frequent attempts to invade the company or hack the algorithm, but none have been successful. Third, the roguelike part. Oh, there's nothing to do. The content seems insufficient. The above 2 sentences are sighs that represent the frustration of hardcore users in any game. It also reflects the fact that the development speed of most games cannot keep up with the consumption speed of content. One of the representatives from Mobius said in an interview, "Are you talking about those geeks who pour tens of millions of one into one game and play it all day? You think you can finish it? I challenge you to finish it." When this interview was first released, many users scoffed. However, up to this day, not a single user has reached the end of Pick Me Up's main dungeon. Not to mention millions, there are users who pour billions or tens of billions and invest over 18 hours a day into Pick Me Up. Pick Me Up adopted the rule of hardcore. When it was first revealed, users showed some bewilderment. Hardcore meant that when a hero dies, they disappear without a trace. Investing millions and spending hundreds of hours, and then having the hero disappear after just one battle. In the early days of Pick Me Up, this was pointed out as the biggest drawback of the game and attracted the resentment of many users. Of course, Mobius did not revise this rule at all. Instead, over time, people started to see it as an attractive feature. A certain mania claims, the heroes in Pick Me Up are precisely programmed dolls that can be mistaken for humans. Then it's only natural that there is death as well, just as there is birth through summoning, right? Furthermore, the stages in Pick Me Up change randomly, and no one can predict what missions will come up. Since the battles are adjusted by artificial intelligence, once a mission starts, there is hardly any room for the master to intervene. In addition, there are dozens or hundreds of unpredictable variables. Sometimes a party sent in haphazardly clears a super difficult dungeon, and sometimes a party of 6-star elites perishes in a low-level dungeon. Everything in Pick Me Up is not predetermined. It constantly changes and flows. Someone criticizes Pick Me Up like this. Then what is the meaning of the player's existence? Are they just spectators? What's the point of playing a game that is purely luck-based and hopeless? Isn't it just a pay-to-win game without control or strategy, where you draw lucky high-star heroes and send them out to win? To that person, I want to introduce a master from Korea. His account name is Loki. He is the only Korean who is ranked among the top players in the world and is called the Master of Masters. But he's not the first, is he? That's right. In terms of ranking, Loki is only 5th in the world. If we look at the ranking alone, calling him the world's best master has some drawbacks. However, he is mentioned more frequently than the first-ranked players, and is the only one among them who has earned the glorious nickname of Master of Masters. The reason is simple. He had extremely bad luck. Pick Me Up summon system has different star ratings. Free summoning ranges from 1 to 3 stars, while paid summoning ranges from 3 to 5 stars. Commonly mentioned in the community, the condition for becoming a top-ranked player in Pick Me Up is to have at least 5 5-star heroes from birth. Higher star heroes generally fight much better than lower star heroes. People gather and say that evolving 1-star heroes with materials to 5 stars is insufficient compared to natural 5-star heroes. And here, there is a master named Loki. He has done about 45 paid summons, but he doesn't have a single natural 5-star hero. Compared to the world's 4th and 6th ranked players around him, who have dozens of natural 5-star heroes, his achievement is meager. He has only one time managed to summon a high-ranking hero, a 4-star. However, he confidently maintains his position as the top-ranked player in Korea and 5th in the world. This proves that Pick Me Up is not just a luck-based game, but there is ample room to compete with skill and strategy. Although the master cannot directly intervene in battles, he can cultivate heroes in different ways. By discerning the talents and values of heroes that are not reflected in their status window and designating efficient training methods, he forms parties optimized for each hero's performance. While 1-star heroes are generally weaker than higher-grade heroes, Loki has proven that they are not always weak, but only mostly weak. The meta of Pick Me Up can be said to be divided into before and after Loki posted his strategy guide. In addition, if we list the revolutionary changes brought by Loki to Pick Me Up, click to see more. Comments 31-35. Level. 51, Do11 agree 87-42, disagree 66-44. Why is this journalist thriving and then falling flat? Is it appropriate to praise a single user in a game special feature article? Did Loki ask the journalist to do this? Level. 17, Hail Loki agree 513, disagree 672, all hail Loki. Level 3, Hsut agree 13, disagree 5. I didn't know that there's a member of the Ragna Loki among the journalists on this site. Why isn't the CEO firing him? Level 21, Diorama agree 11, disagree 13. Honestly, I am not sure if Loki deserves all this praise. Isn't he just lucky? Level 76, I become a dragon agree 3, disagree 5. What's this about Ragna Loki? Level 31, Kakakakak agree 0, disagree 0. It's a Loki fan group. To become an excellent member, you need to sign up. Level 76, I become a dragon agree 4, disagree 3 this is ridiculous. Level 7, serious slave agree 1132, disagree 2564, blind comment Saris, I wanna lick your armpits. Lick lick. Level 22, wallet king whale agree 811, disagree 532 regardless of the fairness of the article. Loki's influence on Pick Me Up cannot be ignored. Saying that the meta changed after Loki's account was revealed, it's not an exaggeration. Level 15, scholar from generations to generations agree 4, disagree 9 here comes another Ragna Loki. Level 22, wallet king whale agree 321, disagree 157 did he say something wrong? To be honest, aren't all the wide world players get ignored except Loki? Now there's no one left among Korean players except Loki too. Korean pick-me-up is Loki, and Loki is Korean pick-me-up. In short, if Loki had just one 7-star hero, he would become the top player in the world. Level 7, Sarah Slave agree 325, disagree 1132, blind comment, Saris, I want to lick your armpits. Lick lick. Level 15, Electronic Ankle Shackle agree 913, disagree 132, this lunatic keeps doing this in every pick-me-up-related article. Why isn't he banned? Level 1, Isilfer 179 agree 13, disagree 11 all hail Loki. All roads lead to Loki. Click to see more. Chapter 2, I found you. I swung open the front door, greeted by a rush of cool air that tickled my nose. Seems like it's colder inside than out. The frigid chill made my skin prickle, prompting me to brush off the snow that had accumulated on my shoulders and head. I slipped on a pair of cozy indoor slippers, letting my gaze settle on the couch where I had left a bag containing a mouthwatering hamburger lunchbox and a refreshing soda from the nearby 7-Eleven. With a press of a button on the entrance shoe rack, I ignited the boiler using the remote control, and then I gracefully collapsed onto the 2-seater sofa as if executing a dive. Grabbing the battery that had been resting on the charging stand, I deftly swapped it into my phone. With a flick of the phone case, I powered it on, watching as the screen illuminated in a bright white glow. Once the fingerprint recognition completed, I smoothly accessed the digital realm through the familiar Windows interface. My finger tapped on the central app I sought. It was a mobile game released 2 years ago, developed by Mobius. Fast forward to the present, and Pick Me Up had become a sensation, boasting an impressive near-billion downloads worldwide. After a brief loading screen, I found myself on the main interface. Welcome to Pick Me Up. TOUCH? I tapped the screen, and my senses were immediately flooded with the familiar ambience of the waiting room. Inside the waiting room's office, a blonde female knight occupied one of the seats with an air of grace. Saris, the grand leader of our main strategy party, and the first and last 4-star hero I ever summoned was perched there. She held the title of super rare, and her golden locks cascaded elegantly around her emerald eyes. As I touched Saris' image, a beautifully drawn illustration of her appeared on the screen, radiating a sense of pride and joy within me. Although she wasn't a coveted 5-star natural-born hero, she had transformed into an unbeatable powerhouse, even among the majority of 6-star characters. I closed the illustration by tapping the X in the upper right corner and shifted my attention to the other heroes shimmering in the waiting room's facilities. First, there were the heroes diligently training in the training center. Most of them were 1- or 2-star heroes obtained through free draws. Among them, there was a rare chance, albeit minuscule, to land a jackpot exceeding a natural-born 5-star hero. Yet, in most cases, it ended in disappointment. I could relate I had experienced the same. In the vast realm of mobile gaming, a clear distinction existed between the haves and have-nots. Heroes below 3 stars vanished as mere fusion materials for their higher-ranked counterparts. With a tear in my eye, I focused on nurturing 4-star heroes and above, but overall, they remained scarce. Next, there were the heroes who had successfully completed their training. While not ideal for missions with fewer than 5 members, they proved more than capable when it came to large-scale parties or special missions. Lastly, my cherished main Forseth, heroes I had carefully selected and gathered from among the countless available. They had all achieved the pinnacle of 6-star excellence, reaching the 88th floor just a week ago, becoming the first party in Korea to do so. They were heroes who couldn't be defeated no matter where they were deployed. The game wasn't simply a matter of rolling dice based on stat sheets or visible skills. My mind drifted back to the hardships I endured to secure my place as the 5th-ranked player globally. I must have been out of my mind. Truly, it was utterly absurd. Pick Me Up's subtitle was Hyper Roguelike Summon RPG, in other words, a log-like game. In Korean slang, it meant a cursed game where luck played a prominent role. Luck determined the outcome of the draws, luck influenced the hero's abilities, and luck even dictated the outcome of battles. While I could provide basic guidance, battles unfolded with heroes valiantly fighting on their own. They knew when and how to unleash their skills, or at least they were supposed to. Yet, there were countless inexplicable moments where heroes became utterly useless. As memories resurfaced, I could feel the strength coursing through the hand clutching my phone. But it's all in the past. It was just a distant memory of a time when I knew nothing about Pick Me Up. Certain aspects were undoubtedly influenced by strategy and operational know-how. I had been a witness to it all, and I was a guy with incredibly bad luck. I had spun the wheel of fortune thousands of times, yet I had never seen a 5-star hero, not even once, which apparently appeared for anyone ranked below 100. Frankly, I didn't even have many 4-star heroes, just a handful. Sarah stood alone as the exception. Even though the chances of obtaining a 5-star hero were supposedly a mere 0.1%, and 4-star heroes were less than 1%, it still felt incredibly unfair. However, if Pick Me Up had been a game determined solely by star ratings and blind luck, I would never have achieved my ranking. Skills could overcome luck. In fact, my ability to overcome fate through skill was one of the greatest factors that drew me deep into the world of Pick Me Up. Today was Friday. I glanced at the status of the waiting room, issuing instructions to the heroes. I had accumulated so many heroes that controlling them individually had become nearly impossible. I then turned my attention to the announcements. Pick Me Up surpasses 100 million downloads. Thanks to the overwhelming support from masters worldwide, Pick Me Up has surpassed a remarkable 100 million downloads. To celebrate this milestone, we are launching a special event. Please see the details below. I had exceeded the 100 million mark without even realizing it. Open, Advent Dungeon. Gems and gold were all well and good, but they were things I could easily acquire. At this stage of the game's development, they flowed in abundance. Summoning tickets no longer excited me. What's the point of pulling when you rarely get anything worthwhile? What I truly needed were heroes to awaken. This event offered a chance to obtain heroes with the coveted 7-star rating, the so-called dream grade heroes. My heart raced as I delved into the event announcement. 1. From January 27th to February 5th, 20XX, we will distribute 100 gems daily. A total of 1,000 gems can be obtained. However, rewards will not be granted if you fail to log in. 2. As a token of appreciation to all the masters who log in, we will provide 1 premium hero summoning ticket. These tickets guarantee summons starting from a minimum of 3-star heroes. 3. The grand finale of the event. Prepare for the reopening of the challenging Advent Dungeon. Ecstatic, I let out a cheer upon discovering the details of the third event. After a long hiatus, the formidable Advent Dungeon at its highest difficulty was finally making a return. I selected the Spacetime Rift option in the main waiting room, located at the bottom left corner of the menu. The blue summoning portal expanded, revealing a list of dungeons. Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon, current floor 88, a grand festival of ever-changing dungeons. Daily dungeon. Israelta Mine, advanced 5 hours. Collect various rare materials. Exploration dungeon, ongoing expedition, sacred city, time remaining, 17 hours and 35 seconds, prove your strength. Advent dungeon. Difficulty supreme, there it was. Chapter 2, I found you. Standing open before me, the Advent dungeon at the supreme difficulty level. A mix of joy, excitement, and tension coursed through me, making my heart race. The celestial scrolls. They were the essential ingredients for promoting a 7-star hero. I had already acquired the other materials long ago, leaving only the celestial scrolls. Obtaining them in the special Advent dungeon was an incredibly rare occurrence, with fewer than 5 7-star heroes in the entire world. It was an opportunity that could potentially challenge even the top-ranked player. With anticipation, I opened the hero box and recruited new heroes to join a party. Among them were heroes who, although not crucial, still possessed useful abilities. However, managing them in the waiting room was a bit challenging. Their role was to serve as the vanguard. In Pick Me Up, when heroes died, they were gone for good, a hardcore system that left no room for mistakes. Some people criticized the game for such a brutal mechanic, but for me and other Pick Me Up true fans, it was part of the thrill. Pick Me Up provided a mobile gaming experience that felt remarkably close to reality. The constant suspense of not knowing when or where death would strike, the satisfaction of watching heroes execute their unique combat moves controlled by internal artificial intelligence. The joy of seeing them grow, and the despair of losing Themet was a game that captured the essence of an adventure. I assembled a temporary party for the Advent dungeon, not knowing what boss awaited us. The boss could be of any level, with various forms and skills. The vanguard's duty was to analyze the boss' patterns and bravely face the challenge. Durudung, Advent dungeon opens. Alert, 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 the screen displayed a red message, signaling the arrival of formidable enemies. The field was engulfed in darkness, a rarely seen dimensional space according to the game's setting. It was a map completely shrouded in black, a sight that even after clearing thousands of dungeons, I could count on one hand the number of times I had encountered. Without further ado, we immediately entered the boss battle, bypassing any progress stages. However, as soon as we entered, a message appeared on the right side of the screen, indicating changes in the hero's statuses. Diora feels terror. All stats decrease by 30%. Nicholas feels terror. All stats decrease by 30%. Gent feels terror. All stats decrease by 30%. Aselta feels terror. All stats decrease by 30%. Melky feels terror. All stats decrease by 30%. I couldn't help but wonder what's happening to these guys. The boss hadn't even made an appearance yet. To my surprise, Diora, the party's leader and main tank, suggested a retreat. Diora, the leader of the 38th party, suggests a retreat. Will you accept? Yes/no selection. Without hesitation, I press no. Diora falls into panic. All stats decrease by 50%. Nicholas, Gent, what's going on? Even if it's just a phrase thrown around, it seemed odd for heroes with 5 or 6 stars to panic. Panic was a state that new heroes often experienced in their initial battles. That could only mean one thing. The boss has an ability related to fear. I quickly considered items and skills that could boost fear resistance. Perhaps I would need to create a secondary vanguard party for this battle. With an energetic sound effect, the boss finally appeared. The boss name appeared at the top of the screen. SSSH level, 999, what is this? What kind of name is that? Is it a bug? To make matters even more absurd, the boss was entirely covered in mosaic, leaving only a vague outline visible. I couldn't discern any details. Diora falls into despair. All stats decrease by 80%. Nicholas, Gent, I let out a disappointed laugh. And what about his level? 999? It was clearly a system error. In the end, I always thought that I would end up seeing a bug in Pick Me Up sooner or later. Except for a few pranks, there hadn't been any reported bugs since its initial release 2 years ago. I pressed the camera button to take a picture, then waited for the Vanguard's final moments. I wanted to help them somehow, but once the battle began, there was no turning back. And the battle has already begun. I used a few potions, purchased with gems, to counter the status ailments, but the feeling of despair persisted. Diora stood her ground, raising her shield with a determined yet apprehensive expression, despite her stats being reduced by 80%. Nicholas and Gent, the damage dealers, positioned themselves in the middle, while Aselta and Melky, the support heroes, took their places at the rear. Their formation was textbook perfect. Then, within the darkened and violet-tinted field of darkness, the boss began to move. It was a massacre. Diora fell without even a chance to resist. Despite having skills to prolong the battle, there was no trace of the near-death status or any indication that she fought bravely until the end. The mosaic obscuring the boss made it impossible to discern its skill set. It advanced slowly, closing in on Diora, leaving nothing but her lifeless body behind. Diora has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her indomitable spirit will be forever remembered. Nicholas Gent, the words "you lose" appeared in the center of the screen. In less than 10 seconds, the party, including the level-maxed heroes, was annihilated. Damn it. I knew death was a possibility. I had prepared for it. But was this the reward I got? Do you have any idea how much time it takes to cultivate a 5-star hero? I can't even estimate the expenses without consulting an expert. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. And to top it all off, a bug had to ruin everything. Even if I went on a rant to customer support, they wouldn't restore anything. Once a hero is gone, no matter the circumstances, recovery is out of the question. Frustration filled me as I relentlessly tapped the unresponsive screen. Wait a minute, though, why isn't it transitioning? The screen refused to switch to the waiting room. The boss still stared at the center of the screen, and the "you lose" message lingered. What on earth is this bug? I forcefully pressed the power button on the right side of my phone. This bug was beyond a simple customer support complaint. It called for a strongly worded phone call. I patiently waited for the phone to shut down, hoping for a clean restart. This is insane. It wouldn't turn off. The phone refused to shut down. The "you lose" message remained stubbornly visible. And then the boss inside the screen seemed to be peering through the mosaic, its blurred mouth whispering something. I found you. Then my consciousness faded away. Chapter 3, Tutorial. I suddenly woke up. A throbbing pain surged through my head. It felt like a hangover, just like the morning after drinking. Hangover, is it? Where are the headache pills? I searched beside the bed. There should be some Tylenol that I often use. 2 pills won't be enough to alleviate it, so I should take around 4. However, I couldn't find anything. I opened my eyes. Welcome, Master. To proceed, internal data is required. Would you like to download it? Wi-Fi usage is recommended. Yes, selected /no. Downloading 1/537, it was a white room. Up, down, left, and right, everything was white. I was lying on the white floor. I raised myself up and looked around. The white space extended to the edge of my vision, beyond the horizon. Where am I? On the upper right of my field of view, a window with text appeared. Downloading 4/537, Tips/Pick-Me-Up is a hyper-roguelike summoning RPG. In fact, it's closer to a simulation than an RPG. I patted my seat and stood up. The blurred figures gradually became distinct. The space remained completely white. I was standing on top of that unidentified space. Whenever the holographic window blinked, the number on the right increased. Downloading 9/537, Tips/The waiting room where heroes gather is called a room. As the loading progressed, something began to form in the white space. A dining table popped out of thin air as if by magic, followed by chairs, a refrigerator, an oven, a carpet, and a sofa. A wall appeared from somewhere and blocked all directions. The ceiling was also sealed. The previously white floor was neatly finished with metallic tiles. The space gradually took on the shape of a room. Downloading 15/537, I blankly stared at the scene and then tapped my cheeks with both hands. Calm down, let's stay calm for now. They say that even if you're trapped in a tiger's den, you can survive if you keep a clear mind. I decided to retrace my steps. Why did I end up here? What did I do yesterday? Let's try to recall it slowly. Well, what did you do yesterday, Han Yslat? I got up, washed up, and had breakfast. As usual, I turned on the computer and uploaded a strategy video on YouTube. Next, I bought dinner at the convenience store and went home. Was there something that happened before I returned? Did I drink alcohol? No, it's been a long time since I quit drinking. When I got home, I charged the battery, the Advent Dungeon. A high-level Advent Dungeon opened as part of the 100 million downloads event. I sent a Vanguard team, and they were spectacularly wiped out. Just as I was thinking about the next move, I encountered a bug. It was an unheard-of bug. Graphics and text were all scrambled, and the boss level was something like 999. Considering that the level cap for heroes, excluding 7 stars, is 99, it was an absurd number. When I tried to return to the main screen after my party got wiped out, my phone froze. What did I do next? I pressed the power button on my phone, and my memory ended there. Downloading 45/537. Did I doze off? Was I that tired? I raised my head in confusion. After a while of thinking, I concluded that this place was a dream. It felt like I was dreaming while lying down on the sofa. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary dream, but a lucid dream where I realized that it was a dream. But I am not the type to dream frequently. I couldn't even remember when was the last time I had a dream. Downloading 55/537, the interior of the white room began to take shape. The empty room was being furnished. However, all the furniture was made of metal and had a gray or pure white color. It wasn't my taste. Although it had a modern atmosphere, it didn't feel like a place where people live. Is anyone here? I shouted out loud. There was no response. A nightmare? Well, I thought nightmares were just a kind of dream that was filled with scary monsters or ghosts. I opened the door that had appeared out of nowhere and went outside the room. When I came out of the room, it was a plaza. It was as large and spacious as a school playground, but it was an indoor plaza, not an outdoor one. At the end of the plaza, there was a tall wall. Instead of a ceiling, there was a hazy sky that rippled above. Is anyone here? If you're here, answer me, I shouted loudly. Once again, there was no response. What kind of ridiculous dream is this? It has a realistic touch of a dream. The cool air touching my skin, the sound of my shoes on the floor, vivid colors. I could feel all my senses clearly. That's why I felt even more frustrated. On the stretched-out wall of the plaza, there was an iron gate. The gate was closed, and above it, there was a plaque that read the rift of time and space. It wasn't just one gate. Similar gates were erected all over the walls. I slowly walked through the plaza, examining the plaques embedded in each door. The rift of time and space, training ground, synthesis lab, armory. I grabbed the doorknob of the armory and shook it, but it only rattled and didn't open. What kind of dream is this? I tried opening other doors, but the same result. In the end, I returned to the original room I was in. Although no more objects were appearing in the room, the text in the air kept updating. I opened the refrigerator. The refrigerator was filled with orange juice. I took out one bottle of juice from the bottom compartment and poured it into a cup. Downloading 362/537. Tips/ after completing the tutorial, you will receive great rewards. I leaned back deeply on the sofa. A soft feeling permeated my back. The orange juice that went down my throat was also refreshing. I pinched my cheek. Ouch, it hurt. Come to think of it, when I tapped both cheeks to try to come to my senses, it hurt quite, as if I was in reality. What is this? What do you mean? This must be a dream place. The orange juice I drink, the comfort of the sofa, and the pain in my cheek are all dreams. When I thought about this, I suddenly heard a whisper in my mind. What if it's not a dream? It was a surprisingly cold voice. I quickly dismissed that mocking voice from my mind. Downloading 511/537. Tips/y'all receive great rewards once you complete the tutorial. So maybe I should cut down on gaming. I looked at the window that appeared in my field of view. Chapter 3, Tutorial. It wasn't a very familiar window, but I know what it was. This font, these tips, these numbers. It was the screen that appears when you first install Pick Me Up. Is this waking up from a dream after the download is complete? I feel disgusting. It was a dream I never wanted to dream again. End quickly. I don't want to be here for another moment. Downloading 537/537. Complete. A window appeared in the center of the room, and a video started playing. A land where humans and different species coexist, Townia. An unknown enemy invades the continent where peace and prosperity prevailed. Crude 2D graphics. A burning castle. Soldiers resembling paper dolls and monsters collide. In the end, the continent is torn apart by the power of darkness. But hope still remained. You, the master, if you want to save the world, climb the tower. Numerous heroes will accompany you. The video closed. I was staring with my mouth open. I am Yslat, the fairy who will assist the master for a while. Master, please tell me your name first. 2 to 6 characters, no spaces or special characters. Pick me up. The name already exists. It's not what I wrote. The keyboard entered characters on its own, and the letters were engraved. I'm the best. The name already exists. A, B, C, D, E, F. The name already exists. Mkina. The name is available. Would you like to use it? Yes, selected /no. Welcome, Mkina, to the world of Pick Me Up. Would you like to proceed with the tutorial? Completion will reward you with a certain reward. Yes, selected /no. It made the selection on its own as well. When the white cursor pressed yes, my vision suddenly changed. Light wrapped around everything in front of me. There was no time to think. When I opened my eyes again, it was a burning village. It was the year 351 of the Imperial era when the forces of demons invaded the continent. In a small village in the Heim region, there was a boy named Han Yslat. The acrid smoke irritated my nose. Cough, cough, I coughed while bending over. My throat felt burning as if it was on fire. Where is this place again? Flames were rising from all directions. The burning buildings were houses. Tightly constructed houses, fences, storage sheds, and trees burned fiercely together. People were escaping from there like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Goblins, run away, don't come. This way, we have to hurry. Looking at his scene, I let out a bitter laugh. In my right hand, I held an old and worn-out iron sword. Tutorial Quest 1, defeat the goblins invading the village. The battle will proceed automatically. Enjoy high-level combat implemented by the hero's internal AI. xperrif. Far away, monsters with green skin were rushing from below the hill. About 150 cm tall. Wearing helmets, they held crooked swords. Their backs were hunched, and their green skin looked hideous. Goblin level 1. What are those monsters? The goblins were slaughtering the people below the hill. They killed men and women indiscriminately with their swords, and with torches in their left hands, they set fire to the houses. It was hell. Han feels fear. All attributes decrease by 30%. Tips/heroes sometimes experience fear. Hero Han, what a ridiculous thing to see. I don't know where it is, but I have to run away. I climbed up the hill. If I go in the direction people are fleeing, something will work out. Thunk. After taking a few steps, my body stopped as if it had hit a wall. Why can't I go out? The people around me were passing by just fine. I reached out my hand into thin air. Strong resistance stuck to my fingertips. You damned thing! I tried to shoulder bash with all my strength. A sharp pain ran through my shoulder, and I tumbled to the ground. I quickly got up. Then I'll go sideways. Thunk! There was an invisible wall next to me. I pushed with all my might, but it didn't move an inch. In the end, I couldn't move at all. What the hell are you guys? I shouted to the refugees passing by. Where is this? Can you hear me? Answer me. The people ran away as if they couldn't hear me or didn't hear me. I tried to grab the shoulder of a man jumping over the fence, but the invisible wall blocked my hand again. The goblins were approaching from below the hill. Han is in panic. All attributes decrease by 50%. Master, please use the fear prevention potion on the hero in crisis. The fear prevention potion can be purchased for 50 gems from the stop, but the first time is provided for free. Would you like to use it? Yes, selected /no. Suddenly, a purple bottle appeared in front of me. The bottle cap popped open and stuck to my face. Achoo! I sat down, putting my hand on the ground. A bitter and pungent liquid flowed into my throat. Cough, cough. It felt like I had inhaled chili powder through my nose. If you're going to make me drink it, at least make it taste good. At the same time, a cold feeling spread through my back. The trembling vision became clear. It felt like cold water had been poured on my overheated head. The first thing that came out of my mouth was shit. It was a curse. Chapter 4, Tutorial 2. I staggered to my feet. There's no way back. There's no way sideways. The only path is forward. So, does that mean I have to fight that monster? Han has escaped panic. Here it goes, I'll fight. And regardless of whether this is a dream or not, I'll shatter the face of the person who sent me here. I took a deep breath, in fact, several deep breaths. But even so, my heart didn't calm down, so I bit my tongue hard. The taste of sharp, metallic blood filled my mouth. Assess the situation. Figure it out. Where am I? What should I do? I can think about the reasons later. I can take my time to look around after waking up from this dream, if that's really the case. I surveyed my surroundings. Burning houses, desolate cottages, villagers fleeing, goblins chasing after them. I had seen this scene somewhere before. It wasn't just a mere glimpse. I could vividly recall it even now. Pick Me Up. This place was the prologue stage of Pick Me Up, the burning village field. It was much more realistic and detailed, but it was just a background. It was like the backdrop of a play. I couldn't interact with the others, and they couldn't interact with me. But why am I here? No, I pushed away the lingering negative thoughts. You can vent your anger later. I twirled the iron sword in my right hand once. My right shoulder became stiff from the weight. There's only one enemy. Although there were hundreds of goblins in the village background, there was only one goblin in the field. The rest could be treated as non-existent. Under the hill, a goblin with a rusty helmet blinked its eyes. Blood dripped from the blade. Cuke! I remember looking at this scene and saying if you're going to make it, at least make it decent. The graphics weren't that good. Pick Me Up is a mobile game. It definitely does not have this kind of graphics. Fangs at the corner of the mouth, red eyes, lumpy bumps on the skin, splattered blood. Why is it so realistic? Han feels fear. All ability scores reduced by 30%. Tips: heroes with low fear resistance often experience fear. Be careful. Even if you have a bold personality, you can't help but feel scared when you're suddenly thrown into a place like this, handed a sword, and told to fight monsters. At least lend me an AK-47 or give me a gun to shoot. Just standing here makes my legs tremble. The surroundings darkened, and my breath rose to my throat. Hot breath escaped from my mouth. Will it hurt if I get hit by that sword? If I die here, will I die in reality too? Or will I wake up from this dream? Damn it. I had no intention of finding out. It would be too painful. I spat out saliva mixed with blood. The goblin's physique was smaller than mine. At best, it was the size of a middle school student. Its limbs were thin and frail. In terms of muscles, it probably wasn't that strong. Whether it's an elementary or middle school student, one stab with a sword would be enough. Moreover, I was on a steep hill and the goblin was below. The terrain favored my side. You bastard! I sprinted up the hill, kicking off the ground. The goblin at the forefront was kicked in the chest and tumbled down. As the goblin rolled, it swung its sword. Don't tense up. Don't blink. Don't close your eyes. Watch it to the end. If you don't look at it, you'll die. As I took a step back, the blade brushed past my nose. A cold lump of ice settled in my chest. If I had been a little slower, you piece of crap, I threw the iron sword. The hilt hit the goblin's helmet, making a clanging sound. The goblin staggered. I leaped onto it and attacked. The goblin and I fell together. Die, you bastard. I took the mount position and landed a punch on the goblin's face. With both knees pinning its shoulders, I scraped its nose with my fist. There was a thud and the goblin's nose sank. Blood splattered. It feels like my head is on fire. Riding on the goblin, I punched wildly like a madman. I even forgot about the sword. I put all my strength into each punch. I punched until my fists were about to break. For a few minutes like that. Ha, ha, I rolled away from the goblin and collapsed onto the ground. The goblin, covered in blood, twitched slightly and then stopped moving. Stage cleared. Han leveled up. A reward will be given. Please check your mailbox. Once again, my vision abruptly shifted. When I opened my eyes, I was in a white room. Fatigue had completely disappeared. There were no visible wounds on my body. I stood up unsteadily. Instead of fatigue, a sense of emptiness overwhelmed me. Master, should we summon a companion before proceeding to the next stage? Please touch the Summon tab in the menu. Special service for beginners. We'll give you 500 gems for one advanced summon. Takkak durururu. Twakkakang. I sell. Wait, this feeling. Super. Rare. Master Mkina has acquired the hero Shay. What is this message again? Could it be? I opened the door and stepped into the plaza. Among the tightly closed iron gates, the door to the summoning station was open. No way. Summoning? Master, you're lucky. Check the hero you summoned. Please touch the hero's tab in the menu. Trembling, I entered the summoning station. In the center of the spacious room, a black magic circle was engraved. Standing on it was a female knight. After a while, part of my field of view sparkled and Shay's status window appeared. Shay Radistry, level 1xp0/10, class Knight, strength 18/18, intelligence 10/10, stamina 16/16, agility 20/20, skills tactical combat level 1, intermediate swordsmanship level 1, knight's resolve level 1. The knight was wearing a dazzling suit of armor that could be seen in movies with her eyes closed. The silver rapier hanging at her waist gleamed. Shay opened her eyes. "So, I've been summoned," she murmured in a low voice and walked steadily off the magic circle. She glanced at me, who was standing still. "And you?" "Ha, Han Yslat." "Han Yslat? That's a strange name. I am Shay Radisturi, a knight." Shay replied nonchalantly and left the summoning station. "Now's not the time." I scratched my head and followed Shay. She was looking around the vicinity in the center of the plaza. So this is the place. I understand." She nodded as if she understood something. Chapter 4, Tutorial 2. The armor made a clinking sound every time she took a step. She didn't show the slightest bit of interest in me. "Would you like to form a party with the summoned heroes? Drag and drop the heroes from the hero box to the party formation slots and create your own party, master." Han and Shay have formed a party. My head spins. It's filled with incomprehensible events, but there are a few clear points. This window that keeps popping up in front of me is the message output by Yslat, the fairy who guides the tutorial in Pick Me Up. Although it happened a long time ago, I remember that much. Also, the one controlling the current waiting room is not me. The hologram cursor moves on its own and selects the menus. And just now, the battle I had with the goblin was the first battle that introduces the tutorial in Pick Me Up. Each floor of the tower is a random stage, but there is one fixed stage, the tutorial. The burning village and goblins always appear in the tutorial. Then, this place is, damn it, the worst possibility. "If you have formed a party, let's go into battle." Second mission, start. Once again, my field of view abruptly changed. When I opened my eyes, a familiar scene reflected on my retina. Burning village, people fleeing, hordes of goblins rushing from below the hill. When I reached back with my hand, I touched an invisible barrier. I couldn't get out either. It was the same as the first time. The only difference is, Shay drew her sword from her hip. The pointed end of the blade gleamed brightly. There wasn't just one goblin. Kyuk, kekarekarek. Below the hill, 5 goblins were approaching. Their blood-red eyes focused on me and Shay alternately. In my hand was a blunt and worn-out iron sword. Furthermore, unlike Shay, who was dressed in a leather-reinforced plate mail, I was wearing a shabby shirt and pants. Why does she have plate mail and a saber while I have this rusty old iron sword? "You're a beginner. Your stance is all wrong. It's my first time. There's nothing I can do." Shay stood differently from me, slightly turning her left hand behind her hip and aiming the sword she held in her right hand at the goblins. Her slightly bent lower body was filled with powerful elasticity. Even for a beginner like me, her posture looked clean. The goblins spread out and approached in a scattered formation. As soon as they were within range, they swung their swords forcefully. If there were just one, I might somehow manage with the previous method, but with 5, what should I do? I couldn't think of a suitable plan. Kyle, one of the leading goblins, rushed forward. Though hunchbacked, its muscular arms twitched. The bloodied blade swung. Shay swiftly leaped forward like lightning, evading the blade and thrusting her sword into the goblin's neck. Immediately, blood gushed out from the gaping hole. The smell of blood that reached my nose made me dizzy. "Kirk, weak." Shay dodged the goblin's sword and pierced its neck with her sword. She took them one at a time. Limbs and torso were not even targeted. She precisely thrust her blade into a narrow gap less than 5 cm in diameter. Her skill was astonishingly fearsome. Wait, is it okay to be so engrossed? Suddenly, 3 goblins fell to the ground. All I did here was watch. Once this battle ends, damn it, I rushed forward, wielding my sword. Shay, who had dispatched the 4th goblin, stepped back. "I'll leave one to you." "Leave it to me, you say." After this fight, the final stage of the tutorial awaits. Do you know what's in the final stage? It's hero synthesis. It's the process of consuming heroes to increase the experience of another hero. And now, only Shay and I are in the waiting room. Just thinking about it makes me feel suffocated. The muscles all over my body seem to scream. The results that would occur right after the battle was more terrifying than the goblin's sword swinging toward my face right now. Is this a dream? Where is this realistic dream coming from? As I bent over, a few severed strands of hair fluttered. I plunged into the goblin's embrace and thrust my sword deeply. I could feel the dull sensation of penetrating flesh. The stench stimulated my nose. The heat around me made the spots under my skin boil. The palpitation of organs throbbing beyond the tip of the sword, the faint realization of having taken a life, was dimly felt. Stage cleared, Shay, leveled up? Rewards have been granted. Please check your mailbox. MVP Shay. After that, we returned to the plaza. Master, your heroes did an excellent job in the battle. The final tutorial awaits. The method of strengthening heroes, synthesis. The door will open. Touch the synthesis tab in the menu. Creak. The door to the synthesis chamber opened. It's over. Let's think calmly. Except for the fact that the graphics are photorealistic, this place is the same as the early structure of the waiting room in Pick Me Up. Regardless of how it happened, I woke up in a place like this. The game was installed and I started the tutorial. Hey, you, a voice that seemed to pierce my brain resounded. I looked up. One girl, about the size of my forearm, was flying through the air. Behind the girl in a black dress, 2 pairs of wings fluttered like a butterfly. Hurry up and come in, Master is waiting. The girl gestured at me. I had seen this appearance before. A girl with black hair parted on both sides. Round facial features and plump, unblemished cheeks. I had seen this look somewhere. Ysel? Yes, I am Ysel. No, wait, how do you know my name? Of course, because I did this tutorial. Anyway, go to the synthesis chamber. There's a limit to waiting. What will happen if I go? Yowl performs synthesis. Shay must have entered the synthesis chamber first since I couldn't see her anywhere. I stood alone in the plaza, so I shouted I am not going, damn it. Chapter 5. Tutorial 3. Oh, you're not going? Why would I go? I would die. It's not death, it's synthesis. It's the same BCH. Ysel's adorable eyes wrinkled. Each time the wings on her back fluttered, sparkling dust scattered. She pondered for a moment, then clapped her hands as if remembering something. If we synthesize, you can return to the original world. Let's see, Han Yslat, where you used to live, a register appeared next to Ysel. Ysel rummaged through it and stopped at a certain place. To Taunia, where you used to live. Taunia? Taunia's Heim Peninsula, your hometown. It was an unfamiliar place to me. I was taken aback and retorted, my hometown is Gangseogu in Seoul. Seoul? Gangseogu? Such names. The expression on Ysel's face as she alternated between the register and me stiffened. Well, wait, who are you? Why don't you look like your picture? Han Yslat doesn't look like this. Han Yslat, who is that and where is Taunia? I am Han Seojin, born in Gangseogu, Seoul. I don't know who you are, but let's just send me back home while I am still asking nicely, shall we? Wait, Yao came from Earth? I came from Earth. You thought I came from Mars? Cold sweat formed on Ysel's forehead. Ysel began to search through the register. There were no visible movements, but her pupils rapidly rolled up and down. How can a being from a higher dimension? Ysel muttered with a puzzled voice and pointed to the window at the top of the room. Can you see this too? Now loading, I can see it. How am I supposed to handle this? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Ysel shook her head as if headbanging. Her black hair, braided left and right, spun like a windmill. Anyway, just go in, go in. I don't want to, why should I? You go in, go in. Ysel grabbed me by my wrist and threw me forward. As if floating, I felt my body rise and flew into the synthesis chamber. Thunk! The door to the synthesis chamber slammed shut. I immediately got up and pounded on the door. I kicked it and even tried to use my full strength. However, the locked door didn't budge. Hey, you, let me out, you brat. I want stay still. I will fight you tough. That little fairy had quite the strength. I want have a chance. Quiet down, you're a being noisy. Shay, leaning against the wall, said. On the floor where I stood, there was a complex and strange magic circle that encompassed the entire room. A thought suddenly came to my mind and I asked, you, Yao, where are you from? Me, I am from Aransha. Aransha, which region is that? The USA? Canada? USA? Canada? What are you talking about? If you're also a citizen of the Empire, don't you know the Asinis, one of the 4 great families? What nonsense is this? It would be easier to communicate with a foreigner than with this person. Wait, what was I just saying right now? I pressed my lips together. The words that came out just now, those weren't Korean. They weren't English or Japanese either. It was an unknown language. Can such a thing even happen? Half in disbelief, I pulled out the decisive question. Once again, an unknown language escaped my lips. It felt as if the words I wanted to say were being filtered out by my brain. Did you come from Taunia, by any chance? Yes, I did. Not Earth. I don't know about a place like that. So this mage came from Aransha, which is part of Taunia. Everything went pitch black. Even my wildest dreams couldn't compare to this. And above all, the finale of the nightmare awaited. Master, synthesis is starting. Drag and drop the hero you want to synthesize onto the hero you want to offer as a sacrifice. You can gain experience points. The sacrificed hero will disappear. Tips: registering heroes as favorites can prevent synthesis mistakes. I can return to the original world, huh? I recalled how the fairy hesitated for a long time when I refused to go to the synthesis chamber. It was all a lie. Pick Me Up, the final gateway that decorates the end of the tutorial. Named Hero Synthesis. Users can experience a tremendous power-up by sacrificing heroes here. I experienced it myself. The problem is, I am a 1-star hero and this girl is a 4-star hero. Stats, what are you saying? Shay wondered. Status window, I half-shouted those words in frustration. A small window appeared before me. Han Yslat, level 2 exp 7/20. Class, Novice. Strength, 11/11. Intelligence, 11/11. Health, 11/11. Agility, 11/11. Skills, none. The fairy called me Han Yslat. So these stats must reflect my current situation. I looked at Shay, who was staring at me with curious eyes. This time I whispered, barely audible, status window. Shay Radistory, level 2 exp 3/20. Class, Knight. Strength, 19/19. Intelligence, 10/10. Health, 18/18. Agility, 22/22. Skills, Tactical Logic level 1. Intermediate Swordsmanship level 1. Knight's Mindset level 1. We were both at level 2, but the difference in stats was like night and day. Moreover, Shay had 3 prerequisite skills. Among them, the most noticeable one was Tactical Logic. It was an extraordinary passive skill, rated as an S grade among hundreds of skills. Intermediate Swordsmanship provided an attack bonus with swords, and Knight's Mindset was a supportive skill that resisted mental manipulation. Meanwhile, I had none. Shay, I spoke with a trembling voice. What? Is this a dream? It's a dream, but it's a dream you can't wake up from. Shay smiled softly. Do you really want to proceed with the synthesis? Yes, selected/no. A bright light radiated from the magic circle engraved on the floor of the summoning chamber. A peculiar sensation engulfed my entire body as if being submerged in water. So, this is how it ends. If this is truly the world of Pick Me Up, and if the master is controlling this game, I would disappear here as a sacrifice to Shay. All for a few experience points. I might not have made a significant impact during the battle. But judging from the goblin kill count alone, Shay had 4, while I had barely 1. Who would synthesize a 1-star hero with a 4-star hero? The light grew stronger, and I closed my eyes, hoping that when I opened them I would be in my living room. Synthesis complete. Shay has turned into light and disappeared. Huh. I slowly opened my eyes. Shay, on the other side of the magic circle, was being engulfed by light and disappearing. Shay smiled bitterly. This is where it ends. Why are you vanishing? I wasn't chosen. That's all. But wait, is this even possible? You're a 4-star and I am 1-star. I pray for you, Han. Chapter 5, Tutorial 3. Shay transformed into particles of light and scattered away. Clunk. The door leading to the plaza opened. This is how heroes become stronger through synthesis. Master, believe in your bond with the hero. The future of the world is in the master's hands. The tutorial has ended. Tips from my cell will always help you. Don't miss out on the valuable information to become a powerful master. For more detailed strategies, please check the official forum. You will receive rewards. Please always check your mailbox. Welcome to the world of Pick Me Up. Bapabam! With a loud sound effect, the holographic window disappeared. Standing in the plaza for a while, I shouted loudly. Ysel, are you there? Answer me, why are you calling me? It's so annoying. Ysel appeared in the empty space. She folded her wings and landed on the ground, waving her arms up and down in rage. What an idiot! Synthesizing a 4-star with a 1-star? Are you brainless? I told you to use favorites. Tips, I told you about the tips. Read the tips. Arg, I am going crazy, I am going crazy. So that's what happened. The reason I survived was simple. The method of hero synthesis involved dragging and dropping the hero to be sacrificed. He inadvertently touched and accepted the sacrifice without realizing it. A bitter laugh escaped me. I survived with just a stroke of luck. On the other hand, Shay died due to a simple control mistake. Master, would you like to log out? Yes, selected, /no. Goodbye then. A message announcing the game's end appeared. Ysel, who had been fidgeting, wiped away a tear from her eye. Damn it, it finally started and it ends like this. Tell me about the situation. I am curious and about to go crazy. Where is this place? How did I get here and how do I go back? HMPH, why should I? Ysel stomped the ground and then stuck out her tongue. Her figure gradually became blurry. If you want to know, climb the tower. The answers are there. Goodbye then. Hey, wait, I waved my hand where Ysel had been, but nothing was caught. She had escaped. I was left alone in the plaza. Both the cheeky fairy and the knight had disappeared. Both of them knew things I didn't. If I had known that, I should have asked Shay. Leaving the empty plaza behind, I returned to the room. The room still resembled a luxurious residence. When I opened the closet on the dressing table, there were instant noodles inside. With a gloomy feeling, I took out a pot and boiled water. Electricity, water, and gas were all functioning. While the water was boiling, I searched for an exit but couldn't find one. The building itself was an enigma with no clue about its origins. I gulped down the noodles. The ramen, eaten after a long time, tasted incredibly delicious. Without even cleaning up, I crawled into bed. Only then did I fully realize what had just happened up until this moment. Screech. The goblin's cry that sounded like boiling phlegm. They're sinister. The burning houses and the fleeing people. The sound of a sword slicing through the air as it approached me. The sensation of life being extinguished at my fingertips. I wasn't chosen. That's all. Shay's bitter voice echoed in my mind. You weren't the one who wasn't chosen. You were just unlucky. In the first place, it should have been me, the ordinary hero who was supposed to disappear. I remembered Shay, enveloped in light, vanishing. It doesn't make sense. I had entered the world of the game. Could such a thing really happen? If everything turned out to be a dream when I woke up, it would be laughable. There was even a part of me that wanted to applaud the ridiculous dream of me entering the game world. That I could have such a realistic dream. But if it wasn't a dream? If everything remained the same when I woke up? If this mineral-like room and the empty plaza outside still existed? What if I had really entered the game world as a hero, not as the master I flipped the blanket over and thought? Who I was in pick-me-up. Rank 5 out of 100 million masters worldwide. There was no user who knew more about this game than me. I knew almost all the crafting recipes for skills and items, efficient strategies and tactics, hero development methods, and hidden elements. People referred to me as the Master of Masters. That's who I was. If, when I woke up, everything remained the same, if that happens, I couldn't help but remember the moment just before I crossed over to this world. A level 999 bug monster with an unknown identity. Without a doubt, it was mocking me. It was him. He was the one who had brought me here. I clenched my teeth. You messed with the wrong person. Chapter 6. Free 10 draws. When I woke up the next day, everything was the same. Phew, I let out a sigh deep from within my chest. It had been quite a while since I quit smoking, but it was the first time I had such a strong desire to light up a cigarette since that time when my party on the 80th floor was wiped out, where I blew away all my money. Accepted it, no more childish antics. This place was the world of pick-me-up, and I was summoned as a 1-star hero by birth, and I had pathetic stats compared to Shay. A novice class with no basics whatsoever. I didn't even have any skills. That was my current state. I washed my face in the bathroom and cooked instant ramen. The pot from yesterday was still there. I did the dishes while the water was boiling. As I scrubbed the pot with a soapy sponge, I pondered. What kind of game is pick-me-up? If someone were to be summoned as a hero in pick-me-up with the game rules applied, how could they survive? There are 2 ways for heroes to disappear. Dying in battle or vanishing through synthesis. And I was a 1-star. What did it mean to be a 1-star hero in pick-me-up? To most masters, a 1-star is expendable. And not just any expendable, but the lowest of the low. They have poor basic stats, and their growth rate is extremely low. On top of that, they get debuffed easily, and their combat power decreases. The same situation applies in other mobile games. Characters obtained from free draws are treated the same way. I swallowed hard. Suddenly, I found a piece of paper and a pen in my hand. It was something I found in the drawer next to the bed. I didn't know why such things were in the room, but if I could use them, I would use them to the fullest. Objective. I scribbled the word on the paper. For now, this is my objective. There's no need for a fancy objective. Just survive in this world. And I have to set specific goals. If something like this happened in another mobile game, I would have given up. The growth rate of the characters is predetermined and their skills are fixed. No matter how hard I tried, I wouldn't be able to break free from my fate. But Pick Me Up is different. Depending on the nurturing method and the hero's personal abilities, even a 1-star by birth can become a hero that surpasses a 5-star. It's because of the unique potential assigned to each hero. In addition to the visible status window, there are other abilities that exist. They are not displayed as numerical values and must be grasped by the master while observing battles. Even if they start with the same star and abilities, completely different heroes are born. Therefore, to become a master of Pick Me Up, you needed a discerning eye to choose the promising saplings. The pen continued to write. Goal. Become stronger. I have to become stronger. Survival, revenge, and returning are all impossible if I don't become strong. It's not just physical strength. I have to change mentally as well. I can't survive with the same indifferent mindset I had on Earth. I don't know how things will unfold from here on. If I continue to be surprised and act haphazardly like yesterday, will I be able to survive? No. If I can't adapt, I'll die. If I can't change, I'll be devoured. I have experienced such situations before. I may be just an ordinary young man like anyone else's, but it was different in the past. During my childhood, I remembered the annoyed gaze of the orphanage director when he looked at me. At that time, I had nothing. No parents, relatives, or friends. Everyone was an enemy, and I was alone. I climbed up from the bottom. I treated life like a battle just to live the same life as others. It's okay. I am used to irrationality. The important thing is to calmly assess the situation and accept it. The absurd fact that I have fallen into the world of the game I used to enjoy. In this situation, I can't trust anyone. The only one I can trust is myself. After eating the ramen, I headed to the square. The square was still empty. Ysel, are you there? I shouted. After a while, a small fairy appeared in the air. Ah, why are you calling me again? I am busy, you know, she said while complaining, but she still showed up. No matter how much you ask, I won't tell you anything. If you're curious, climb the tower. The answers are there at the top. Well, of course, a trashy 1-star like you won't make it to the top. Kaya haha? Ysel laughed, clutching her stomach. I didn't get angry. After I've finally cleared my mind today, I've noticed this little one's level. Ysel level. 257. At level 257, she's at the level of a late-game boss on the 80th floor. I have a question. I won't tell you. Is this status window only visible to me? Status window? Ysel fluttered her wings and circled around in the air, the level 257 floating above your head. Ha, you can see it too. It's not even a public information. Annoying, so annoying. Her reaction confirms it. The game's messages are visible only to me. Maybe because our worlds got mixed up. Anyway, that person did something really annoying, Mom. What am I saying? I shouldn't say this. Ysel looked around and then quickly fled. Our worlds got mixed up. It doesn't matter. Equipment window. Han Yslat, a main weapon, none. Sub-weapon, none. Armor, none. Accessory, none, as expected. The iron sword I used in the tutorial was a supply item automatically given to heroes without weapons. Shay, being a 4-star, had a basic weapon and armor. Good. I clenched my fist. Even though I am a 1-star, I obtained a special ability that others don't have. I can observe my own status from the perspective of the master. It will be a great help in the path ahead. I won't be defeated. Absolutely. I made up my mind once again. But what if the master stops logging in like this? Yesterday's incident was no ordinary mistake. He synthesized a 4-star with a 1-star. The probability of getting a 4-star from a paid summon is about 1%. That poor bastard threw it away with one control mistake, which comes once in 100 tries. Since Pick Me Up is linked to the phone, restarting was impossible. Don't dwell on negative thoughts. I can think about that when the time comes. There's no need to waste mental strength on an unexpected event. I immediately locked myself in the room and started scribbling on paper. There were notebooks and pens overflowing in the drawer. If I thought I needed something, it would appear even if it wasn't there before. What I am creating is a strategy guide. I write down and organize all the information about Pick Me Up that I remember, so I won't forget even as time passes. Chapter 6. Free 10 draws, a week passed like that. Master Amkina, welcome to Pick Me Up. A cheerful sound accompanied the hologram window that appeared. I jumped up from my chair. Loading is complete. TOUCH, select 1. 100 gems per day for 10 days, a total of 1,000 gems for you. 2. Special items available only for new masters. You can purchase the new package. For only 65,001, y'all get 5,000 gems and 300,000 gold. Notices and ongoing events were listed one after another. I knew most of the events by heart, but there were some that I didn't remember. The notices were quickly skipped. During the tutorial, I was too busy to read them, but now it's different. I need to know what kind of player the master is to develop a survival strategy, whether they are a free-to-play user or a paying user, whether they are a casual player or a hardcore player. I focused on the system messages. Master, please check your tutorial rewards. Obtained 500 gems, 200,000 gold. With 500 gems, he can get 1 paid draw, and with 200,000 gold, 20 free draws. Pop-up. Would you like to purchase the new package for 65,001? Yes/no, select. Not buying it, huh? At least for now, he might be a free-to-play user. He might still be considering the budget. It would have been great if I could see the actual game screen, not just the system messages, but unfortunately, that feature wasn't provided. Now, what is going to do? In the current situation, I am the only hero. In that case, the master's task in this situation is undoubtedly hero summon. Summon heroes with gold or gems. Try summoning the infinite heroes summoned by the Mobius sermon. Infinite heroes, my ass. If my hypothesis is correct, the Mobius sermon and the unique artificial intelligence of the heroes are all fake. I could only realize that after actually falling into the game. Advanced summon, perform an advanced hero summon. 1 summon 500 gems, 10 summons 5,000 gems, regular summon, perform a hero summon. 1 summon 10,000 gold, 10 summons 100,000 gold. As expected, Amkina touched the summoning altar. It was only natural. Unless you're a lunatic, you can't progress through stages with just one 1-star hero. The top is the paid summon using gems, and the bottom is the free summon using gold. Ant chose the free summon. Master started a 10 consecutive summon. I'm excited to see what heroes will appear. Takkak Doroloru, there we go. Common. Master Amkina has acquired the hero Lyle. Common. Master Amkina has acquired the hero Gret. Uncommon. Master Amkina has acquired the hero Malmont. Common. Master Amkina, a total of 10 messages appeared. The summoning was over. I started counting numbers slowly in my mind, from 1 to 100. While counting the numbers, I calmed my mind. No matter what happens outside, I won't get excited. I won't panic. After finishing counting, I went to the square. The summoning altar was open, and 10 people, men and women, were gathered near the entrance of the summoning altar. They huddled together in a corner of the square, looking bewildered. Where is this? Is this a dream? Oh, we were just during harvest season. Did we get dragged here by a magician? Are we going to turn into experimental tools? Stop talking nonsense. Although they differed in age, gender, and appearance, they had a few things in common. First, they had the same race, probably of Caucasian descent. Second, they spoke the same language. It wasn't Japanese or Chinese. It wasn't Spanish or French either. It was a language similar to English but with a different feel, and I could understand its content. I might even be able to speak it. And lastly, the third thing, they were all humans. Well, it's fate that we've met like this. Let's introduce ourselves first. A middle-aged man with a well-groomed beard stepped forward. He was wearing a leather tunic and worn-out pants. He gestured to me, who was standing a little far away. Come over here too. I walked through the crowd. A redhead girl with long hair pointed at the summoning altar's door and shouted, "This brother, he came from the other door, not from that door. He's different from us, he might know something. Is that true? Yes, I saw it, she's mischievous. I said, I am the same as you. I came from that door." The people immediately started whispering among themselves. Chapter 7, Free 10 Draws 2. The middle-aged man stepped forward as if trying to calm the surroundings. For starters, one thing is certain. None of us, including you, know anything about this place. By sharing what we each know, we might obtain valuable information. Shall we start with introductions? Does anyone have a different opinion? The people remained silent. The man smiled satisfactorily and began speaking. Let me introduce myself first. I am Lyle, 34 years old. I run a carpentry shop in Edora. I have a wife and 2 daughters. As for why I am here, I am sorry, but I don't remember. Next, will you introduce yourself? I am Gret. I am 32. I used to be a street vendor in Halsey. I don't know why I came here either. People started introducing themselves, going clockwise around the circle. Their ages and occupations varied. Merchants, loggers, carpenters, blacksmiths, coachmen, hunters, butchers, they introduced themselves as practitioners of long-lost professions. They were dressed in rough clothing made of leather and fabric, and they spoke names and terms I had never heard before. Ysel had mentioned that I was from Townia. I didn't know the reason, but the clothes I was wearing when I arrived here weren't sweatpants, but similar to theirs. Unlike Shay, they seemed completely unaware of the current situation. Anyway, my expectations were correct. These people are not from Earth. They seem to be natives of the continent Ysel called Townia. There are humans there too, but their civilization seems to be much more backward compared to Earth. Among the 11 of us, I was the only one from Earth. The introductions of the people gathered in the square were over. Through their introductions, all we could gather was the fact that they knew nothing. Lyle asked multiple times if anyone remembered how they came here, but no one, including himself, had any knowledge. This is embarrassing. Lyle stroked his beard and wore a troubled expression. But as if saying, when did that ever happen, he clapped his hands together and revived the atmosphere among the people. Shall we start by looking around this place? It could be dangerous to wander alone, so let's pair up into groups of 4, 3, and 3. What are you saying, old man? As expected, she appeared. Ysel sprinkled stardust as she circled above us. Since the master seems to be opening a rift in space-time, get ready for a fight or something. I am Ysel, the fairy who manages this place. Don't complain if you don't want to get hurt. Suddenly, a man stepped forward. I squinted my eyes. His name was Malmont. He's the only one among us with 2 stars. He used to be a mercenary, he said. He wore a worn leather armor and had a proper sword at his waist. Status, I muttered while looking at Malmont. Malmont Carl level 1 xperrif/10, class novice, strength 14/14, intelligence 10/10, stamina 12/12, dexterity 12/12, skills novice swordsmanship level 1. His initial stats weren't bad. His intelligence, which is useless for anyone except a mage, was 10. Compared to the 1-star characters who start with all stats at 10, he was much better. Malmont stepped forward and spoke. Are you the one who brought us here? Who do you think you are, doing whatever you want? Swish. The sharp sound of metal scraping made everyone hold their breath. Malmont drew his sword and aimed it at Ysel. Don't do it, you will regret it. I'll wipe you out. Malmont let out a battle cry as he thrust his sword. It was a thrust filled with considerable momentum. Ysel suddenly smirked, and his head suddenly exploded. Malmont has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. Instant death. Sign suicide due to stress. Tips. Heroes can become tired, fall into depression, or panic. Reduce their stress levels. Provide resting places and toys for your heroes. It can prevent unexpected deaths. Thud. Malmont's headless body collapsed. Kaya, what the hell, he's dead? He's dead, what is this? If you don't want to die, don't complain, okay? If you touch me, y'all be minced meat. It's self-defense. Got it? Ysel flicked her right hand, and droplets of blood scattered. With those fern-like hands, she smashed the head of an adult man in an instant. Suicide due to stress. Does that look like suicide to you? Some people with weak stomachs vomited and collapsed. I felt nauseous too. There was a human corpse right in front of me. I couldn't help but grit my teeth. I desperately tried to regain my crumbling sanity. Form a party. Drag and drop your heroes. Lyle has joined Party 1. Ranto has joined Party 1. Marlin has joined Party 1. Kelkeld has joined Party 1. Jackson has joined Party 1. It started. Open, rift of space-time. The door at the front of the square creaked open. What's happening? What is this? Calm down, First, calm down, Miss Fairy, so why did you call us? If you want something, just tell us. Lyle stuttered as he asked Ysel. Ysel covered her ears with her index fingers and spoke. What do I want? Listen to me, fight well, win well, that's it. Easy, right? WL, what should we do then? Step forward if your name is called. Lyle, Ranto, Marlin, Kelkel, Jackson. What if we don't want to? If you want to be like that guy, don't come out. Ysel pointed at the headless corpse. The 5 of them reluctantly managed to step forward. Now, stand in order. See that door over there? Go inside. Wait a minute, I spoke up. You again, what now? Of course you want to climb the tower too, don't you? Isel's expression crumpled. It looked like she was about to burst into laughter. If not, there would have been no need for her to get angry when the master lost Shay. She might have even scoffed. So what if I do? As the master to draw weapons too. We're all 1-star heroes. We don't even have basic weapons. You don't plan on sending a suicide squad, do you? Well, fine, wait a minute. Ysel disappeared with a poof. Master, the heroes don't have equipment. Before embarking on the adventure, would you like to summon equipment for smoother battles? Tips. Heroes without weapons enter battles wielding worn iron swords F. If you place equipment in the armory, heroes will equip them automatically. Of course, you can also specify the weapons you want to give. Prepare the equipment. Don't forget, another assumption came true. Ysel could interfere with the system messages. Following Isel's guidance, Mkina entered the summoning station and started summoning right away. Summon equipment. Summoning items. 1 time summon 5,000 gold. 10 times summon 50,000 gold. Master, starting the 10 consecutive equipment summoning. Clack, clack, clack. Rattle, Master Mkina has acquired Iron Sword E+. Master Mkina has acquired Crude Bow E's. Master Mkina has acquired Chapter 7, free 10 draws too. Lyle approached me. So you're Han, right? Do you know anything about this place? I haven't been here for long, so I don't know much either. It's dangerous to say something if you know something for sure. So, everyone, I pointed to the open armory door. It's better for you to get weapons from there. The fight will start soon. What's starting? A battle. B-battle, did you say battle? If you don't like it, you can stay there. I entered the armory. Various weapons were stuck in the old display cabinets. They were the ones Mkina obtained from the 10 consecutive equipment summons: iron swords, bows, maces, and spears. There were various types. Not long after, people began to flock to the armory. Can we choose weapons from here? A middle-aged woman asked me anxiously. I nodded. I don't know anything about fighting. I've never fought before, even when I was young. Just choose. Choose and think later. This one's mine. With cheers, 9 people started rummaging through the armory. The highest grade weapon seemed to be that one. I looked at the mace that Lyle was holding. The end of the mace had an iron ball with spikes on it. Morningstar, grade D+. When our eyes met, Lyle trembled. It seemed like he thought I would take it from him. I smiled and turned away. Don't worry, I'm not taking it. I picked up the equipment from a corner of the armory. Crude wooden shield, grade E+, it's here. I was worried about what to do if it didn't come out. When levels and stars are low, and heroes are not accustomed to battle, what equipment increases survivability the most is shield. It was one of the tips I learned when raising sets of 1-star characters. Those who held shields had the highest chances of survival. I got its item from the armory. It's time to start. Ysel bounced around in the square. Each person grabbed their own equipment and came out of the armory. The corpse of Malmont, along with the blood and debris, had disappeared cleanly from the square. What happened here? Could it be a miracle? So noisy, didn't I call your names earlier? Lyle, Ranto, Marlin, Kelkel, Jackson, the 5 of you. Enter through that door, execute. The 5 named individuals hesitated but entered the door. As Ysel followed them inside, the door slammed shut. Silence. The other 4 stood still. I sat near the tier in spacetime, examining my shield. Checking if it was broken or had any holes, making sure it could effectively block enemy attacks. No issues. It was a crude wooden shield, but it should be able to handle goblin swords or arrows without much trouble. How will things go for us, big brother? A girl holding a bow approached me. She had long red hair and freckles. She was a head shorter than me, and her skin was tanned brown. I don't know. What will happen to us? Why do we need weapons? Where is this place? What is that, fairy? She fired questions at me in rapid succession. That's why I tried to pretend not to know. My interference earlier wasn't for their sake. It was to increase my own chances of survival. Malmont, who was a professional mercenary, had died, and the remaining 4 didn't seem like they would fight well. Gale, he old cart driver who had driven a cart all her life. Gret, the peddler who claimed to have never fought with anyone. Dagel, a chubby pig who doubted whether he could even run fast. And this arrogant girl, Jenna, so this is why they're a 1-star. If luck was against us, we might die on the first floor. I gave a vague answer. We will soon enter the battlefield. We just have to defeat the enemies there. As for the rest, I don't know either, so think for yourselves. The battlefield. I closed my mouth. Jenna kept pestering me with more questions, but I didn't respond. Eventually, she gave up and leaned against the wall, sitting down. Marlin has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will be remembered forever. She's already dead? Monsters that come out on the 10th floor or lower are at most goblins. I wanted to see a battle scene, but the footage didn't appear. The system only reported the results of the battles. Kelkeld has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. Ranto has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. I couldn't help but stand up from my seat. Could it be that we will really be wiped out on the first floor? Jackson has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. What's happening? What's going on? Jenna asked. Stay quiet. Lyle has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. Party 1 has been annihilated. You lose, that useless brat. Isel, who appeared in the square, stomped her feet. Her face was contorted with anger. I was also a bit dumbfounded. It's not easy to be wiped out on the first floor. Maybe it's because of the rare heroes that everyone obtains for free. If Shay were here, she would have handled everything alone. Form a party. Drag and drop heroes. Han joins Party 1. Jenna joins Party 1. Dagel joins Party 1. Gret joins Party 1. Gale joins Party 1. 6 out of 11 heroes died and 5 remained. At this point, the master had 3 choices. First, use the 500 gems obtained as tutorial rewards for premium summons. A 3-star or higher hero would come out, and with their abilities, the first floor could be cleared easily. Second, purchase a training facility with 500 gems and strengthen the heroes before deploying them. Third, simply use the remaining 1-star heroes. Open the rift of space and time. It seems like the third option is the way to go. Chapter 8, Free 10 Draws 3. Han, Jenna, Dagel, Gret, Gale have arrived? Why haven't the people who left come back? Dagel mumbled. Gale, who was lying down and groaning, spoke up. Listen, noble fairy. I have arthritis and I can't walk anymore. Please exclude me. Arthritis? You've been walking just fine, Jenna shouted. What am I supposed to do if it suddenly starts hurting? This moth? I shrugged my shoulders and entered through the door at the front of the square. The interior of the door was a spacious circular room with towering mirrors, each one larger than 10 meters. Information about the dungeon in question appeared above the mirrors. Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon, current climbing floor 0, a daily changing feast of dungeons. Weekday dungeon, access denied. Clear main dungeon 5th floor. Collect various rare materials. Exploration dungeon, access denied. Clear main dungeon 10th floor. Except for the mirror on the left, the other 2 mirrors were pitch black, so that's how it is. The feeling of looking down as a master and looking up as a hero. There's a world of difference. It's okay, I can do it. I can't die in a place like this without even knowing the reason. That determination alone chilled my rationality. Shortly after, the other party members entered through the rift in space. I have arthritis, just come for now. Well, live and die together, Jenna encouraged. Noisy, it's noisy, be quiet and get ready. Well, what should we prepare for? I've never even held a spear. Main dungeon, current challenge floor is 1st floor. The door will open in 10 seconds. Get ready. I surveyed the party members behind me. Jenna and Gale kept quarreling and Dagel was covered in sweat. And Gret was trembling in a corner. Isn't there anyone useful here? I let out a sigh. The mirror on the left began to shine. The light grew stronger, obscuring my vision and covering the entire room. What is this light? Don't be overwhelmed. It's starting, I shouted. It was a message to the party members, but also to myself. In this world, there's no one to rely on except me. If I lose my composure, it's over. I kept saying it to myself like brainwashing. And when the light subsided, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. Floor 1, mission type subjection, objective annihilate the enemy. A gentle breeze blew, an endlessly vast plain that extended beyond the horizon. Wait, where is this? Where else could it be? It's a battlefield. I tapped my shield with the old iron sword. 4 goblins were gathering about 10 meters away. They were wearing iron helmets and wielding bent swords. One of them even had a sling. Goblin level 3, x4. They had leveled up by 2 since the tutorial. The eyes of the goblins that noticed us glowed red. I told you before, if we don't fight, we'll be wiped out. So get your act together. As I spoke, I looked back. No one was there, damn it. Jenna feels fear. All stats decreased by 30%. Dagel feels fear. All stats decreased by 30%. Gret feels fear. All stats decreased by 30%. Gale feels fear. All stats decreased by 30%. The 4 of them were running around in a panic, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. Gale, who claimed to have arthritis, was the fastest. I had anticipated it, but I didn't expect them to be this useless. Gale stumbled at the edge of the field and fell down. The 3 others followed suit. Ouch, my back, why is it stopping us? Open up, let me out. I need to go to the bathroom. Dagel falls into panic. All stats decreased by 50%. Gret falls into panic. All stats decreased by 50%. Gale falls into despair. All stats decreased by 80%. They were cowering in a corner without any intention of fighting the goblins. Dagel swung his axe at the wall, but his wrist gave way and he collapsed. Gret struck the wall with her spear, and Gale must have pulled his back because he couldn't get up. Only Jenna came back, panting heavily. Brother, if we defeat those goblins, can we leave? Her pumpkin-colored eyes trembled, and she had cold sweat on her forehead. But Jenna firmly grasped her bow. You know how to shoot a bow, right? My father was a hunter. I'll go out and fight and you shoot from behind. Can you do it? Yes. Dagel falls into despair. All stats decreased by 80%. Gret falls into despair. All stats decreased by 80%. What about those people? Jenna looked back. Don't worry about them. They're of no help. Let's go. I exerted strength in my left hand, which held the shield, and rushed forward. I've never used a shield before. The same goes for a sword, but I had to use them now. The goblins ran wildly, charging towards us. Rocks were flying through the air. I raised the shield to my face. A heavy impact resonated from my left hand. If it weren't for the shield, I would have been hit. In the field of vision revealed beneath the shield, a goblin swung its sword. Lowering the shield in my left hand to block, I thrust with the sword in my right hand. The goblin, with a deep gash on its arm, retreated. I took a few steps back and assessed the situation. Why is there only one of them? The reason became clear soon. The other 2 goblins, excluding the one holding a sling, were rushing towards our roaring party members. Even with the goblins approaching, the 3 of them couldn't regain their composure. Uncle, let's fight. The monsters are coming. Jenna, who had quickly loaded her bow, shot an arrow. The arrow grazed above the goblin's head. Oh no, I missed. Jenna took another arrow from her quiver with a frustrated expression. I told you not to worry about them. I decided to ignore them, but it was actually fortunate. Since those guys acted as bait, we could defeat the monsters individually. I charged at the goblin, gnashing my teeth, with my arm clenched. I deflected a rock that came flying at me and blocked his sword with the iron sword and then struck him with the shield. Kaya! The goblin fell face down with a thud. Good, I can do it. I can definitely do it. I plunged my sword into the fallen goblin's chest. GRR, GRRRRR, the goblin foamed from its mouth and dropped its head. Kaya, Uak. Dagel returns to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. I didn't look back. One is still left. It's a ranged goblin spinning a sling. I held up my shield and charged. The goblin began slinging rocks. The rocks were blocked by the shield. Choosing the shield was indeed the right answer. Gret returns to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will be remembered forever. From behind, I heard a desperate scream and a squelching sound. It was an unpleasant sound, as if tearing through flesh and splitting it apart. The goblin in front of me started running. Where do you think you're running? Kurak, I tackled the fleeing goblin from behind. The goblin tried to hit my forehead with a rock. I blocked it with the shield. Hail to the shield, you bastard. I thrust the sword into the exposed ribcage. An unpleasant sensation of scraping against bones was transmitted. Ignoring it, I thrust it deeply. Once pulled out, I stabbed it again. Thud, 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 thud. After doing that 4 times, I let go of the held hand, and the goblin crumbled like a wreck. Chapter 8, Free 10 draws 3. Gale returns to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will be remembered forever. Oh, brother, what about the other 2 goblins? I took care of one. On one side of the meadow, a goblin with an arrow stuck in the back of its head lay sprawled. But the others, well, think about that later. He's coming our way. Come over here. A wild goblin ran towards Jenna. Jenna ran towards me with a scream. I rushed towards the goblin, shielding myself, and collided head-on. Clang. In an instant, everything turned red. Blood gushed from my deeply wounded right arm. I dropped the iron sword in my right hand. Han starts bleeding. Stamina decreases periodically. I struck the goblin with the shield. Kuak. This damn bastard. I struck the fallen goblin's face with the edge of the shield. Broken teeth and blood splattered. I struck again, and again, and again, and again. The goblin, who had been shaking its limbs, finally dropped its head dead. Only then did I sigh. Brother, your arm, it will come back. I had already confirmed it during the tutorial. But it hurts damn badly. Blood spurted like a spring from the long, torn wound on my right arm. I felt a bit dizzy, perhaps due to anemia. Stage cleared. Jenna leveled up. Rewards 2000 G, Iron Ore C X2, Copper C X1, Leather C X1, MVP Han. Light enveloped my entire body. I closed my eyes and opened them again. We were back in the circular room with the elongated mirrors and then walked out through the rift in space and time. 3 of them died. Tusk, that's why they're only 1 star. Ysel glanced at me and Jenna with a disdainful look. I checked my right arm. There wasn't a scratch to be found. The pain lingered, but even that gradually disappeared. As expected. Even if it's right before death, returning to the waiting room restores everything. The same applied in the game. Let's return to the plaza. The doors are going to close soon. Ysel pointed towards the open door. I walked steadily towards it, with Jenna following closely behind, looking anxious. The door closed. Congratulations on clearing the 1st floor. We're going up to the 2nd floor. Creak, krrrr. A strange mechanical sound echoed, and the floor of the plaza shook. What's happening? We're going up. Where to? The 2nd floor. After a while, the vibration stopped. Now, what's going to happen? Break through the 2nd floor? No chance. He had seen the battle. He knows there was no chance to break to the 3rd floor. Master, do you want to strengthen your power? Tips. Heroes that come from advanced summoning are stronger than regular heroes. Tips. You can build facilities like training grounds to train your heroes. In this game, free-to-play users have 2 choices. Either do a paid summon or build facilities. In the early stages of the game, there was a debate between the hero summoning party, which used gems for summoning, and the infrastructure construction party, which used gems for building facilities. But after I personally compared and proved their efficiency in the forum, the dispute ended. Construct a facility. Please select the type of facility you want. You have selected training grounds. Do you want to build it? It will cost 500 gems. Yes/no, that's right. He hasn't completely ignored the game guide. The door to the locked training grounds had been opened. The training grounds have been completed. The heroes will now train themselves. Keep in mind that by enhancing the training grounds with gems, gold, and blueprints, you can enjoy a broader and more powerful effect. Tips. Continuous battles make heroes tired. They need proper rest to perform at their maximum potential. Useful tips continued. Master, do you want to end your session? Yes, selected/no, goodbye then. Is this where it ends? Based on today's gameplay, Amkina is a light free-to-play user with a focus on facilities. It was the type I had hoped for. There was no need to compete with expensive heroes plastered with stars, and there was a solid foundation for growth. Most free-to-play users usually hit their limits after reaching the top floors, but that's a later issue. Hugh, I am exhausted. Ysel, who suddenly appeared, stretched her arms wide. Jenna asked in a trembling voice, what's going to happen to us now? Whatever. Just rest until the master logs in. Since the training grounds are open now, you can train there if you want. The dormitory is over there. Go ahead and scatter as you please. What about the others, are they all dead? You're so clueless, can't you see for yourself? Jenna's complexion turned pale. Why did you summon us? What's the purpose? Yurei, as annoying as he is. If you want to know, climb the tower. Was the tower you mentioned earlier the one we just climbed? She shrugged her shoulders. I already answered. We climb. I also wanted to know the answer. It seemed that as we cleared the main dungeon, the waiting room also ascended. I couldn't imagine what kind of strange structure it was, so I decided not to think too much about it. I'll just accept it as the way things are. Jenna clenched her fist and shouted angrily, I am going to rest. The dormitory is over there. I pointed to the room connected to our home. Jenna bravely headed there and slammed the door shut as she entered. I have a question too. Why ask when you've only cleared the first floor? Is time here different from Earth? Don't ask questions, I want answer. It seems like it. If we assume that, the situation makes sense. Here, time in the waiting room flows faster than on Earth. I don't know the exact rate. That's something I'll have to find out gradually. And at the core of it all is the fairy I sell. The tips you gave him were helpful. Do the same next time. HHMPH, you're just a worthless one-star scrap. Ysel grumbled and vanished, stomping her feet, just as I thought. The fairy can't touch me even if she doesn't like me. She can only touch me when it's a case of legitimate defense or when I disobey the master's command, I suppose. Let's learn these rules one by one. As I started walking towards the dormitory, I noticed my trembling hand. 9 of them died. Out of 11, a whopping 9. If I had made a mistake, I could have been among them. Calm down. If you can't adapt, you'll be left behind. That's the only law in this world. It took me nearly an hour to return to the dormitory. The current situation, 11 summoned, 9 dead, 2 survivors. Chapter 9, If You Want to Survive, Ride the Wave Well Part 1. The next morning, I came out to the square. Silence, the air was cool. There was no one in the square. Where did she go? I clicked my tongue. After confirming that Jenna went to the dorm first, I followed her, but she was nowhere to be found. I was willing to compromise on the sofa. But not the bed. It doesn't matter, she wasn't there anyway. The training camp was open. If I had trained my mind for the past week, now it was time to move my body. I walked into the training camp. Training camp level 1, approximately 50 pyong in size. T/N, a pyong, abbreviation pi, is a Korean unit of area and floor space, equal to a square can or 36 square Korean feet. Straw-made scarecrows were standing here and there. On the corner shelves were practice weapons such as wooden swords, spears, and shields. Other than that, it was empty, but it was just a level 1 training camp. That alone was impressive. I started running along the walls of the training camp. Breathe in lightly twice and exhale deeply once. It was a simple technique I learned in the military. I ran like that for 10 minutes. Running at a steady pace, my calves didn't hurt and I didn't feel short of breath. I opened the status window. Han Yslat level 5x44/50, class novice, strength 15/15, intelligence 15/15, stamina 15/15, agility 15/15, skills none. Pathetic. I frowned. The growth rate per level is only 4. Why does intelligence keep increasing? It's a useless stat for a physical type. But even so, it was clear that my body in this world was superior to my body on Earth. After my discharge from the military, I hardly exercised, and I was always out of breath just climbing a few stairs because I always drove. I was a representative sample of modern people with a lack of exercise. But now, it felt like I had returned to my military days, to strive for the top warrior. This world is different from Earth. The ramen on the shelf and the orange juice in the refrigerator would be replenished even if you ate and drank as much as you wanted. And when you opened a drawer or a closet after thinking about something, the item would appear. Of course, there are no K2S or AK-47s. The things you can get are everyday items like clothes, pencils, and toilet paper. After running for 30 minutes like that, my body felt fine and I started doing push-ups. Now I understand. Sometimes there are heroes who show different combat abilities from others even though they are in the same grade. One thing they have in common, they don't neglect training. I didn't know in the early days. Even though they trained, I thought their stats and levels won't increase, so I wondered why do they keep training so hard in the training camp. But still, I kept upgrading the facilities because I thought it was admirable that the game characters put effort into it. Looking back now, it seems like they weren't game characters. Anyway, their efforts paid off, and as their level increased and their grade changed, they gradually stood out. I defined it as constitution. Building tall buildings requires a solid foundation. 1-star heroes start with basic stats of 10. Strength 10, intelligence 10, stamina 10, agility 10. Whether it's a well-fed middle-aged woman or a grandfather who works today and tomorrow, their physical abilities would be the same. But the results are different. First, mentality. Heroes who easily fall into fear or panic are not worth the effort. The ability to remain calm in any situation and find a way to victory is what you need. That's why the combat logic that makes this possible is recognized as an S-rank passive skill. Second, skills. The second criterion for distinguishing gemstones is skills. Some heroes are good at using swords, while others are good at using spears. Each hero has a different talent for weapon skills. Higher-ranking heroes are usually summoned with their talents already developed, while lower-ranking heroes are hidden, and the master has to help them find their hidden talents. I still don't know my skills. I will have plenty of opportunities to find out. I decided not to be anxious. Third, physique. It's what I am doing right now, so to summarize it, mind, skills, physique. When these 3 elements come together, I will have the competitiveness to compete with 5-star heroes. I know from experience, heroes like that are real monsters. Once they have that mindset of improving, nothing will stop them. What are you doing? I heard a familiar voice. I stopped doing push-ups and stood up. As I looked at the entrance of the training camp, Jenna, with her red hair tied down, was looking at me. I said, I am training to take down monsters. Why? Why is your tone so aggressive? And to think that I've been looking for you since morning. Jenna grumbled as she entered the training camp. Then she fiddled with the longbow stored in the barrel. Well, I've been thinking all night about what to do from now on. It's true that we can't leave this place, right? I didn't answer. Jenna took out the longbow and pulled the bowstring. Let me join too. I'll be useful. What can you do? Even though you know, you're still being hostile. Well, even if it looks like this, I am good at shooting arrows. It won't be a hindrance. My father was a hunter, so shooting arrows in my spare time was a hobby. Jenna held a wooden arrow from the barrel and quickly shot it. With a shallow popping sound, the arrow hit the scarecrow 10 meters away. Crying and complaining won't change the situation. I figured out this much. Hyung, you know how we can survive, right? Was yesterday your first real fight? Of course. I've been stuck at home. How well can you shoot a bow? Decently. Jenna shot another arrow. The same scarecrow. It was a hit. Status window. Jenna Shurai, level 2, xperrif/20. Class novice. Strength, 11/11. Intelligence, 10/10. Stamina, 11/11. Agility, 12/12. Skills, low-level archery level 1. The growth rate is low at 4, but instead of intelligence, agility increased by 2 points. Moreover, she has a pre-existing skill for a 1-star hero. Among the 3 who ran away, she was the only one who returned. It was her first real battle, and although she was scared, she didn't succumb to panic and successfully shot and killed a goblin. There was no hesitation caused by the deaths, and she had a clear goal and knew what to do next. It's an opportunity. I recalled yesterday's battle. 3 people ran away even though I handed them weapons. If the next ones are also the same cowards, can I handle the next stage alone? I need to survive before competing. I answered, fine, I'll help you. Please take care of me, Hyung. Jenna smiled and extended her hand. I shook her hand. Jenna feels favorably toward Han. A friendship bonus has been activated. Tip/ when forming a party with friendly heroes, ability bonuses are given. Utilize this well. My father used to say, if you want to survive, ride the wave well. That's right. He was a great father, wasn't he? Chapter 9, If You Want to Survive, Ride the Wave Well Part 2. I explained the basic rules of pick-me-up to Jenna. The existence of a master who gives us orders. We have to subdue enemies and fulfill missions according to those orders. With each completed mission, the floor level increases, and when we reach the 100th floor, we might be liberated. We have to fight monsters all the time. That's why we train. We have to grow stronger. Besides training, there are various ways to become stronger, but at the current low floor level, most of the content is still locked. At this point, training is all I can do. Do we have to keep fighting alone? I also explained about summoning. The master summons humans from another world using gems and gold as currency. We were brought to this world through that summoning. People will continue to be summoned steadily, and we have to perform missions while sometimes competing and sometimes cooperating with them. I kept the world and my true identity hidden. This is all I can explain. Did you understand? Yes, I got it. Jenna nodded her head. Her expression wasn't particularly good, but she didn't openly show it. She was concealing her emotions. She didn't act like a kid about it. There were no signs of tantrums or misbehavior. She was calmly accepting the situation. She's reliable enough. We are in it together, right? We are in it together. What do you mean? If I die, you die, and if you die, Hyung, I'll die. That's not it, but she's showing goodwill. I didn't explain about synthesis either, but maybe for another time. Anyway, the master will be back soon, and then the battle will begin. Until then, keep training. It's better than being idle. Yes. Jenna saluted loudly and raised her longbow. Training resumed once again. There was nothing special about the training itself. It mainly involved physical conditioning and swinging swords at scarecrows or shooting arrows. But neither Jenna nor I were playing around. Our lives were at stake. After a day of training, the reason why I couldn't find Jenna in the dormitory was revealed. When I opened the door to the dormitory, a modern-style house appeared, but when Jenna opened the door, it revealed the interior of a quaint wooden house. When I asked Ysel about it, she replied like this. Do you have any complaints? Be thankful you're not stuck in a barn. Since I had no complaints about my living conditions, I didn't argue with Jenna either. It seemed that the location changed depending on who opened the door. And so, on the third day of training. Welcome to Pick Me Up. I stopped swinging my wooden sword. The straw-stuffed scarecrow was in tatters. Status window. Han Yslat, level 5, x44/50. Class, novice. Strength, 15/15. Intelligence, 15/15. Stamina, 15/15. Agility, 15/15. Skills, low-level swordsmanship, level 1. Low-level shield techniques, level 1. I acquired 2 skills. Low-level swordsmanship and low-level shield techniques, which enhance sword and shield abilities, respectively. Jenna's low-level archery skill had increased to level 2. We did what we could. Get ready, the master is coming. Already? What do you mean already? It's been 3 days. We returned our weapons and went to the square. The equipment from the training camp couldn't be taken outside. Loading complete. TOUCH? Select. I am the strategy king. Check out the official CAF. The announcements were skipped, and the master appeared on the main screen. I calculated the time ratio between Earth and the waiting room. If the master logs in here every day, 1 day on Earth is equivalent to 3 days here. The summoning gate opened. Summon? A party consists of 5 members. He will draw 3 times. Summoning heroes? Summon heroes using gold or gems. Try summoning the infinite heroes of Mobius Summon. Master, summoning is starting. I'm excited to see which hero will come out. Whisk, whoosh, whoosh. Common. Master Mkina has acquired hero Aaron. Common. Master Mkina has acquired hero Toby. Common. Master Mkina has acquired hero Yellens. All 1-star heroes. A faint light seeped out from inside the summoning gate. After a moment, 3 men walked out with bewildered faces. Where is this? That's what I'm saying. Hey, mister, get ready to fight first. I'll teach you after it's over. You're talking about getting ready to fight? Who are you? Answer. Forming a party. Drag and drop heroes. Aaron joins party 1. Toby joins party 1. Yellens joins party 1. Open the rift of space and time. Creak, the front door opened. At the same time, the door to the armory opened. It was much faster than the previous round. The master was in a rush. Jenna, get your weapons before it's too late? Yes, we ran. Chapter 10. If you want to survive, ride the wave well part 1. The 3 of them looked at us as if we were crazy. The number of equipment displayed in the armory had significantly decreased. There were only 2 items left, a bow and a shield. In Pick Me Up, when a hero dies, the equipment they're carrying disappears. Jenna took out a bow and quiver and strapped them to her back. and I secured the leather strap on the back of the wooden shield to my wrist. As we equipped ourselves and stepped out of the armory, the door closed immediately. Ysel appeared and scolded us. Han, Jenna, Aaron, Toby, Yellens, get here immediately. What is this thing? What do you want from us? Where did you come from? Send us back. The men expressed hostility towards Ysel. Jenna intervened. Stop it. You don't want to see what happens if you mess with her. Are you part of the gang too? Did you bring us here? I am not part of the gang. A few days ago, I was brought here just like you. That's why I adapted first. Why bother with this annoying stuff? They will find out on their own in a few minutes anyway. After saying that, I walked into the rift of space and time. No matter how much Jenna and I will explain, they won't understand. Even if they do, they won't accept it. Really? Jenna, who seemed frustrated, let out a sigh and followed me. A grumbling voice could be heard from behind. My wife is waiting. Send me back quickly. I'm a poor farmer with not a single coin. You've found the wrong person. I wondered how long Ysel could endure. Jenna asked me. Are they going to die? As long as they try to touch her. A while later, one of the men flew towards us like a projectile. He fell to the ground and groaned in pain. The remaining two also flew towards us. Finally, when Ysel entered, the door leading to the square closed. From now on, if you don't want to be thrown like a bag of trash, listen carefully to what I say, just like those guys. The leftmost mirror began to shine. It was the mirror of the main dungeon. The master will probably send us again to the second floor. We can go back to the first floor, but there's no benefit at this point. As the light gradually filled the room, other party members pounded on the exit, thinking they were going to die. Some even attacked Ysel. Tusk, how troublesome, Ysel lightly soared upwards, avoiding their attacks, and then the room was filled with light. Floor 2, Mission Type Subjugation. Objective: annihilate the enemies. Field type: plain. Similar to a meadow but subtly different. The grass was sparse and the ground was sloping. Wolves, Goblin level. 3x2, Plains wolf level. 4x22 wolves with gray fur growled on the higher slope. Above them, goblins with slings were picking up rocks. I furrowed my brows. Both the terrain and the composition favored the enemies. We were below and they were above. If it were just the wolves, it wouldn't be a problem, but there were long-range goblins as well. What's that? Huff. Aaron feels fear. All attributes decreased by 30%. Toby feels fear. All attributes decreased by 30%. Yellens feels fear. All attributes decreased by 30%. I took a deep breath. Have ordinary humans ever encountered wild beasts like this? The wolves displayed their hostility without reservation. I caught a glimpse of their sharp fangs, ready to bite and tear apart the soft flesh of a human. I steadied my trembling heart. They might look strong, but there ain't nothing special. I've had fighting experience and I've become strong enough. Growled Jenna, feels fear. All attributes decreased by 30%. No, you shouldn't be like that. I tapped Jenna's shoulder. She was trembling. It seems she didn't see me reaching out for her, and she suddenly let out a scream. Did she just scream? Sigh, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad? You scared me. Jenna pouted her mouth at me, but in the next moment, Jenna regained her composure. Jenna is no longer afraid. It's okay, I just need a moment. You take care of those two goblins. As long as I don't have to worry about rocks coming my way, I can handle the wolves myself. Whoosh, a goblin threw a rock. It wasn't aimed at me. It was aimed at Jenna, who was rummaging through the quiver. I ran forward and deflected the rock with my shield. This will be the last time? Yes. When I glanced behind me, the other three were huddled together, trembling. They're truly useless. This time, it seemed like they couldn't even serve as decoys. The enemies were clearly targeting me and Jenna. I bit my lip hard. I won't end up like those guys. I'll fight until the end. And survive. Grrrah, a wolf leaped with its jaws open. It was a quadrupedal creature. Different from the human form, it had exceptional agility. But I anticipated this pattern. I thrust the old iron sword into the wolf's mouth. Aren't you dead yet? The wolf writhed in pain, but didn't die from a single blow. Even if it pierced through the roof of its mouth, it didn't seem to reach its brain. I tried to pull out the sword, but it got stuck somewhere in the bones. On the hilltop, another wolf paced back and forth. Is it because the weapon is worn out? Before I could think further, the other wolf leaped forward. I pressed my body against the ground and rolled to the side. The terrain was sloped. The wolf's leap missed and hit the empty air. As soon as I stood up, I rushed forward and kicked the wolf with the sword stuck in its mouth, then drew the sword with all of my might from its mouth and struck it in its forehead. One, crunch, crack, the wolf howled down the hill. Our positions were reversed. The wolf ran at me in a straight line. There was no need to back down. I also rushed forward with my shield. As soon as we met, I slapped the shield against the cheek of the wolf, then thrust the iron sword into its side. Geeging, the wolf that had been writhing on the ground momentarily went limp. 2 down. What about the goblins? I looked up the hill. 2 goblins, turned into hedgehogs by arrows, lay sprawled on the ground. With a squelching sound, another arrow pierced one of the goblins' corpses. That's enough, they're dead. Why yes. Blood trickled down Jenna's forehead. It seemed like she had been hit by a stone. Stage clear. Han, Jenna, level up. Reward 5000 G leather CX3 iron ore CX1 MVP Han, Chapter 10. If you want to survive, ride the wave well Part 2. We returned through the rift of space and time. Jenna touched the vanished wound on her forehead with a fascinated expression, while the other 3 were still in a daze. Congratulations on clearing the 2nd floor. Moving on to the 3rd floor. Thump, thump, thump. The waiting room vibrated. What just happened? One of the men mumbled in a bewildered voice. Ysel didn't appear. Did she get too fed up? I decided not to care either. Status window, Han Yslat, level 6xp13/50. Class novice, strength 17/17, intelligence 14/14, stamina 16/16, dexterity 16/16, skills novice swordsmanship level 1, novice shield techniques level 1, good. My intelligence decreased by 1, but my strength increased by 2. The overall growth rate remained at 4, but the efficiency of leveling up had improved. It was evident that my constitution was getting better. Master, do you want to end the session? Yes, selected/no, then goodbye. 1 floor per day. The master also didn't rush through the progress. If we had simply pushed through like on the 1st floor, both Jenna and I would have been in danger. Although there were no visible injuries, fatigue lingered. I entered the armory, hung up the shield, and then came outside. Jenna and the other 3 were arguing. Why were you just watching from behind? We were the only ones fighting. You should let us know about the situation. What's what? I explained it from the beginning. Just fight. Why should I fight? Where the hell is this place? What are those monsters, and how did they drag us here with some kind of magic? That's not important right now. To survive, we have to fight first. We can think later. I've never even held a sword. How am I supposed to fight monsters? Who here has ever fought before? The argument grew more heated. Jenna argued that we were also summoned before to fight like we just did, and that we had to work together and combine our strengths to survive. However, the other 3 were indifferent. They stubbornly refused, saying that they won't do it. They couldn't accept reality. Now I understood why 1-star heroes were referred to as trash. 1-star heroes were ordinary people. They had lived lives unrelated to the battlefield. Just recalling their self-introductions during the 10 summoning, none of them had a profession related to combat. There was one exception, the 2-star, Malmont. He was called a mercenary. If that's the case, it means that as the stars increase, combat-related professions are summoned. Moreover, advanced heroes didn't hesitate. When you put newly summoned 1-star heroes into battle, they would easily succumb to fear or panic. But it was different for 3 stars and above. They would immediately engage in combat. Do they come here knowing all of this? The reason to fight and even the objective? Shay must have known. It was evident from her attitude. If I had been a bit more composed, I could have asked her. This is frustrating. Jenna went into the armory with determination and returned after returning her bow. Wouldn't it be better if you helped explain this to Hyung? We're in this fight together, so we should support and console each other to become comrades. Why should I bother with useless guys like them? It's better than having nothing. They won't be here soon anyway. What do you mean? Wait and see. Fighting doesn't always mean dying. If they remain in that state until the next battle, they will disappear. I looked at the closed door of the synthesis workshop. In the next battle, you and I will just keep fighting together. Don't worry about them. Jenna grumbled but nodded her head. Oh, and I would like to visit your room. My room, I am curious about what it looks like. Why, don't you want to? No, that's fine. We passed through the center of the square and headed towards the lodging. Along the way, a man who was muttering to himself in a corner of the square approached us. Hey, there's something I want to ask you. Don't ask. It's annoying. What did you say? The man tried to grab me by the collar. I swung my fist and struck his face. Ugh, the man staggered grotesquely. Are the guys who hid in a corner while we shed blood supposed to have that kind of attitude? Ah, no. I spat on the ground and moved on. The man was clutching his bleeding nose, whimpering. Heh. What's so funny? Nothing. Jenna said, then opened the door to the lodging. The interior of the room, made of woven wood, was revealed. Furniture such as a dining table, chairs, and a display cabinet lined the room, and stones that emitted light were embedded in the walls. It didn't give off the air of modern civilization, and it didn't have things like a refrigerator or gas stove. Lodging level? 1, it was a lodging. Strictly speaking, this place was more of a lodging for heroes rather than Jenna's house. In other words, those 3 pathetic individuals would also be staying here. But why is my room different? I couldn't figure it out right now. I decided to think about it later. What do you want to eat? We only have potatoes. Only potatoes? Potatoes with salt and water, perhaps? It's not much, but it will be replenished by tomorrow. That's all we have. In my room, I only have instant noodles and orange juice. Perhaps it's because the lodging level is low. Jenna took out a few potatoes from the display cabinet, pierced them with a skewer, and put them in the hearth in the middle of the room. While the potatoes were cooking, I explored the lodging. A long corridor stretched inward, with rooms arranged along it. Currently, there weren't many rooms and the facilities were mediocre, but as the lodging level increased, it would gradually become larger and more spacious. At the beginning of the game, you can have up to 20 heroes. You need to upgrade the lodging to summon more heroes. That's how the system in Pick Me Up is implemented here. I didn't expect it at first, but the potatoes were delicious. Chapter 11, If You Want to Survive, Ride the Wave Well Part 1. The training continued the next day. After 3 days of training, the schedule was somewhat established. In the morning, we did basic exercises like running or push-ups. Jenna followed along with the exercises I did. I didn't stop her. Once the basic exercises were done, weapon training began. Well, calling it weapon training might be an overstatement. For me, it was just swinging a wooden sword, and for Jenna, it was shooting arrows at a scarecrow. But we didn't slack off. While swinging, I could feel the distribution of strength and the correct posture gradually being grasped. I could tell just by looking at the skills that appeared in the status window, like beginner swordsmanship and shield techniques. But even if I tried, I would still fall far behind a knight who had learned proper swordsmanship. It would be different if there was an expert to guide us. Even sparring would give us some sense of it. However, I was alone. Jenna had her main equipment reinforced with the bow, so I couldn't ask her to spar. The other 3 didn't come to the training ground. Sometimes I could see them muttering about finding an exit or escaping in a corner of the plaza. Of course, there was no way out, and so 2 more days passed. Today was different. Jenna and I faced each other in the training ground. Are you really okay? I am fine. I tapped my shield with the wooden sword. Jenna had a bow in her hand. I realized that both Jenna and I needed more practical training. Fighting with a sword was tough for her, but there was another way. You might get hurt, you know? As long as I don't die, it's fine. There were a few times when I swung the sword too forcefully and hurt my wrist, but the injured wrist quickly recovered. It seemed like this waiting room had a healing effect. As long as I didn't die from a single blow like Malmont, it would naturally heal. It was one of the training methods I invented last night. Shoot, don't hate me for it. Jenna shot an arrow, right shoulder. I moved my left arm. Thud. The arrow stuck into the shield with a dull sound. I pulled out the arrow and threw it back to Jenna. It came out easily, probably because it was a practice arrow. Again, the shooting practice continued. For Jenna, it was shooting practice against a live opponent. For me, it was shield technique training to block incoming arrows. I added one more condition here: blocking arrows with the shield while attacking the adjacent scarecrow. It was training to attack and defend at the same time. I also changed the target of the attack. First, the head, then the chest, and finally, the legs. What I am doing now is similar to drawing a circle with my right hand and a square with my left hand. I had to divide my concentration into two. Puff, I sank to my knees from a sharp pain in my calf. The arrow didn't pierce me, but it grazed a chunk of flesh. Are you okay? Don't worry about it. As I knelt for a moment, fresh flesh grew over the wounded area. I stood up and flicked my right foot. It was nothing. I could move. You should think of another way too. The enemies won't just stand still, they'll attack you. Do you want to just stand there and shoot? Jenna followed my training tips. Shoot while moving. It was mobile shooting. As my concentration waned, I started getting hit by arrows more frequently. Some were fatal, but I managed to survive. The wounds healed, but the pain remained. Do I really have to go this far? Negative thoughts began to creep up. But I didn't stop. It's okay if it hurts. It's proof that I am alive. What I've achieved right now is still not enough. I have to climb the tower. That's the only way to survive. And Han S beginner swordsmanship has leveled up to level 2. Han S beginner shield techniques has leveled up to level 2. Han has acquired the skill pain resistance. As expected, I obtained pain resistance, known as the essential passive skill for warrior classes. If I level up pain resistance to level 10, I can evolve it into a top-tier skill called Battle Endurance. It's an A-rank skill that maintains a hero's combat power until the very moment of death. What's left is Composure. It's a sub-skill of Combat Logic. If I raise Composure to level 10, I can obtain Combat Logic. And if I raise Combat Logic to level 10, I can acquire the ultimate skill, the Enlightened Mind. With the Enlightened Mind, I can even prevent any mental abnormalities in the spiritual realm. On the contrary, it would be nice to have skills like Frenzy, Battle Madness, or Berserk. However, my strength lies in my extensive knowledge of pick-me-up. Going into a state of madness that leads to losing reason was dangerous to me. I shouldn't get excited in any situation. I must observe the situation calmly. During the tutorial and the first battle, I couldn't do that. In the future, if end up in such a state, I will eventually learn a skill like Frenzy, and that won't be beneficial. Composure and Frenzy were incompatible skills. Keep that in mind. Among the thousands of skills in Pick Me Up, there are a few that synergize, and I know every combination to create synergy. And so, a few more days passed. Amkina didn't log in for a while. He seemed busy. I didn't consider the possibility of him quitting. Even if he didn't log in, there were other things that we could do. I swung the wooden sword at the scarecrow. I blocked the arrows with the shield. Cutting and blocking. They shouldn't be considered two separate actions. They had to be combined into one. Arrows flew at me. After doing this for a few days now, I did no longer need to carefully watch the arrows until the end. I raised my shield to where the arrows would come and stabbed the scarecrow's neck with the sword. Yes, the sword and shield are one. I regarded the sword and shield as a single weapon. Ding, Skill Awakening. A new skill is born from Han S beginner swordsmanship and beginner shield techniques. Han has acquired the skill intermediate sword and shield techniques level 3. A refreshing sensation surged through my entire body. It felt as if the sword and shield had become a part of me, a strange sense of unity. That's it for today. I lowered my shield. The wooden shield was covered in dozens of arrows, resembling a hedgehog. It wasn't just my skills that improved. Jenna also gradually added conditions to her archery practice. Shooting while walking, shooting while running, double shots, and so on. Jenna's beginner archery skill had reached level 4. As Jenna put her bow back into the quiver, she asked, "It seems like the master isn't coming. What if we don't return like this? Do we have to stay trapped here?" Anxiety flickered in Jenna's expression. I chuckled. If he doesn't come in a month, what if the master doesn't come in a month? I don't know, we will have to wait and see. I returned the sword and shield to their original positions. Welcome to Pick Me Up. The tiger really does come when called. Loading complete. TOUCH? Select. He came. I said, I am glad. I was getting restless just training. You seem to adapt better than me, don't you? Well, I am a bit audacious. According to what she told me when we were having breaks, Jenna had been living alone in a remote forest. She said that her father, who used to come home once a month, died in a fight with a monster a year ago. Chapter 11. If you want to survive, ride the wave well Part 2. When we came out to the plaza, Ysel was dragging the three of them out of the inn. Come out, I said, come out. When the master returns, come out to the square. Why don't you listen to me? Wanna get scolded? I raised my gaze to the ceiling. Strictly speaking, there was no ceiling in the waiting room. Instead, a faint gray sky floated above. This sky would shine brightly with a radiant light when the master entered. Apart from messages, I could also obtain information through this display. Are you trying to make us fight again? I don't like it, I hate it. Do you want money? I've got money at home, let me go back. I am tired of eating just potatoes. Oh, I am really going crazy. Annoyed, Ysel exploded. A straight punch, like a flame, shot out from her adorable hand. Quack! Hey, I am busy with other stuff, you know. I'll make it clear, come out now, or it will be your last day here. The three looked at each other. So that's how you wanna play, huh? Loading, after a while, the three of them stood in the plaza. Blood was smeared under each of their noses. Open, rift of space and time. Tip/make disobedient heroes go in circles. Responsiveness increases. Ysel, you've really gone all out. The rift of space and the arsenal was opened. After taking our weapons, and as we entered through the rift of space and time, the mirrors immediately began to shine. Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon. Current floor -2, the light faded. Floor 3. Mission type subjugation. Objective annihilate the enemy. Goblin level. 5x4 field type, planes. This time the enemies we're facing are 4 goblins. Curer. 3 of them were armed with swords and shields. The one in the back held a crossbow instead of a throwing spear. Their armaments and tactics have improved. It was a natural change as we climbed the floors. The goblin who finished loading aimed the crossbow at me. It happened before he could pull the trigger. Swoosh! An arrow flew from behind and pierced through the goblin's forehead. Jaya! The goblin exaggeratedly fell over and died. I told you, I will be useful. Jenna smiled. I kept running forward. Before they could mount a collective attack, I struck from this side. First, one goblin. The goblin crouched its upper body and raised its shield. However, there was an opening. I twisted my shoulder and stabbed the sword into it. The second goblin, he charged with his shields raised. I clashed with him and sent his shield flying. I had the advantage in height, weight, and strength. I seized the opportunity and slashed his throat. The last one. Perhaps it got scared, as it took a step back. I approached it slowly. An arrow pierced through the goblin's shin. It was a difficult area to block with a shield. After he lost his balance, I plunged the sword into its heart. Stage cleared. Jenna leveled up. Reward 7,000 G, leather CX1, iron or CX1, MVP Jenna. Being selected as the MVP of a battle grants bonus experience points. This time, Jenna was the MVP. It seemed that the first crossbow goblin she killed had earned her high points. Do they still have no intention of fighting? The 3 of them only looked at us with uneasy eyes. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't want to share experience points with those guys. If they don't contribute to the battle, they won't receive experience points. We returned through the rift of space and time. Oh, already? It was a bit too easy this time. It wasn't that the enemies were too easy, it was that we had become stronger. We could feel it. The training was not in vain. The sword and shield moved more smoothly, and there were no gaps in our movements. Is it all over? Then Toby was about to leave but froze in place. The door leading to the plaza was still closed. The mirror on the left began to shine. Select floor, floor 1. Do you want to retry? Yes, select, /no, it's not over yet. Jenna firmly grasped her bow, wearing a determined expression. Seems like we're going in circles. He must have been influenced by Ysel's tip. Though the experience points and rewards decrease when retrying a floor already cleared, Mkina seemed to prioritize safety over advancing another floor. Mission type subjugation, objective annihilate the enemy. Goblin level, 2x3 cure, swoosh, Kaya, one goblin's head was instantly pierced and it died. Jenna immediately shot the second arrow, then pulled the bowstring. The arrow struck the chest of a goblin that was blankly staring at its fallen comrade, and Jenna pulled the bowstring for the 3rd time. Stage cleared. Reward 1,000 G, MVP Jenna. Jenna just posed victory to me. Hehe. The mirror shone again. Floor 1. Mission type subjugation, objective annihilate the enemy. Goblin level. For X2, as soon as the location changed, I ran forward. I heard the piercing sound of an arrow splitting the air from behind. I swatted away the arrow with my shield. What are you doing? Shut up. Daring to hog all the experience points for yourself. I mercilessly slaughtered the 2 goblins without any hesitation. Stage cleared. Reward 1000 G, MVP Han. After repeating 2 more battles like that, we were able to exit to the plaza. Is it over? I don't know either. Jenna turned her head abruptly in response to another party member's question. During the 5 battles, they did nothing. They even found the leisure to gossip behind us when they saw us overwhelming the monsters. Jenna, with her lips pursed, spoke. This is getting really annoying. How long do we have to keep covering for them? It ends today. And they don't seem to have any intention of changing. Well, it seems like Master has enough leisure to feed those parasites. Master, synthesis is starting. Drag and drop the hero you want to sacrifice onto the hero you want to synthesize. The sacrificed hero will disappear. The door to the synthesis chamber opened. Chapter 12. If you want to survive, ride the wave well. The opportunity presented itself. From what I saw, it was truly abundant. Even though the intricate details of our battles were bypassed when transmitted to the Master, it didn't mean that the Master was completely unaware of the situation. He could still gather enough information to know who was at the forefront of the fight, who was most active, and even who was slacking off at the back. Bookmarking Han, bookmarking Jenna, it seemed like there was no room for the same mistake again. Ysel appeared and shouted. Jenna, Yellens, head to the synthesis facility. Now, synthesis facility, where is that? Can't you see the door on the right? Just go in there. Yellens looked at me with an anxious expression. What now? Do you want me to help you? If you had even pretended to fight, I would have tried to help a little. Just like Shay did with me, I was willing to make some concessions, even for a single goblin. Even though I completely ignored him, I still spoke to Jenna. Go ahead. Nothing will happen to you. I'll be back. Jenna left, walking with determined steps. On the other hand, Yellens couldn't bring himself to move. Why aren't you going? What will happen if I go? You'll face judgment for what you've done. I was unreasonably dragged here in the first place. That's your opinion. Well, look at that. We're on the same page for once. A mischievous smile played on Isel's lips. I am tired of changing diapers for you kids. Get in there already. I'm not going. Is that so? Ysel pushed Ellison into the synthesis facility. The door closed. Do you really want to synthesize? Yes, select/no, synthesis complete. Yellens turned into light and disappeared. Jenna leveled up. Acquired Eye of the Eagle skill, a while later. The door of the synthesis facility opened, and Jenna walked out with a bewildered expression. What happened? That man turned into light and disappeared. Those who are useless in this place become sacrifices for those who are useful. Next is my turn. Which one of you will it be? I looked at the 2 of them and spoke. The door of the synthesis facility hadn't closed yet. Next, Han Toby. Are you going to send me back home? Ysel seemed too bothered to answer and tossed Toby's wrist. I followed and entered the synthesis facility. Beneath the synthesis facility, surrounded by walls of metal, a purple magic circle glowed ominously. Is it finally over? I'm going back home. I am leaving, he murmured with an ecstatic face. Think that way if you want. I didn't have the energy to retort. Who would want such a death? I would rather die fighting. Toby gradually disintegrated, disappearing. Synthesis complete. Toby turns into light and disappears. Han leveled up, acquired composure skill. When we came out to the square, the synthesis facility had closed and didn't open again. The remaining one, Aaron, stared at me blankly. I smirked and patted Aaron on the shoulder. You got lucky. Why didn't they come back? Did they die? They might have gone back home. Why do you want to try it too? Aaron raised his head as if he had gone mad. Then he spoke with a distorted face. You bastard, did you know about this and didn't tell us? If I had told you, would you have believed me? Aaron's body trembled, but he didn't rush towards me. He just let out a deep groan and went back to the dormitory. I spoke to Ysel. Is today's schedule over? No, wait. Master hasn't logged out yet. Ysel twirled in the air and disappeared. After a while, a system message appeared. Constructing facilities. Please touch the desired facility type. You have chosen the subsidiary building forge for armory level. 1. Would you like to construct it? Construction requires 500 gems. Yes, select/no a forge, huh? Well, since we've accumulated quite a lot of materials, it was time to synthesize equipment. Master, if you're busy in reality, how about allowing the hero to take autonomous actions? You might obtain special rewards. Tips/the hero's autonomous actions is one of the core features of Pick Me Up. Allowing the hero to act according to their own will even when the master is not logged in. The results of their actions vary depending on the hero's disposition. Yes, select/no, master, would you like to end the session? Yes, select/no, then goodbye. The rainbow-colored sky turned gray. It was the end of the Pick Me Up session. Is it over? Jenna asked. For now. What about those people? They probably died. People who are deemed unnecessary by the master disappear in that room. Upon hearing me saying that, Jenna looked a bit troubled. Why are you so gloomy? When did you become so whiny? When the time comes when I am no longer needed, will I disappear too? Her expression was nonchalant, but her hand was trembling. As the floors go up, the monsters we have to fight will go stronger, and the humans who are summoned will also become stronger. If we die, we either die at the hands of enemies or become sacrifices. It's one or the other, I see. It seems that you know everything about this, don't you, Opa? I asked Jenna. Do you want to live? Yes. Then follow your father's words. My father's words, Jenna murmured as she looked at me. If you want to live, ride the wave well. I passed by Jenna and returned to the dormitory. I took out orange juice from the refrigerator. I stretched my legs on the black sofa and lay down, gulping it down. It was amazingly refreshing. Ysel, come out if you're here. Who are you to tell me to come out? I'm getting tired of that repertoire. Change it up a bit. Ara, Ysel charged at me. I stayed still. Ysel couldn't bring herself to touch my body and only swung her fists in front of me. You've had a hard time too. Huh. Noisy. By the way, the tips that were sent to Mkina, was it you who sent them? What's it to you? What does it have to do with you? It does. Chapter 12. If you want to survive, ride the wave well. I gulped down the juice from the plastic cup. Then tossed the cup onto the counter. Goal, can you access the internet? The internet? Yes, if you can interfere with the pick-me-up system, then you must be able to access the internet too, right? Why do you keep asking? There are good things that would happen if you answer. I can. Web surfing is my hobby. Then the tips you post must be based on the forum strategies. Draw 10 equipment gachas, then level up the training center to level 1. After that, open the forge. It was the most popular post on the official Pick Me Up Cafe, with 20 million views, 5 million recommendations. The strategy was shared on various other internet magazines and translated, spreading worldwide. It was posted by a user, and the author's account name was Loki. The post roughly described the facilities used and the methods of selecting and raising heroes. Do you know Loki? I do. I am also a pick-me-up user. Ha, you're just a low-level pup running around on the lower floors. You can't be compared to Loki. The master of masters, he's the god of pick-me-up. If Loki had only 7-star heroes, he would have been the world's #1 long ago. I chuckled. Why do you like Loki? Because he can turn the impossible into possible. Oh, he makes the impossible possible. Don't you know that as a pick-me-up user? I actually know that because I am Loki. What? I am Loki. Now, who are you kidding? Account number 46,631,913. Isel's eyes popped out. This guy, he also knew the account number. Only the master and pick-me-up server officials could know the account number of pick-me-up. Masters never reveal their account numbers because it could lead to hacking. Yes, no, are you Loki? You don't believe me? I can even give you my Google account. Check out my YouTube channel. I even told her the email and password for the Google account. Ysel disappeared in a flurry, then reappeared after a while. Do it. What? Sign it, you idiot. Ysel handed me a pen and paper with a flushed face. I took the paper, quickly scribbled on it, and handed it back. Ysel pressed her lips against my rough doodle. Yes. With this, I am also a VIP member of Ragnaroki. What's Ragnaroki? The fan cafe of the Master of Masters, Loki. You need Loki's signature to become a VIP member. Was there such a thing? It's news to me. And what's this Ragnaroki? The naming sense is the worst. Oh, anyway, Master Loki, speak casually. It's awkward. Are you really Loki? Really? It's true, so there you go. Kaya, Ysel, who had been hopping around, suddenly regained her senses and said, Wait, so I've been speaking arrogantly to Loki all this time? Right now, I am just a lowly 1-star. Does it really matter? I called Loki a pup. Ysel started to panic. I couldn't quite grasp the emotional shift. Sorry, if I had known that you were Loki, I wouldn't have said that. Really? Calm down a bit. I wasn't really angry. Why did Loki come to this place, Aarg? Ysel grabbed her head and screamed. What kind of situation I am living in? Was it that shocking? I can't understand. This is almost at the level of being an obsessed fan. Ysel, who was sulking with her split hairstyle, suddenly stood up and said, Wait. What happens to Niflheimer if you're not here? Niflheimer is the waiting room name for my account. It consists of a total of 13 floors and is known as the pinnacle of infrastructure construction among ranker types, with a capacity of 20,000 residents, a training center at level 22, and an armory at level 18. All that for what? Master of Masters, that master ended up in this situation in the end. It meant nothing. Thinking about that, I let out a deep sigh. I didn't think about that. Are you thinking of quitting? What else can I do in this situation? But if Master Loki is not here, if you're so disappointed, then send me back. I can't do that. Ysel bowed her head with a gloomy expression. I know. This girl is nothing more than a mid-level admin, getting caught in the middle of superiors and work obligations. Anyway, the owner of this waiting room is a human from Earth, right? Yes. Great, she calmed down, and she's now cooperating. I decided to take this opportunity to ask about the things I was curious about. The summoned heroes are not artificial intelligence either, right? That's right. The affiliated worlds are slightly different, but they're all humans. If I climb the tower up to the 100th floor, can I return to Earth? That I don't know, you don't know, I am serious, believe me? Fine, next question, who brought me here? I can't answer that. You're not helping. Sorry, let's move on. As you said, if I climb the tower, I'll probably find out. Next question, how much access do you have to the Master's authority? Right now, I can display help, open and close facilities, and assist with autonomous actions. Next, this is the key to the question. Are other Masters' waiting rooms the same as this one? They're slightly different in detail, but the basics are the same. Are there really 100 million worlds like this? I burst into laughter at the ridiculous scale of it all. I can't believe that what was just a game is now a reality in another world. My casual decisions could have been a death sentence for the heroes in the game. If I ever return to Earth, I decided to climb the tower in a way that conserves the heroes as much as possible. I'll exclude those who can't fulfill their roles. The way heroes can contribute to the Master is not limited to just battles. While this waiting room has most of its functions locked, as the grade increases and the functions are unlocked, non-combat heroes can find ways to contribute to the Master. If this waiting room's grade were higher, even those who died meaninglessly might have had a role. They were just unlucky. But what can you do? That's how the world is. I wonder if the Niflheimer crew is doing fine without me. If the heroes there are still alive, they would have noticed my absence by now. I won't be able to go back for a while, but it should be fine. In Pick Me Up, there's a feature where designated heroes operate the waiting room when the Master is absent for a long time. So Pick Me Up also had the title of an idle game. Saris will handle it on her own. Saris, the submaster of Niflheimer, was unusually intelligent and wise. She accomplished 2 tasks when given one, and she had the talent to understand what I wanted. Seriously, it's hard to believe she's an artificial intelligence. Anyway, I can't help them. They have to figure out how they can live without me until I survive this place. I am here now, and I've decided to find a way to live here. Ysel. Yeah, do you wish to climb the tower? Ysel hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Listen carefully, I'll make it possible. Me and you will climb it. This time, she nodded her head without hesitation. Floor reached, 3rd floor. Autonomous actions are finally enabled, and the forge is open. The scope of activities has expanded. I'll have to speed up the progress starting tomorrow. If Ysel helps, it should be more than possible. Leaning against the sofa, I looked up at the ceiling. The ashen sky remained the same. Chapter 13, Laying the Groundwork Part 1. The next day. As usual, I cooked and ate ramen before heading to the training camp. Jenna was waiting for me. We did some warm-up exercises together before starting our running routine. Jenna was running on the track as usual. After lightly sweating from the run, we were about to start the stamina training when Jenna unexpectedly spoke up with a determined expression on her face. "Excuse me, Opa, what is it? I am in your hands. Did you eat something bad again? You said you'd survive if I start training with you, so I want to do it even more intensely. From now on, I am going to be in your hands." Jenna bowed her head. She's quite determined. "You said you lived alone up until now, didn't you?" "Yes." "Are you lying?" "No, Jenna swear that I've been living alone. I haven't even held hands with a guy." I chuckled and said, "Relax. Don't strain your shoulders. I won't try anything funny like that." "Yes, as long as you don't think about useless things like now and just focus on your tasks, you won't die, so don't worry too much." "Thank you for your kind words." I said, "Don't strain your shoulders. It's annoying. I'm not a master. If we establish such a hierarchical relationship, it'll just bother you. Even if it bothers me, I'm okay with establishing a hierarchical relationship. Opa, please consider me as your #1 subordinate." "Who said you're Loki's #1 subordinate?" "Here it comes." Ysel exclaimed with a childish expression on her face. "I am the #1 subordinate. You're out. Why are you here? Why are you next to Loki? Like a sly fox. Do you know who this person is? He's different from a lowly woman like you. Pick-me-up's god, the master of I covered Isel's mouth and dragged her outside the training camp. I let go of her hand at a corner of the square. "Why are you like this? Don't show off to that kind of woman. You're mistaken. I'm not the master here. Don't say things like I came from Earth or I am Loki." "Got it. If you don't listen to me, I won't talk to you. But are we good? Or do you have some objections?" "Ah, okay." When we returned to the training camp, Jenna was looking at Isel with a stern gaze. "Anyway, Loki, Han, I am your #1 subordinate, remember?" After giving Jenna a reproachful look, Isel disappeared. I shouldn't have said anything to her. My head starts to ache. What's wrong with her? Just ignore her. She's just a fool. And strictly speaking, my #1 subordinate would be Saris. In Niflheimer, I have subordinates who can be considered close to me, up to #5. They are level 99 with various ultimate skills and possess the 5 divine artifacts I painstakingly created. I'll probably meet them as I climb the tower. We continued with our training routine. While doing push-ups, I checked my stats, which had been enhanced through synthesis. Han Yslat level 7 exp 13/50, class novice, strength 19/19, intelligence 13/13, stamina 18/18, agility 18/18, skills low-level swordsmanship level 3, pain resistance level 1, composure level 1, T/N. It says swordsmanship, but I think it's just a mistake. It should be shield and swordsmanship. My strength increased by 2, stamina by 2, and agility by 2, resulting in a total stat increase of 6. However, my intelligence decreased by 1, so the overall growth value is 5. Considering that the base growth value for a 1-star is 4, this is a remarkable change. The efficiency of leveling up has increased by 20%. Furthermore, I obtained the composure skill that I desired. Indeed, synthesis proved to be the most efficient method of growth. Now it's time to examine Jenna. Jenna level 5 exp 22/40, class novice, strength 16/16, intelligence 13/13, stamina 15/15, agility 19/19, skills low-level archery level 4, Eye of the Hawk level 1, a typical archer type. In the previous synthesis, she even gained the Eye of the Hawk skill, which enhances eyesight. As her level and rank increase, she can transition from a thief to an archer and eventually to a sniper. Stamina training is complete. As my level increased, the training gradually became easier. I discussed with Jenna that we would increase the intensity starting from tomorrow. We would wear sandbags and run or reduce the fingers used for push-ups. As the level of the training camp rises, more diverse methods will become available. After lunch, we regrouped at the training camp. That's when something unexpected happened. In a corner of the training camp, a young man with short hair stood with a determined expression. It was Aaron. He rarely even showed up in the square, let alone the training camp. Aaron came up to me energetically. "Excuse me, what is it?" "I'm busy. Let me join you too. Join us? I want to fight too. I want to be of help to you. So please teach me how to fight. Aaron bowed deeply. I am sorry. I was a fool. I was only causing trouble. But now things will be different. Just once, please trust me. How can I trust you? Well, if you want, I'll even kneel. Please seems like you've come to your senses. Jenna jabbed me with her elbow. I smirked. Hey, why yes. Have you ever fought a monster? Aaron shook his head hesitantly. Before coming here, I didn't even know if such things existed, let alone fight them. It's a matter of determination. The determination to fight even if it means dying. No, the determination to fight and survive. I swiftly threw a spear from the weapon pouch. What's this? It's a spear. Spear. I am not an expert either, but I heard it's the easiest weapon to master. Give it a try. Do you know the principle of balance? What's the principle of balance? Close range, mid-range, long range. Jenna pondered for a moment and clapped her hands. Ah, close range, sword, mid-range, spear, long range, bow. These three make up the principle of balance, right? That's right. When three inexperienced people form a party, it's one of the most efficient methods. Chapter 13, Laying the Groundwork Part 2. For one-star individuals without any special skills, if they are sent out randomly, it usually ends in a simple brawl. Naturally, in such cases, the survival rate of heroes hits rock bottom. That's when the concept of party composition based on the principle of balance emerged. First, the swordsman takes the lead and assumes the role of a tank with a shield and sword. The spearman assists the swordsman from mid-range, serving as a secondary tank and dealer. And the archer takes the main role in sniping and dealing damage from long range. If role distribution is carried out organically, not only combat power, but also survival rates skyrocket. That is, if the roles are properly fulfilled. Shall we see your skills? I lifted my wooden shield and took hold of my wooden sword. Aaron stood there, holding a spear, looking uncertain. What are you doing? Aren't you prepared to fight? Fighting? Aren't you going to teach me first? You expect me to teach you when I've never even held a spear before. Well then, I learned on my own too. You can learn on your own as well. Be grateful that there's someone to spar with. When I first came here, I fought against scarecrows alone. Aaron adjusted his stance, but his frightened expression was evident. Hiya, Aaron shouted with a strange vigor as he thrust his spear forward. His body was filled with tension, and he closed both his eyes. As I took a step to the side, the spear cut through the air. It wasn't a fight of life and death. If he gets scared like this in a simple spar, how would he fare in an actual battle? I swiftly pulled the spearhead toward me with my left hand, holding the shield. Aaron stumbled and fell to the ground. Get up. Is this all you've got? If I were a monster, you'd already be defeated. I'll get up. It's inevitable for his stance to be awkward. To a skilled individual, even I would appear hopelessly clumsy. The problem lies in his mindset. There's no drive, no desire to win, no cool-headedness in seeking weaknesses. It only appears as if he's forcing himself to do it because he doesn't want to die. An hour passed. Aaron lay sprawled on the floor of the training camp. His chest moved up and down without a moment's rest. In contrast, I had only broken a sweat. There's almost a double stat difference between me at level 7 and Aaron at level 1. However, no matter how much my body and skills may be superior, it's somewhat disheartening that he can't even touch me. It's not like the difference is overwhelmingly vast. Get up, let's go again. I can't anymore. Well then, don't come tomorrow. Aaron turned his body over and slowly got up. His whole body was covered in sweat. Jenna said, shouldn't we take a break? I'm not planning to carry your baggage. If you can't keep up, I'll leave you behind. Aaron held the spear unsteadily. Do you have any family? My younger sister is waiting. You're better off than me. I have no one. I flicked my wooden sword. If you're going to do it half-heartedly because you feel sorry, don't do it at all. If you come out like that, you'll die at the hands of a monster. It'll be much more painful than dying through synthesis. Do you understand? I want to protect my sister. Protect her? You need to go back alive first. Aaron's gaze suddenly changed. That's more like it. I am coming. After the training ended, Jenna took the completely exhausted Aaron to the dormitory. Although he still couldn't land a hit on me, Aaron achieved the feat of making me use a shield. He even started attempting techniques like swinging rather than just thrusting. It was progress. If he polished his skills a bit more, I wouldn't have to worry about him holding us back. The next morning, Aaron joined the training ranks. He was far behind us, huffing and puffing while carrying the sandbag, but he didn't seem to have any intention of giving up. He perked up whenever his sister was mentioned. After lunch, we began the sparring session. This time, Aaron sparred with Jenna instead of me. Jenna needed a secondary weapon in case she dropped her arrows or couldn't use her bow. Luckily, there was a decent wooden dagger available. Spear and dagger. There was no comparison in reach or power between the weapons, and Jenna had never handled a dagger before either, but she consistently overwhelmed Aaron. Why is she a 1-star? I felt that the ranking system was unreasonable. After that day's training came to an end, Aaron returned to the dormitory with a self-deprecating expression. I went easy on him. Don't get cocky, I flicked Jenna's forehead. It hurts. Why did you do that? I am your first subordinate. Did I ever ask you to become my subordinate? Tusk, tusk. I stuck out my tongue and walked out to the plaza. Jenna hurriedly followed. You know it was a joke. You're such a bully. Anyway, come with me. I have something to do. What is it? Y'all find out if you come along. I stood in front of the steel gate at the corner of the plaza. The plaque on the gate read storage. I sell, open the storage. Wait! Creak with an old sound, the gate opened. We entered the storage. Inside, there was a large metal rack with hundreds of compartments. Most of the compartments were empty, but there were scattered items in some of them. At the entrance of the storage, there was a wheeled cart. So it's like this. I pulled the cart at the entrance and pushed it towards Jenna. Follow me with this. What are you planning to do? Stop asking questions. I dragged the complaining Jenna and walked towards a corner of the racks. In the top compartment, there was a package wrapped in brown paper, resembling a bundle. I took out the package and inspected its contents. Iron ore C. Inside the package, there were iron ingots. I placed the paper-wrapped iron ore into the cart. Looking at other compartments, there were also leather and timber. I selected a few and placed them inside. Han has exported 6 iron ore C, 3 leather C, and 4 cardboard C from the storage. Before I knew it, the cart was full. I took Jenna and walked back to the plaza. Open the armory. Yes! The armory doors began to open. What on earth are you planning? We can't keep using old iron swords forever, can we? We had the materials, the blacksmithy was open, and autonomous actions were enabled. So naturally, we had to make weapons. Chapter 14, Laying the Groundwork Part 1. I am different from the typical heroes. I was aware of that. The system logs that appear while the master controls the game were visible only to me. There's one more thing here. It's the ability to bring up the stat window. And this is where things change from this point on. It means I can interfere with the system with my own will, even if it's just a little thing like this. I recalled my conversation with Ysel from last night. Ysel said that the stat window I bring up doesn't appear on the master's screen. I am a being that is half master and half hero. This is what I am in this world. In that case, it might be possible to intrude into the areas allowed only for the master. I picked up a wooden shield and a bow from the armory. Stay here. Jenna handed me the cart full of materials. Blacksmithing level. 1. I opened the small iron door that appeared on the left side of the armory. A rush of hot air hit me. Inside the blacksmithing area, there was a small blazing furnace, an anvil, and various tools for crafting. You're finally making something. Ysel appeared and circled above my head. Perhaps it was because of the fire in the furnace her cheeks were flushed. Let's give it a try. So, Loki, what are you making? Levitine, or maybe BRNN Hilda, Stormbringer, Pragar? Here. I didn't have any materials, and the facility level was low. There were no assistant agents to help with the crafting. On the other hand, if the conditions were sufficient, as Ysel mentioned, I could create such a super-grade weapon, but it wasn't the right timing yet. Open the equipment crafting window. Okay. A hologram window appeared, shimmering on one side of my vision. It was the exact screen that appears when you press the Equipment Synthesis tab in Pick Me Up. Equipment crafting in progress? I pressed the crafting button at the bottom of the screen. The screen changed, and a window asking for detailed conditions appeared, so it works. Type, normal, form, longsword, method, casting. You have selected casting. Are you sure? A penalty will be applied. Yes, there are 3 methods for equipment crafting. Reinforcement, which enhances existing weapons, casting, which creates new weapons from materials, and commissioning, which entrusts the entire process to a skilled blacksmith. Please insert the materials. I put 2 iron ores, 1 piece of leather, and 1 sheet of cardboard into the furnace. The flames in the furnace roared fiercely. Is this how you insert the materials? Yes, that's right. Just like that, I touched start at the bottom of the equipment crafting window. Insufficient facilities. A penalty will be applied. No blacksmith available. A penalty will be applied. No blueprint available. A penalty will be applied. Success rate. Extremely low. It will fail unless extraordinary luck accompanies you. Prepare better conditions and give it a try. Are you sure about this? Do you want to proceed with the crafting? Yes/no, I flicked my finger. It's been a while since I crafted, but the sensation still lingers at my fingertips. With a low facility level, no blacksmith, and no blueprint, it's a triple penalty. However, this level of challenge is nothing to me. Manually crafting? Manually. Good choice. A hologram screen appeared in the center of my field of vision. The screen was composed of thousands of lines, resembling a grid. In the middle of the screen, I saw the longsword I wanted to create. The image of the sword was rendered in pixels. Ting, insufficient facilities. A portion of the horizontal axis rotated, distorting the sword. Ting, no blacksmith available. A portion of the vertical axis rotated, deforming the shape of the sword. Ting, no blueprint available. The intact sword vanished, and the screen was covered in white and black dots. It was similar to a toy cube. By rotating the screen horizontally or vertically, you could solve the puzzle. The only difference was that the puzzle target was a polyhedron. It was a kind of mini-game. Of course, most masters didn't bother with such a tedious game. As long as the conditions were met, it could be automated. Please select the puzzle difficulty level. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. Super Hell. Super Hell, despite the triple penalty, just for fun. You have selected the Super Hell difficulty level. Do you really want to waste the materials like that? I won't stop you. 15x15. 15 lines on the horizontal axis. 15 lines on the vertical axis. For Super Hell, the time limit was 3 minutes. The image on the screen shook and rotated once again. Now I couldn't recognize the form at all. Puzzle start. Why did they create such a useless feature? Hardly anyone uses it except for a few genuine maniacs. Does this puzzle have any deeper meaning? Since it wasn't an ordinary game, there might be something more to it. But for now, I couldn't tell. Elapsed time, 27 seconds. Major success. Han has crafted a well-forged longsword C. A single sword sprang out from the bottom of the furnace. Well-forged iron sword, grade C. Masterpiece. Sturdy, lightweight, and sharp. While the base materials are crude, they have been complemented with an unbelievable level of craftsmanship. Just a C grade. Considering the materials, there's nothing I could do about it. This time, I threw a crude bow into the furnace. As I inserted the materials needed for reinforcement, I pondered. There are 2 types of bows. The short bow, which emphasizes portability and rate of fire. The long bow, which prioritizes range and penetrating power. But it's not the time for a longbow yet. She would need a longbow starting from the floors where large monsters appear. I chose the normal type, short bow form, and reinforcement method. The weapon to be reinforced was a crude E-grade bow. The minigame began. Major success. Han has crafted a balanced short bow C. I also decided to make a spear. Major success. Han has crafted a sharp halberd C. Lastly, I reinforced the shield. Major success. Han has crafted a sturdy iron shield C. This is the hand of a god, the legendary hand of God. Kaya, I pushed Isel, who was charging toward me. That's enough. Although I'd like to make more items, I've already made enough to catch the eye. I don't want unnecessary misunderstandings from the master. Even if I am an independent existence, in the end, I am just a single hero. I am not allowed to use essential functions like summoning or synthesis. Equipment crafting would have also been impossible without Isel's help. I put the crafted weapons into the cart and left the armory. Jenna looked at the weapons and her mouth dropped open. How did you do this? Don't ask. It's dangerous. To be precise, I used cheats. The type of crafting I just did isn't allowed for heroes. When you observe how the crafter craft equipment, it's an analog process of carving wood, tanning leather, and smelting iron. This is why I was hesitant. But I was fortunate that it was possible. Jenna took out a bow from the cart and tested it. The quality, it's amazing. Jenna smiled and placed the bow on the display stand. Next, the sword, spear, and shield were also displayed in the armory. With this much, won't people who come later try to steal them? That won't happen if I ask the master to use the exclusive weapon function. Don't worry. As we left the armory and entered the square, the armory door closed with a creak. Chapter 14, Laying the Groundwork Part 2. The sky was gloomy ash gray. Whether it's morning or evening, it's the same shade of gray, but the landscape changes slightly depending on the time. For example, a bright gray in the early morning, a dark gray at late night, therefore it was already night. Back to potatoes, Jenna sighed. Are you tired of eating potatoes already? Of course. 3 meals a day, potatoes, potatoes, potatoes. I'll throw up just looking at potatoes now. Jenna expresses dissatisfaction with the lodging. I am starting to feel limited by my ramen-focused diet as well. Should I consider changing the lodging? Han expresses dissatisfaction with the lodging. Tips/improve your facilities to create a pleasant environment. It boosts the morale of the hero. Well then, the message I just received will be presented in a report format when the master logs in. He could ignore it though, and if he does, we'll just have to endure. Is there any other way? After parting with Jenna and returning to my room, I read the strategy guide I wrote. I checked for any mistakes and determined the direction I should take. Things were going well. The next afternoon, Aaron finally learned low-grade spear techniques. He's still somewhat clumsy, but he has reached a level where he's not completely helpless. I was able to move beyond fighting against scarecrows and practice against humans for a more diverse training experience. After throwing Aaron off guard, I stood tall before him. Mama, whoop, save me, whoop. Aaron feels favorably towards Han. Is this guy a pervert? And the next day, welcome to pick me up. The sky sparkles in white. Even without reading the message, I could tell. I closed the notebook with my goals written on it and stood up from the chair. As I stepped out into the square, I saw Aaron with a tense face and Jenna with a nonchalant expression waiting for me. Relax. I patted Aaron's shoulder with a smile. In the master's perception, Aaron might be at the edge of a cliff, but if we stick to the practice, we can avoid the worst-case scenario. As long as he shows minimal performance, he won't be disposed of. The current one party hadn't even filled up the required number of members after all. Come to think of it, I don't see any windows. The master isn't open, rift of the time and space. Han, Jenna, Aaron. I'm going even if you don't call my name. Jenna was eager to enter. Does this mean he'll proceed with the strategy of just using the 3 of us? That was also one way to do it, but this is not it. It's true that the difficulty level of the tower's floors wasn't high at this point, but just adding a level 1-star hero to an experienced party would only be a hindrance. But we can't do anything about it. I entered the armory, picked up a sword and shield, and then threw the spear to Aaron. What's this? Don't ask, just use it. If you keep second-guessing, 2 days of hard work would go to waste. Thank you, but don't trip over your own feet. I'll keep that in mind. How long are you going to keep talking to me formally? Just relax. Then, Hyung-nim, just looking at his face, he looks older than me. Hyung-nim, I'll do my best. Well, that's enough. Jenna then smiled and said, let's all do our best together. We entered the rift of time and space. The mirror on the left side shimmered and the location changed. The wind blew through the dense trees, carrying a sense of anticipation. Whoosh, it's a forest. Floor 4. Mission type subjugation, objective annihilate the enemies. Goblin level, 4x3, harpy level. 6x2, the goblins that we got familiar with, and the harpies. Upper body of a woman, lower body of a bird. Just as expected, they look disgusting. The troublesome thing about harpies is that they fly in the sky and primarily attack from hard-to-reach heights. I said to Jenna, you take care of those harpies. I had a feeling you'd say that. I wanted to try using the bow you gave me properly, and now I can. You protect Jenna. The harpies will be specifically targeting her. My sword cannot reach where the harpies are. Aaron, with his long spear, was perfect for dealing with them. I swiftly swung my iron sword. The grip feels good, and the weight is just right. The blade gleamed a pale blue, almost as if it were glowing. Truly a weapon I created. It can't even be compared to an old iron sword. The shield made of solid iron also exuded a smooth shine. There are no long-range attackers. The goblins armed with swords and shields approached us while leaving the harpies in the air. For this battle, we decided to wait until the goblins approached. Going out to fight would be fine, but once I leave, the formation will break. One of the fundamental principles of combat. Swordsmen must fight enemies within the reach of their allies' spears. An arrow was shot from Jenna's bow. The arrow pierced the wing of a harpy on the left. Kie. The harpy with the arrow in its wing charged at Jenna. Aaron, Aaron swung his spear wildly. Aaron feels fear. All stats decreased by 30%. This guy whoosh. Fortunately, I took a step forward. The spear's shaft swept past where I was standing. That guy, he got too excited. He didn't swing his spear around wildly like that in the training ground. I was about to say something, suddenly pull yourself together. Jenna slapped Aaron's cheek hard. A single stream of blood trickled down from Aaron's nose. This battle was Aaron's first real combat experience. Until now, he had only been a spectator from the sidelines. I understand. Both Jenna and I experienced fear during our first real battle as well. However, Aaron didn't have a second chance. If you fail again this time, you die. Is that okay with you? Don't be disheartened. I will do my best. Aaron's spear started to find its target. The fear didn't dissipate, but at least he managed to keep the harpy charging at Jenna away. After that, it was smooth sailing. Aaron and I took defensive positions to protect Jenna, while Jenna shot down the harpies and goblins one by one without any hindrance. Stage clear. Aaron leveled up. Rewards 10,000 G, leather CX3, iron ore CX2, MVP Han, Chapter 15. Laying the groundwork Part 1. I returned through the rift of time and space, swiftly wiping off the blood on my sword. It's finally over. Aaron collapsed, vomiting bile. His entire body was drenched in a cold sweat, and the hand gripping the spear trembled. Are you all right? Fine. Jenna patted Aaron's back. After Aaron calmed down, we walked out to the plaza. As the rift closed, Aaron, with trembling eyes, looked at the sealed entrance of the synthesis chamber. What will happen to me? I don't know. In truth, Aaron didn't contribute much in the recent battle. He played the role of a link between Jenna and me, but he mostly just stabbed or swung the spear aimlessly between us. Still, it was better than nothing. Added Aaron to favorites. You will be okay. Really? Can't you tell? The door is not opening. I am alive. I am still alive. Aaron kneeled down, raising both hands in triumph. Registered well-forged steel sword C to Han, exclusive equipment. Registered sturdy iron shield C to Han, exclusive equipment. Registered balanced short bow C to Jenna, exclusive equipment. Registered sharp lance C to Aaron, exclusive equipment. Why isn't the armory opening? Shouldn't we return the weapons? Jenna said. I received a message stating that the exclusive equipment had been registered. Exclusive equipment referred to a system that bound specific items to a hero. No one other than the designated hero could use exclusive equipment. Therefore, there was no need to store them in the armory. The master wants us to keep them. We don't have to return them. Awesome. Does that mean I can practice with this bow instead of the training bow? Jenna's eyes sparkled. As I nodded, she cheered and embraced the bow. The wooden weapons available at the training grounds were different in weight and size from the actual weapons we used. It would be much better to get used to the weapons we would use in real combat. Can we go back now? It seems like it's over for today. It's not over yet. Wait a bit longer. Even though the rift, synthesis chamber, and armory were closed, the light in the sky didn't fade. I walked slowly toward a corner of the plaza and sat down. Nina, I am going. Wait for me, Aaron shouted. I looked at him, then at Jenna, and then said, bring him along too. Jenna dragged Aaron, who was performing some strange ceremony while kneeling, and joined me as I watched what Mkina was doing. Pop-up. Would you like to purchase the new package for 65,001? Yes, select/no. A holographic screen appeared with a package containing blue gems and gold coins. New package, a one-time jackpot offer for new masters. 5,000 gems and 300,000 gold for only 65,001. This amount will be added to your phone bill for the next month. Are you sure you want to proceed with the payment? Yes, select/no. Please enter your payment password. And now loading, payment complete. The items have been delivered by mail. Please check. What does the master want to do? It seems like there's no fighting and nothing happening. Well, he needs money if he wants to do something. Money? Didn't you say yesterday that you're tired of eating baked potatoes? Here you go. To put it simply, Pick Me Up is an idle game. Unlike other mobile games that give gems for completing missions or hold events where gems are generously given away, Pick Me Up has very few of those. Even though there might be a grand event for new masters or whatever, in reality, they give you a total of 1,000 gems over a span of 10 days. Even with 1,000 gems, you can't do much. You could easily spend all of them on 2 paid gacha pulls or 2 basic facility constructions. The ways to acquire gems, a premium currency, for free and Pick Me Up are limited. Like I thought, you were thinking about spending money. He's having fun. The diverse reactions of the heroes and the realistic battles. Surely, to Amkina it feels like he was controlling actual humans in the waiting room instead of data composed of zeros and ones. Amkina's identity began to show gradually. First, his login time was fixed. There was a high chance he had a job with set commuting hours. Unlike when he first started playing, randomly going for battles and summoning 1-star heroes, he was steadily expanding the facilities for a while now. And today, he even used the function of exclusive equipment that couldn't be known through in-game tips. There is a high probability that he had looked up strategies on Pick Me Up-related websites. If he's a user who reads strategies, he can predict where to spend those 5,000 gems. Constructing facilities. Please touch the desired facility type. You have selected dormitory level 1. Would you like to expand this building? Yes, select/no. The dormitory has reached level 2. The limit on the number of heroes you can have has increased. You have selected the dining hall, a subsidiary building of the dormitory. Would you like to construct it? Yes, select/no. The plaza shook. Due to the unexpected vibration, Aaron and Jenna started panicking. I focused on the rapidly appearing completion windows. You have selected the carpentry workshop, a subsidiary building of the armory. Would you like to construct it? The workshop, a subsidiary building of the armory, the training ground level. 1. The dining hall is complete. High-quality meals will be provided to the heroes. The carpentry workshop is complete. Bonuses will be given for equipment crafting. The workshop is complete. Bonuses will be given for equipment crafting. The 3 subsidiary buildings of the armory, the forge, carpentry workshop, and workshop, are combined to create the new facility, the equipment crafting hall. The training ground has reached level 2. The training efficiency of heroes will increase. Great! As a result of the proliferation of facilities, the plaza evolves to level 2. Various items appeared in the plaza that were just blocked before. Benches made of wood, small flower beds with blooming flowers, and a fountain. The previously barren atmosphere gained a bit of vitality. Of course, Jenna and Aaron were astonished to the point of their jaws dropping, as there seemed to be objects materializing out of thin air. I summarized the current situation and explained it briefly. Both of them already knew that this place is ruled by a being called the Master. Doesn't the waiting room improve as you go up the floors? Is the Master a grand sorcerer? Oh my, to think such a thing is possible, grand sorcerer. In a sense, that could be the correct answer. Chapter 15, Laying the Groundwork Part 2, can we finally say goodbye to days of baked potatoes? If there's a dining hall, things might improve a little. It won't change drastically, but it will be better than now. Yes, Jenna jumped up and down in excitement. Aaron also seemed to be in a decent mood. What just happened could be considered as a reward for their victory. They will likely benefit greatly from the tips. If we fight harder, can we eat expensive dishes too? As long as it doesn't seem useless to the Master. I'll settle for the finest steak. I am satisfied with turkey, Hyung Nim. Both of their faces lit up. On the other hand, I remained cool and composed. Seeing me expressionless, they started to subtly observe my reactions. Aaron spoke up. Do you have any bad news? Just remember that if any seemed useless to the Master, it gets discarded. Got it. They nodded their heads. Don't forget that, that's all. Well, keep that in mind, Hyung Nim. I'll work harder too. Looks like 3-star heroes will start appearing soon. Maybe even 4-star, or perhaps even 5-star. Currently, we are in charge of the main strategy party in this waiting room, but that's only because there aren't enough people, and it can change at any time depending on circumstances. I looked at the summoning portal. The door of the summoning portal was always ready to open, even now, and sure enough, Master, initiating a 10 consecutive summon. Exciting to see which heroes will appear. Jenna, who noticed the open summoning portal, raised her voice. Oh, the portal opened, Opa. It seems we're done being the leaders. Now it's time to welcome the guests. It's not a paid summon yet. It was a common summon using gold. Tak-kak, doo-doo-doo. Tada, common. Master Mkina, common. Master Mkina, after a while, 10 men and women walked out into the plaza. By now, after seeing this phenomenon happening more than twice, it didn't seem odd anymore. They noticed us as they wandered around the corner of the plaza. A man with a shaved head approached us. Who are you? Did you bring us here? An anxious expression. His voice was trembling. The reactions are all the same. Jenna said in a bitter voice, it's not us. The person called the Master summoned you. The Master? Who is that person? A magician? Something like that. And who are you? Why did we come here? Send us back immediately, please. Calm down. I rubbed my temples. I've heard the same thing so many times, it's giving me a headache. Hey, you, why are acting like we're bothering you? Tell us who brought us here. I have no intention of explaining it to you right now. You wouldn't believe it anyway. Figure things out on your own. When you come back to your senses later, you can find me. What are you talking about? Who are you? I said, be quiet. I slightly unsheathed the blade from its scabbard. The man's face stiffened upon seeing it. They were unarmed, while we were armed with swords, shields, bows, and spears. The man couldn't utter a word and turned away. I am not some kind of compassionate figure like Jesus or Buddha, and I don't have the energy to explain things one by one. Hyung Nim Aaron seemed a bit troubled looking at me. Why don't you go and try to persuade them? Tell them they have to fight monsters to survive? Do you think they'll believe you? They'll have to experience it firsthand. By rolling their bodies, they'll inevitably come to realize it, even if they dislike it. Welcome to the tower, chickens. Isel appeared and stretched out her chest. It seemed like she was trying to impose a sense of intimidation. It was amusing to me, but not to them. Who are you? Be quiet and listen carefully. If you keep wandering off and murmuring, you'll regret it. The crowd fell silent. Isel looked satisfied, then raised her head and spoke. Any of you are carpenters? A young man with an ordinary appearance raised his hand. You, go over there. The young man silently moved to the left. Next, anyone who was a blacksmith. This time, no one raised their hand. Isel lightly licked her lips and spoke for the last time. Anyone who was a cook? I can cook. The middle-aged man who spoke to us raised his hand. Then you go as well. The man rolled his eyes and walked towards where the carpenter was. What are you doing? Jenna wondered. We're dividing roles. A dining hall needs a cook and a blacksmith needs a blacksmith. If a facility is created, it requires the appropriate personnel. I couldn't help but recall the middle-aged man, Ryle, who was summoned during the first initial 10 consecutive summon. He was said to be the head of the carpentry workshop. If he had been summoned this time, he could have been assigned to the carpentry workshop. In the current situation, it's like deciding your military occupation before enlisting. If you have talent in cooking, you become a cook. If you have talent in driving, you become a driver. Similarly, Isel, who received the master's orders due to the newly established facilities, is assigning job classifications. Haha, what a lucky bastard. I looked at the young man who was silently surveying his surroundings and spoke. With the carpenter and the cook jobs gone, there were a total of 8 remaining individuals. Forming a party. Drag and drop your heroes. Zeeth joins party 2. Hansen joins party 2. John joins party 2. Open up the Rift of Time and Spax. Isel said excitedly. If you don't have any special talents, y'all have to roll your body. Chapter 16, Laying the Groundwork Part 1. Zeeth, Hansen, John, Teddy, come out. The people whose names were called flinched. A man with a mustache stepped forward and spoke. Calling us here without any explanation and telling us to do this and that without any justification, isn't it too much? At the very least, some explanation should be given. Yes, you're right. Oh, really? Isel said with a grim expression. If you go in there, monsters will appear, you just have to fight them and win. What? Why do we have to fight monsters? That doesn't make any sense. That's why I don't like 1-stars. Isel grabbed the man's wrist and threw him into the rift. The people gasped at the tremendous force emanating from her petite figure. You have 2 choices. Either go on foot or fly. Fight monsters. Even so, the 3 hesitated but eventually entered the rift. The door closed. It is unreasonable. Summoned without even knowing anything and forced to fight monsters. I know how absurd and unjust this is. Even I wished I had been given at least the minimum amount of time to prepare. But that would be too good to be true. There is a term called screening in Pick Me Up. As one of the techniques in the game's mechanics, it is the simplest way to classify usable one-star characters. The method is really simple. Just throw the newly obtained one-star characters into the dungeon. By doing that, John has returned to the goddess embrace. His determination will be remembered forever. The inexperienced heroes who cannot adapt to the situation are automatically filtered out. The challenge floor is probably the first floor. On the first floor, a few young goblins armed with old swords appear. They are the lowest of the lowest level monsters. If even the first level one-star characters, who know nothing, handle it calmly, it can be easily overcome. Teddy has returned to the goddess embrace. His determination will be remembered forever. If you're unlucky, the entire party may be wiped out like during the initial 10 draw. But no more death messages are displayed. Fight monsters, we can't do that. We can't. One man sitting on the bench stood up abruptly. Yslat, who was on surveillance duty, disappeared into the rift without showing herself. The man quickly began to move away from the square. You shouldn't go. Jenna blocked his path. She was also the type who suffered and worked hard. Why? Why should I do that? If you leave, what will happen to those people over there? 3 men and women were huddled together near the rift. I don't know, they'll fight and die. I guess I'm going to run away. How about we escape together? The man grabbed Jenna by her arm. Leave me alone, I can't escape anyway. Seeing how she refused his offer, the man passed by Jenna and tried to open the door to the dormitory. It didn't open. This time, he pulled on the door of the training ground. It was locked. Neither this door nor that door allowed the man entry. Damn it, fuck. The man started banging his head against the wall. After a while, 2 survivors returned. Both of them were young boys, their faces pale like ghosts. Yslat recited the next party's roster in a dull voice. Dika, Deckard, Sigler, Chloe, Eek, the woman whose name was called knelt down. Aaron, who had been tightly closing his eyes in frustration, stood up and approached them. What are you doing? It's not your turn, so get lost. I'll fight with them too. What? Yslat's eyes widened in surprise. Jenna and I were equally astonished. Hey, big brother, were you always like this? You really can't judge a person by seeing him once. I chuckled and said, Yslat, recommend Aaron as a party member. He may still be lacking in actual combat, but he's not bad. But Yslat hesitated for a while, alternating her gaze between me and Aaron, and then disappeared with a poof. Aaron wants to join Party 3. Will you allow it? Yes, select/no. If Jenna or I had applied, we would have been rejected. Only Aaron, who is at level 2 and can gain experience even on the first floor, was eligible for this method. Aaron took hold of the hand of the weeping woman who was kneeling and lifted her up, saying, If we regain our composure and rely on each other, we can survive. Don't worry. Aaron drew the spear from the back at once and then waved it. It was a display of his ability to protect them. He almost twisted his wrist during the process, but they didn't seem to notice. Their faces were filled with deep relief. Aaron, yes, Hyungnim, it's good that you're helping, but don't cause us any further trouble in the process. Understood. Aaron nodded. He seemed to understand the meaning of my words. Aaron entered the rift with the 4 others, and the door closed behind them. The only ones left are these 2. I checked the status window of the young man who used to be a carpenter. He had a skill called Apprentice Carpenter. It seemed like he really was a carpenter. Since Amkina assigned him to the carpentry workshop already, he would do his part. On the other hand, the man with his head shaved was diligently sweating and cautiously looking around. When our eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. Can't they hurry up? I want to eat. Jenna, sitting on a chair, kicked her legs impatiently. I tapped her on the head. Why did you hit me? I don't know if she has any awareness or not. The 2 survivors of the first battle were on the verge of death. Jenna quickly glanced in their direction and said, They'll feel better after eating a delicious meal and resting. Isn't that right? Hey, one of them who had his mouth tightly shut started vomiting. See, he must be emptying his stomach to eat more. She's turning into a demon. This is a whole new level of indifference. With no messages appearing in front of me, I couldn't help but smile a bit. Noticing that, Jenna whispered softly into my ear. They succeed, didn't they? What? You laughed. Did I? You laughed, I definitely saw it. Jenna whistled as if she was laughing at me. Chapter 16, Laying the Groundwork Part 2. Aaron's group returned. No casualties. The 5 of them went and all 5 returned. I said, Aaron, how many goblins did you take care of? 1. Good. He understood my intention. I carefully examined the status windows of the 4 individuals. Each of their levels had increased by 1. It meant that they had somehow participated in the battle. In the first battle when Aaron and the other 2 joined us. At that time, me and Jenna fought while the other 3 watched from behind. Eventually, 2 of them ended up as sacrifices in the synthesis facility. I knew what will happen to them, but they wouldn't have understood and didn't feel the need for it. In that sense, Aaron might have had a different talent than me. Is today's schedule finished? Just a moment, it seems like it's finished. Ysel trailed off. The rift had closed, but the light in the sky was still lit. You can go back. Yay! Jenna was the first to leap up and run towards the dormitory. Aaron approached me with an uneasy expression. Hi, young Nim, the sky is still bright. He's just watching us, like a god watching over the world, like a lord inspecting the city. He was observing the process and results of what he had created and achieved. Our voices couldn't be heard. There was no conversation. This waiting room we were in went through layers of filters, with most of it omitted and only a small portion transmitted to the master. Still, to him, this game would feel like another world. I, too, couldn't forget the excitement from that time. Do you want to keep standing there all day? I said to the newbies fidgeting behind me. They hesitated but followed along. They entered the dormitory through the door Jenna had opened. Jenna was sprawled on a leather sofa. She pried it with her hand and then breathed in the scent of the cushion. For now, I decided to leave her alone. The dormitory had become noticeably more spacious. The living room, which was the first place you saw when you opened the door, had expanded to the point where it could be called a lobby. Even with 11 people, it didn't feel crowded. The floor was covered in soft carpet and warm light spilled from the fireplace. The facilities have definitely improved. I headed towards the restaurant inside the lobby. A large dining table and chairs were set up between neat interior decorations. There was a kitchen further inside. Display cabinets revealed various cooking utensils such as knives and ladles. I opened the cabinet below. In addition to potatoes, there were bottles containing seasonings like salt, sugar, and butter. There were also several types of fruits like apples and grapes. Potatoes are still the main ingredient, huh? Well, it's better than just baked potatoes. It will get better as time goes on. When the weekly dungeon opens, we can personally gather cooking ingredients. I returned to the lobby. I spoke to the man who was sweating profusely. You can cook, right? Yes, I can. Recommended list for cooks. Dolph, as the chef of the restaurant, do you want to appoint him? Yes, select/no. It seemed like Amkina is having the same idea. A message appeared, appointing the facility manager. You're in charge of our meals. It's your responsibility now. Ray, responsibility? Why don't you like it? If you don't, go out and fight like the others. Dolph's complexion turned pale. He bobbed his head up and down. Dolph also witnessed the 2 who didn't return to the plaza. It's dinner for 11 people. Can you handle it? I'll try my best. Dolph stumbled into the kitchen. We're finally saying goodbye to baked potatoes. Jenna, who had been fidgeting on the sofa, let out a cheer. I looked at the sky again. It seemed like he had no intention of logging out. I couldn't go back to my room like this. If I opened the door to the dormitory, a clearly different place would appear. I didn't want to show any odd signs to Amkina. Hi, young Nim, isn't it time to talk to them? I was thinking the same. Since dinner is ready, we can do it while eating. As the number of people increased, there were a few necessary items. We need a clock. Han wants a clock in the dormitory. Will you install it? It will consume 3,000 gold. Yes, select/no. A pendulum clock appeared in a corner of the lobby. Gasp. The woman who saw that scene took a sharp breath. I checked the current time. It was 6:45 p.m., the perfect time. I said, everyone gather around. I will explain the rules of this world. They needed at least some explanation. The waiting room was not a place that functioned solely by one's own power. We took our seats at the dining table, and a while later, Dolph came out with the food. It was baked potatoes. Jenna made a disappointed face. Jenna expresses dissatisfaction with the food. Well, it's not my fault. There were no other ingredients. He didn't even peel the skin off the potato. I had to peel it off myself so I could take a bite. It had that familiar taste. Han expresses dissatisfaction with the food. Tip/if many heroes express dissatisfaction with the food, try acquiring different ingredients or changing the chef. I sighed. I had a hunch, and it turned out to be true. Dolph didn't have any cooking skills in his status window, but just because there were no relevant skills didn't mean it was impossible. However, it seems he didn't even bother himself to do a mediocre job. On the contrary, when I quietly observed the other woman, who was probably in her early 20s, with long black hair tied down. The name displayed in her status window was Chloe, and below that, there was a cooking skill attached to her status window, nice and big. Chapter 17, Laying the Groundwork Part 1. Why didn't you say anything when we asked for a cook? Me, yeah you, isn't your name Chloe? Yes, from now on, y'all be the cook. Recommended cook list. Chloe, would you like to appoint Chloe as the cook? The current cook will be relieved of their position. Yes, select/no, nice job, Isel. Well done, hold on. I'll go and make it again. Lying again when you don't even know how to do it. I could have praised him for being quick-witted, but it was better not to lie if it was going to be caught anyway. Especially if it's a thing that would cause such a fuss. The gaze of everyone, including Jenna, turned cold. That gaze intensified when Chloe brought out the potato dishes. She presented various potato dishes, such as refreshing potato salad with sauce, buttered roasted potatoes, crispy potato fries, and warm stew. It's delicious. I didn't know that potatoes have so many different flavors. Because of the variety of seasonings, Chloe shyly bowed her head in response to Jenna's praise. Dolph remained silent, crouching in a corner. I spoke up. Eat while you listen. I won't repeat it twice. And when the newcomers arrive, tell them the same thing you heard today if you don't want to end up dead from blabbering. I explained the basic rules of this world to the people gathered in the hall. The existence of the Master. And how we can survive only by fulfilling missions. And how with each mission completed, we ascend to higher floors, and when we reach the 100th floor, we can be liberated. I hesitated for a moment but also mentioned synthesis. It was something they would naturally learn anyway. Is that true? Whether you believe it or not, the decision is yours, but you will be responsible for it. People seemed anxious but somehow convinced. At least there were no individuals causing a commotion or going berserk. If you prepare well, you can survive. I've never fought before coming here either. So, everyone, stay strong. Jenna spoke with an energetic voice. Are we going to do different jobs? A young carpenter raised his hand. You and Chloe are carpenter and cook, respectively. You will help us in different ways. I can also do carpentry, Dolph tried to say, but if your lie gets exposed again this time, should I recommend you as the first sacrifice for synthesis? It could be good teaching material. Dolph kept his mouth shut since after. It's true that non-combat roles have a higher chance of survival than combat roles, but there is no room for complacency. The positions are limited, and there is no guarantee that a hero with better skills than the rest won't be summoned. If you're pushed out of your position, there's only one thing waiting for you. Therefore, even non-combat roles had to constantly improve their skills. Master, would you like to end the connection? Yes, select/no. Goodbye then. Satisfied to some extent, Mkina also left the waiting room. After the meal, we distributed the rooms in the lodging. This time, I decided to stay here instead of my original room. There are signs that Mkina's connection time is increasing. I don't know if the Master can see that room or not, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious. I didn't want to attract attention in a strange way. By the way, I didn't know Opa would care about others. Jenna smiled. How can you judge a person based on such a short time? I have good eyes even at a glance. It's obvious. Well, this will be the first. Due to the system of pick-me-up, it was not possible for a small number of people to climb all the floors, so we took minimal measures. As long as they don't all die, they will have to pass on what needs to be done to the newcomers. The next day, the dull daily life gradually changed. When I woke up in the morning, Chloe was busy peeling potatoes in the kitchen. Her eyes were red as if she had cried all night. Shortly after, Jenna came out. Except for the three of us, no one else had come to the lobby yet. We had breakfast and headed to the training ground. The training ground, now at level 2, had noticeably expanded. If the previous training ground was the size of an auditorium, it now looked more like a playground. The straw dummies were replaced with wooden carved ones. There were also shooting ranges for archery, sand pits, and obstacle courses. Aaron, who had arrived at the training ground before us, was training. He was swinging his spear and thrusting it into the air. Jenna and I joined the training afterward. We continued training from morning till evening, solving lunch with potatoes baked in the training ground. There were a few people who arrived at the training ground, but no one directly joined the training yet. They seemed to have understood the instructions, but hadn't fully grasped the reality. And in the evening, the master logged in. This time, the interval was 1 day. Compared to the minimum 3-day intervals before, it had significantly decreased. Considering the time difference between the waiting room and the real world, it seemed like the master had logged in during free time such as morning or lunch. Amkina's goal this time was not us, but the newcomers. Aaron couldn't join the party today, and one person didn't come back. The next day, as expected, people gathered at the training ground. "Please teach us how to fight." A boy with a small build bowed his waist. It seemed like the same thing happened a few days ago. I observed the new recruits in the training ground. All 3 of them were boys of a similar age. One person died yesterday, so there are 7 left. Excluding the cook and the carpenter, there are 5, but only 3 of them are here. I didn't know where the other 2 were. I am tired of fighting Aaron. Let's change things a bit. I threw a wooden sword to each of the new recruits that were standing awkwardly. For now, come at me all at once. Since I couldn't use a real sword against inexperienced opponents, I also picked up a suitable wooden sword. My basic method of training and weapon skills is to study techniques against straw dummies and practice them with Aaron. It included not only simple blocking and striking movements with a shield or sword, but also more challenging actions, such as deflecting or parrying attacks. Now, it's not just one-on-one sparring, but also multi-opponent sparring which is needed. In most situations, I have to face multiple enemies. I couldn't do it before because there weren't enough people, but now I finally have the opportunity. All 3 of them were excited to join. In the middle of the training session, I also allowed Aaron to join to make it harder. Han's low-level swordsmanship has increased to level 4. Thanks to that, I raised my skill by 1 level. As if someone directly injected it into my mind, I gradually began to feel the flow of swordsmanship. It was one of the oddities of this world. Chapter 17, Laying the Groundwork Part 2. A few more days passed. I am coming. A boy with a shaved head thrust his wooden sword at me. I easily dodged it. Then, 2 other boys next to him swung their swords. I swung my sword widely and parried both of their attacks. The opponent's swords were slow to the point of yawning, but not long ago, I was also in the same state. But the gap had widened. Every time my sword moved, one of them flinched. As expected, Hyung Nim is strong. One of the 3 boys, Jid, said. The 3 boys referred to the 3 gathered here. Zeeth, Hansen, and Dika. They were all under 20. These kids must have heard how Aaron was addressing me and started calling me Hyung Nim too, older brother. It's because my level is higher, kid. Level? Y'all find out soon enough. All 3 of them are at level 2. The difference in stats between me and them is at least 7 to 8. It's a gap greater than that between a child and an adult. However, if it were just a difference in strength, it wouldn't have been this overwhelming. I was far superior in additional abilities such as visual acuity and reaction speed. Perhaps it was due to the influence of agility. And above all, the skills. An unknown force was compensating for my swordsmanship. The cause was undoubtedly the low-level swordsmanship I had learned. I could instinctively feel where to move the sword and shield, as well as my legs and arms. It's quite absurd. If it were Earth, such results could never have been achieved in such a short period of time. On the other side of the training ground, Jenna was running while shooting her bow. Every time she released an arrow, it pierced the humanoid target more than 30 meters away. That girl had already reached level 5 in low-level archery. Her low-level dagger technique had also reached level 2. In contrast, Aaron was struggling. He reached level 2 in spear technique a while ago, but hadn't made any further progress. He was the first to come to the training ground and the last to return to the lodging, but that didn't mean new skills would suddenly appear. The 3 boys in front of me each achieved level 1 in swordsmanship. These guys were like withered bean sprouts when they first arrived, but now they're swinging their weapons like they were born with them. Maybe it's because they're around the same age. They started calling each other Hyung, older brother, or Dongsing, younger brother, and even showed a sense of unity. Well, it's better than being crouched down like the others. Several days have passed, but the remaining 2 still haven't come to the training ground. It seemed like they were trying to find the exit. I'll say it again, it's a futile effort. But I don't even care. Figure it out on your own. A few days later, another free 10 draw was conducted. This time, I didn't need to step forward. Aaron and the 3 boys took care of it themselves. Especially Aaron, who volunteered to participate, greatly reduced the sacrifice in the first battle. Only 1 person died during the sorting out process. The number of people is increasing, Jenna said while sucking on a candy. It was a stick candy made by hardening sugar water. Chloe made it for Jenna, who wanted a snack. I was leaning against the sofa in the lobby. Now, staying in the lodging had become familiar. If I didn't think about going to my room, even if I opened the door, it wouldn't appear. Jenna chewed and swallowed the remaining candy and said, "By the way, why doesn't the master go to the 5th floor? It's been quite a while since we cleared the 4th floor." I expected that question to come up. It had been quite a while since we cleared the 4th floor, the area with harpies and goblins. So far, the main party consisting of me, Jenna, and Aaron had been conquering only the 4th floor. The other sub-parties were still staying on the 1st or 2nd floor. Of course, we're not going. The difficulty sharply rises with each multiple of 5 floors. It was a kind of boss stage concept. If Amkina did his research, he would know that sending us to the 5th floor like this is a dangerous act. We were lacking in levels and equipment, not to mention the number of people. We need 2 more members. A party can have a maximum of 5 members. The candidates to join our party are probably 2 of the 3 boys. They seemed to adapt quickly, perhaps because they were young. They showed enthusiasm and eagerness. Zeeth even said with a smile that he thought this kind of life was better than farming or hunting. We'll see if he keeps thinking that. The tutorial of pick-me-up is over, but the practical tutorial is not yet finished. Today, Aaron told the newcomers that if they keep their wits about them, it's not a big deal and they can definitely survive. So far, that's true, up to the 4th floor. I know how devilishly difficult it becomes afterward. How many deaths await us in the battles ahead. Even after the sorting out and repeated training at the training ground, I can't guarantee with 100% certainty that I can survive. Even below the 10th floor, there were countless trap missions with extremely low success rates, such as survival missions. However, I didn't feel like telling Jenna this fact. Chapter 18, Mission Type Survival Part 1. The Master's logins had become more frequent, catching everyone's attention. Almost every day, the sky would light up, signaling his connection to the world. That meant they were logging in 3 times a day in Earth time. Sometimes he would log out without doing anything, but other times, Han, Jenna, Aaron, and I, the members of the party one, would take charge on the lower levels. He even sent out sub-parties after finishing screening. During the second round of 10 free draws, we struck gold by acquiring a blacksmith and a tanner, which kick-started the operation of the equipment forge. And guess who was the lucky one to get chosen as the blacksmith? Yours truly, Han. The reason was pretty straightforward. I had managed to create a C-rank weapon before using the most basic materials. I may not have had any blacksmithing skills to brag about, but the algorithm saw something in me and assigned me to the forge. After a series of epic failures where I blew up the materials about 10 times, I was finally sent to my rightful place. The production process was fully automated, leaving it entirely in the hands of skilled craftsmen. Luckily, our newly arrived blacksmith knew the ins and outs of weapon forging. Working in collaboration with the tanner and the carpenter, they embarked on crafting various equipment. The main focus was on producing shoddy E-rank swords and wooden shields. These items were distributed to the fresh-faced heroes who had recently joined our ranks, significantly boosting their chances of survival. As for the main party, they received the better gear. Aaron and I were fitted with E-rank leather armor, while Jenna was equipped with a trusty short dagger as her secondary weapon. Admittedly, the quality wasn't top-notch, but it beat walking around in our birthday suits, so we decided to make the best of it. Ever since Amkina got the wrong idea about me, I had no intention of creating any more equipment. If I were to craft something, it would be after finding a way to deceive the master's watchful gaze. Unfortunately, the three who hadn't contributed much were eliminated through synthesis. They were the ones attempting to escape without ever revealing themselves in the training grounds. Among them was Dorf, who had deceived us all on his very first day here. With the synthesis completed, the Party 1 members each gained 1 level. I reached level 8, Jenna reached level 6, and Aaron leveled up to 4. Han Yslat level 8 exp 24/60, class novice, strength 20/20, intelligence 12/12, stamina 20/20, agility 20/20, skills novice swordsmanship level 4, pain resistance level 1, composure level 1. Although my intelligence took a hit, my strength, stamina, and agility saw significant improvement. Thankfully, it seemed that the intelligence stat had no bearing on my actual smarts. I wasn't eager to become a complete dullard after all. Let's form a party. Time to drag and drop heroes. Zeeth joins Party 1. Hansen joins Party 1. Finally, 2 of the 3 amigos joined the main party. With their addition, Party 1 reached its maximum capacity. Amkina wasted no time and promptly opened a portal, seemingly eager to put us to the test. We're counting on you, big brothers. Relax, take it easy. Aaron gave Zeeth and Hansen a friendly pat on the shoulders. I couldn't help but chuckle. Look how far he had come. So, are we up for another round with those harpies? You bet. I am starting to grow weary of this routine, though. Jenna couldn't help but yawn, a hint of boredom evident on her face. Once we conquered a floor, attempting it again meant facing the same mission. We had already clashed with harpies and goblins more than 3 times. Floor 4, mission type subjugation, objective wipe out the enemies. Goblin level, 4x3, harpy level, 6x2, same place, same foes. The goblins and harpies spotted us, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Aaron stood a few paces behind me, while Jenna, her bow armed with arrows, positioned herself a bit further away. Zeeth and Harson moved closer, flanking me on both sides. Their weapons of choice were swords and shields. Don't get flustered, maintain formation, I advised. Yes, both of them responded with unwavering determination. Good, none of them are afflicted by the fear status effect. Before joining our ranks, they must have rolled through the lower floors, so they weren't complete greenhorns when it came to real combat. You guys are the shield bearers. No need to forcefully engage in close combat. We have spears and bows covering our rear. Got it. There's a combat style for the weaker ones. It's called formation, a strategy that harnesses collective power rather than relying solely on individual prowess. In the future, as we level up and earn stars, we may ascend to the realm of the extraordinary, but for now, that was not the case. I refrained from entering the battle. To be honest, I could clear this stage on my own. I had tested that out. However, if I took the lead, we wouldn't have had a chance to practice our formations. Kia, 2 harpies swooped in from opposite directions. Jenna abstained from launching a preemptive strike. Instead, she stood watchfully, as if observing the unfolding events, ready to act when needed. Hereat, Zeeth and Harson initiated a counterattack. They swung their swords, skillfully shielding their vital points with their shields. Their strikes carried a considerable amount of force. Zeeth's blade deeply cut through the harpy's wing membrane. In that fleeting moment, Aaron's swift thrust found an opening. The harpy let out a shriek as the spear pierced deep into its chest. Keck! Jenna's arrow found its mark, hitting the goblin square in the forehead just as it was about to assault Harson. Zeeth and Harson steadfastly maintained their defense, prioritizing guarding and retaliating. Aaron's thrusts and Jenna's arrows exploited the enemy's vulnerabilities. We're getting the hang of this. The core principles of formation were coming into play. At this level, we demonstrated combat effectiveness beyond our individual capabilities. The 3 goblins and 2 harpies met their doom without mounting a proper counteroffensive. Stage cleared, Zeeth and Harson level up. Reward 2000G, Iron Ore C x2, Leather C x1, MVP Jenna, Light enveloped the forest. We returned through the rift. That was awesome. Zeeth and Harson exchanged bright smiles and clasped hands. As we emerged, Dika, the final member of the trio, was awaiting us. Restlessly pacing in the plaza, he rushed over as soon as the rift opened, as if it were his ticket to freedom. How did it go? Well, to put it simply, it's satisfying. Zeeth grinned, uttering his words with a playful tone. The three of them greeted me with a respectful nod before entering our accommodation, walking side by side. Mkina had formed a main party of 5 members. This meant that our challenge of the 5th floor was fast approaching. I had anticipated the inclusion of a 3-star member, but it seemed he hadn't considered it yet. Chapter 18. Mission Type Survival Part 2. A few more days passed. Zeeth and Harson exuded confidence. They actively participated in training and had become familiar with forming formations. Now, even if Jenna and I let go of their hands, they could handle the harpies and goblins quite competently. Are we heading to the 4th floor again today? I am eager to see what lies on the next floor. Zeeth ran his fingers along the sword-scarred surface of his shield as he spoke. The rift was open. As always, we stood near the mirror, waiting. It wasn't just me and Jenna. Aaron, Zeeth, and Harson also displayed a sense of calmness. Aisel, yes, today it's the 5th floor, right? Most likely. Really? The 5th floor? Jenna blinked, her eyes reflecting surprise. Gradually, the mirror on the left began to emit a soft glow. I braced myself for the imminent battle. Admittedly, the 5th floor posed greater challenges compared to the previous ones, but apart from a few trap missions, it could be cleared without too much difficulty. I knew all the tricks. This time, things will be a bit different. While having freedom is a good thing, too much freedom might cost you your life. Understood, I'll keep that in mind. One response carried a hint of gruffness. Climb the tower, save the world. Main dungeon. Current floor 4, I let myself be enveloped by the radiant light. And when I opened my eyes again, we found ourselves in an unfamiliar space. It was an urban area, a cityscape made of stone structures. This wasn't the modern style of concrete and cement. Instead, brick-laid roads and a towering central spire caught our attention. I surveyed our surroundings. There was no message indicating the details of our mission. There was a grace period before it would commence. Brother, there are no monsters here, I am aware. Until now, as soon as we were summoned, we would immediately face off against enemies. However, the current situation was different. The city appeared devoid of life, and no monsters were in sight, not even a single civilian. This isn't a subjugation mission. I clicked my tongue in disappointment. I had expected it to happen at least once. Attention, everyone. Let's head to the city center first and assess the situation. Stay in formation. The party members quickly dispersed, adhering to their training and forming a reconnaissance formation. The formation resembled a single line, with me leading the way, Aaron and Jenna in the middle, and Zeeth and Harson at the rear. If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. Understood. We proceeded cautiously towards the city center. Looking back, the low outer walls encircling the city provided a reassuring sense of direction, ensuring we wouldn't lose our way. As we ventured deeper into the city, oddities began to emerge. Zeeth's expression grew uneasy, and he swallowed hard. It wasn't just the dilapidated state of the buildings. The majority of them were either destroyed or in ruins. Debris, such as fragments of bricks and wood, obstructed the streets, occasionally forcing us to take detours. Secondly, there was an absence of people. The deserted city emanated an eerie and desolate atmosphere. Next, what's wrong? Hyung over here. I approached Harson, who was in a frenzy. He pointed toward the interior of a crumbling building, trembling. On closer inspection, I glimpsed a faint, ghostly figure. It was a human's skull. I stepped toward the building, or at least I tried to. But a transparent barrier blocked my path, indicating no entry. What is this place? There are buildings, but no people despite their usual self-assuredness. Zeeth and Harson wore uneasy expressions. Let's continue. The road stretched toward the city center. Suddenly, near the city walls, I noticed a dark brown stain. Although it had dried and become indistinct, I could still discern its circular shape. It's bloodstains. As we neared the city center, the buildings grew increasingly dilapidated. Debris from crumbling structures and scattered human remains littered the area. This city had been ravaged. Upon reaching the central square, the scene remained the same. collapsed structures, and the absence of monsters or people. I instructed everyone to wait, and they took their positions, settling down. Jenna approached me. This is completely different from what we've encountered before. That was just a warm-up. The boss stages on each floor differed greatly in scale and complexity from the others. When will the enemies appear? Let's wait. I am still considering. An isolated city with no enemies or allies. Bloodstains and scattered skeletal remains all around. The mission notification message was still absent. I came to a conclusion. I pointed to the partially collapsed spire. Jenna, can you climb up that spire? What should I do? Go as high as you can and see what's up there. Sure thing. Jenna agilely began ascending the spire. With her practiced movements from navigating obstacle courses, she grabbed onto protruding bricks and ropes hanging outside windows, gradually climbing higher. I think this is as far as I can go, Jenna called out from above. What do you see? Well, the city, and her vision is enhanced by the eagle eye skill. It was the perfect role for her. The city and? Jenna's expression hardened. What's there, Jenna? Aaron shouted impatiently from below. It's the city, and I hope I'm mistaken. She's not mistaken. Wait, hold on. Is this safe? Can we handle it? Oh, tell us. There are hordes of goblins outside the city. They seem to be heading this way. How many are we talking about? 10, 20, 100, thousands. What did you say? There are thousands of goblins heading this way. Warning, Floor 5. Mission type survival, objective survive the incoming enemies. Goblin level, X1846, Chapter 19, Mission type survival Part 1. Goblin, thousands of them. Did I really see that correctly? I wish I could say you didn't. For now, let's get down from here. After Jenna descended, I gathered the party members together. I know exactly what needs to be done in a situation like this. I have observed and analyzed thousands of battles, including gameplay records from other players. Though it may seem impossible, there's undoubtedly a viable strategy. However, the difficulty level of this mission was remarkably high. Hyung, thousands of goblins? Are you sure it's not a mistake? How can the 5 of us? Don't panic, we don't need to face thousands of them. This mission is not about conquering them, it's about survival. We just need to hold out against them for a certain period. Should we hide and wait it out? But where? Zeeth stood up abruptly and rushed towards an empty house. After a while, he returned with a bitter expression. We can't enter the building, not only that, we can't leave the city either. We have to face them here. It's not about hiding, it's about enduring. 5 of us against a goblin army first, let's change our location. The square is not an ideal defensive location. It had streets stretching in all directions, and there were numerous entry points like cracks in the collapsed buildings. If we stayed there, we would quickly be surrounded and annihilated. The enemy has predetermined entry points, and the narrow passages allow us to face only one goblin at a time. How long do we have to hold on? Just 10 minutes. If we can encounter them and endure for that long, we can leave. Only 10 minutes? Then let's give it a try. 30 o'clock, there's no need to specify the exact time. It's a completely unpredictable situation. When a survival mission is assigned in a lower-level area, the party's chances of survival are only 9%. While it may not be a big concern in higher-level zones, survival missions in lower-level areas are notorious for being referred to as hero crushers. Regardless, we will survive. We're merely on the 5th floor. If we were to perish here, the name of the Master of Masters would become a subject of ridicule. Move. Let's find a space where the 5 of us can block the path. Escape deeper into the city? Yes. Assuming that the place where we were summoned is in the southern part of the city, the destruction becomes increasingly severe as we move north. According to Jenna's report, the goblins are also approaching from the north. Therefore, the buildings in the southern part remain relatively intact. We can't take the main road. Let's use the alleyways. The crux of this mission lies in finding a stronghold for defense. We entered an alley adjacent to the main road. The path narrowed down enough for only one person to pass comfortably. We can't simply accept death as our fate. Soon enough, we discovered a suitable space for defense. The alley split into 3 branches. It was too high for the enemies to climb, and there were no openings or crevices. Let's go this way. Although there were a few other options, some had collapsed walls, while others had low barriers that could be easily breached. We were running out of time, so finding a narrow area with a single passage opened and blocked on all sides seemed unlikely. Kaya, the distant sound of goblin screams reached our ears. Come together. We're going to establish our positions. Our positions? Each of us will defend a specific passage. Since the paths are narrow, we'll engage the goblins one by one, regardless of their number, spit thousands or tens of thousands. Can you handle that? Yes, well, give it a try. Zeeth responded with a resounding voice. Very well, let's give it a shot. First, I'll take charge of the left passage, and Aaron, you'll be responsible for the right one. Yes, brother. Zeeth and Hansen, y'all take care of the lower passage together. Take turns when one of you gets exhausted. Remember, you're not fighting as a group, it's all about rotation. Once you're out, don't push yourself and rest properly. Understand? Yes, I'll take the narrowest left passage. Aaron will handle the relatively wider right passage. Since he wields a spear, he'll need enough room to swing it. Jenna asked a question. What about me? Y'all wait at the center of the crossroads. Just wait, don't shoot arrows unless I specifically ask you to. Just wait. If you're worried that I might accidentally hit our comrades, don't be. I am confident in my abilities. That's not the issue. We must conserve the arrows at all costs. Jenna's position is a small open area where the three passages converge. If Jenna were to shoot arrows from there, there's a risk of hitting our allies as well. The person responsible for each passage will position themselves behind Jenna. With high walls on both sides, the shooting angles are quite limited. However, there was another reason for this arrangement. In any case, conserve the arrows. Don't shoot until I give the order. Understood? Yes, though Jenna didn't fully comprehend, she nodded in agreement. Let me share a few tips. Listen closely. Yes. First, try to move the goblin corpses forward as much as possible. Create makeshift barriers with them. The narrower the space for the enemy to advance, the better. Got it? Yes. If you're exhausted and can't hold on any longer, call for Jenna. Does that mean I should shoot arrows then? No, you should hold a dagger and stand your ground there instead. When the assigned person takes a brief rest, you'll switch with them. If it becomes absolutely impossible, then you can shoot arrows, but make sure to retrieve them. Whether the person assigned to that area throws them back to you or you go and collect them. Got it. Jenna's quiver holds only 20 arrows. We have to face thousands of enemies. Arrows should only be used when absolutely necessary. Remember, if any of the three passages get breached, we're finished here. If we get surrounded from both sides, survival will be impossible. Well, keep that in mind. Now, let's take our positions. The four of them dispersed, their expressions determined. Creak! The sound of goblin growls began to echo. 30 o'clock, 30 minutes perhaps, the flow of time in the stage aligns with that of the earth, not the waiting room. However, the timer will start moving from the moment we engage in battle with the goblins. Build barricades before the goblins arrive. Understood. I piled up broken rocks and pieces of wood in front of the path. Don't waste your energy. Swift and efficient movements. Understood. Their response brought me satisfaction. Chapter 19, Mission Type Survival Part 2. We completed our makeshift barriers by stacking objects around us, forming small fortifications. As I glanced back, I saw Aaron, Zeeth, and Hansen doing the same. Kaya, finally, the goblins had spotted us. 2959, here they come. This mission isn't just about protecting myself. If one side gets breached, everyone in the open area will be in danger. I have no choice but to trust Jenna. At first glance, her role may seem the most unnecessary, but the reality is quite different. Given the nature of this mission, we'll inevitably reach our physical limits. If Jenna doesn't fill in the gaps, the defenses will crumble instantly. Kayak, the goblins began to surge into the alleyway. I thrust my sword through the gaps in the stacked wood, piercing a goblin's neck as I passed. The goblin collapsed, blood flowing from its throat. Stack the bodies, build the wall. I repeated the instructions so that my companions could hear. Understood. Then I heard Aaron and Zeeth's distant shouts, and the clash of spears continued. One strike, one goblin. We should aim for their chests or heads, so I diligently stabbed my sword through the gaps. Kia. The goblins also thrust their weapons through the gaps in the barricade. I blocked and countered, swiftly. Another one fell. Beyond the alleyway, on the main road, a horde of goblins had gathered. so numerous that counting them was futile. They seemed eager to get ahead, pushing and shoving each other into the narrow alleys. How foolish some of the goblins must have realized that the fallen bodies obstructed their path. They dragged several corpses out of the alleyway. Despite the narrowness of the passage, the goblins' small frames enabled them to do so. Kaya, a goblin at the forefront, thrust its weapon. It's the same frequent pattern, so I blocked and countered again. Meanwhile, a cunning goblin beneath me started dismantling the barrier. I struck its head with my shield through a gap, and blood splattered from its shattered skull. I glanced back. The other three thrust their blades through the gaps in the barrier, never retreating. "If it gets too tough, let me know," Jenna shouted from the open area. "We still have a long way to go." I raised my sword and slashed, severing a goblin's arm. The arm flew through the air as the goblin with the missing limb swung its other hand with sharp claws, aiming for the barricade and tearing through a leather armguard. I thrust my sword into its head. Immediately, the goblin behind it dragged away the corpse. "Sigh, you idiots, seriously. If they look stupid, they'll act stupid." They're gradually learning. When the front goblin dies, the others wait and then drag the bodies out of the alley. Some even crouched down, gradually pushing stones or wooden planks outside. There was even one who stepped on their comrade's shoulder to pass through the passage. The path slowly opened up. 2648, I forgot to count the dead goblins after the 10th one. These guys are weak. They're like fledglings who would only appear on the first floor. Their bodies are emaciated, and their strength is lacking. However, their numbers are overwhelming. Excessively so. The tip of my sword tore through a goblin's eye, and it let out a desperate scream. The goblin staggered, twisting its body as it tumbled along with the others behind it. The goblins amassed on the main road show no sign of dwindling. Do these creatures feel no fear? Reluctantly, they press forward as if they have a death wish. More than half of the barricade has been dismantled. I swiftly pulled my right foot back. A goblin, squeezing its body through a gap in the barricade, struck where my right foot had been with a dagger. I swiftly drove my sword down onto the back of its head. I looked back. On the right, Aaron efficiently dealt with the goblins, gripping his spear at a shorter length. The disparity in skill is overwhelming. So far, he's been performing admirably. Below, Zeeth was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "Zeeth, switch." "Oh, I can still quiet, switch. You rest, I'll handle it." Hansen, who had been waiting, swiftly rushed out with his sword and shield. Zeeth retreated into the open area, catching his breath. His stamina is still low. That's why I positioned Zeeth and Hansen in the same group. They not only have lower levels but also lack sufficient skills. Whether due to battle excitement or tension, they exert excessive strength with each attack. They tire easily. They're still inexperienced, one well-placed sword strike is enough. One at a time. Relax the body and swing smoothly. Maximize efficiency with minimal effort. Thrust, slash, thrust again. The rate at which the corpses pile up begins to outpace the goblins' clearing speed. 2258, switch again. Hansen? Yeah, got it. Hansen switched with Zeeth. The barricade they were in charge of below is nearly breached. Dozens of tightly packed goblins fill the passage beyond. Some are trampled to death, but there's no sign of concern. That area is the most dangerous. I attempted to call Jenna. One person defends while the other reinforces the barricade. Then, a goblin's head appeared on the high wall of the open area. "Don't let them cross over," I shouted. "You got it." Ping, an arrow pierced through the goblin's head. The goblin, attempting to climb over the wall, fell flat onto the inside of the open area. Goblins on the opposite side were climbing the wall. "Jenna, you handle the goblins trying to enter the open area. Understand?" "Got it." A goblin extended its head from the wall on the opposite side. Jenna's arrow once again pierced through its forehead. "Retrieve the arrows." Jenna swiftly ran to the corpse and pulled out the arrow. Meanwhile, another goblin was climbing the wall on the opposite side. If we allow those creatures to invade the open area, we'll be surrounded. "Hyung Nim, didn't you say we only need to survive for 10 minutes? Dude, it's only been 5 minutes. 1849, Zeeth suddenly held his hand, writhing in pain. 2 fingers on his left hand had been severed and blood spurted out. Chapter 20, Mission Type Survival Part 1. Zeeth is bleeding. His stamina decreases at regular intervals. Switch. Zeeth, are you okay? I said, switch. Don't worry about him. Block those goblins. But the passage on my left is completely blocked. Goblin bodies are propped up against the wall, serving as a temporary barricade. It should hold them off for a while. Jenna, treat to Zeeth's wounds and stop the bleeding. What about the goblins? I'll handle them. Without hesitation, I dashed towards the open space. Just as I reached the area, I caught a glimpse of one attempting to leap off the roof. In the midst of the desperate act, their head was severed and fell to the ground. Jenna tore her sleeve with a dagger and swiftly wrapped Zeeth's wounds, applying pressure to stop the bleeding. My hand, the goblin threat is eliminated. I dragged Zeeth away from the fight. Pull yourself together, kid. Do you want us all to perish? It's only your left hand that's injured. Wield your sword with your right hand. I am sorry, Ure, right, quickly stop the bleeding and collect yourself. If you don't switch with Hansen, hell meet his demise. Yes, understood. Jenna, return to your position once the bleeding is under control. I will. Suddenly, 3 goblins scrambled over the wall and stumbled into the open space. Reacting swiftly, I swung my sword, cleaving through the air. The upper torsos of 2 goblins within reach tilted and fell askew. The remaining goblin met its end as my shield connected with its neck, thanks to its sharp edge. Meanwhile, the makeshift barricade made of goblin corpses started to crumble on the left. Some goblins even attempted to clamber over the mound of bodies. No time for cursing. I pressed my sword against the face of a goblin descending from above. The goblin met its fate, skewered on my blade, frozen in midair. On the other side, 2 goblins were making their way over the wall once more. Using a sword is not ideal. The distance I need to cover is too great, but I refuse to halt. If those creatures make their way towards Aaron or Hansen, our troubles will multiply. With determined steps, I closed in on the 2 goblins, swiftly severing their throats. This time, 3 goblins emerged from various hiding spots. Aren't you over yet? We're finished here. Kiee. The goblin corpses barricading the left passage collapsed, causing a flood of goblins to pour out. I'm heading back. Deal with those wretches? Yes. Jenna rose to her feet and unleashed her arrows without delay. 3 goblins stood frozen, struck simultaneously by her lightning-like triple shots. Meanwhile, goblins that had broken through the barricade were pouring out from the left. Back inside, you scoundrels. I exerted all my strength as I struck the foremost goblin. The creature staggered and, like a line of dominoes, fell, taking down the goblins behind it. I thrust my sword forward without hesitation. Our efforts to defend the open space had consumed valuable time. Paradoxically, the left side had become the most perilous. A goblin's dagger, slipping through the gaps between the corpses, grazed the elbow of my leather armor. Had the dagger been slightly sharper, it would have pierced my bone. Swiftly, I severed the goblin's wrist. If there was an enemy still standing, I dispatched it. I refused to allow any advance. I pushed back with my shield and thrust my sword forward. 1 goblin fell, impaled through the chest, as I continued to drive it in. The goblin horde, consisting of dozens of them, relentlessly pushed forward. My sword won't penetrate. Suddenly, Hansen's urgent cry echoed through the chaos. Zeeth, can you switch out? I shouted I'm okay. I can keep fighting. Switch with someone else. Hansen, step back and repair the sword. 1435, Hansen withdrew to the open space and vigorously wiped the blood-stained blade with his sleeve. Soon, its true condition became apparent, prompting a deep groan from Hansen. The blade was worn down. It was to be expected. It fared better than the old, grade F iron sword, but in the end, it was just an ordinary piece of iron. I faced the same situation. Although the performance difference hadn't affected me yet, I could feel the stiffness in my blade. Even without a razor-sharp edge, I can take down goblins. I struck a goblin with my shield, snapping its neck and causing it to collapse lifelessly. Taking advantage of the brief pause, I surveyed the open space. Dozens of goblin corpses lay strewn about, and there seemed to be no immediate influx of intruders. Aaron wasn't faring well either. The barricade had long crumbled, and the goblin ranks were steadily advancing. Our thrusting speed had noticeably slowed, a visible sign of fatigue. Jenna, switch with Aaron. Yes, but I am not tired yet, step aside. Jenna swiftly leaped forward and slit the goblin's throat. A gush of blood erupted, staining Jenna's clothes, but she paid it no mind as she continued to wield her dagger. Rest when you can. Don't be stubborn about it. Ah, understood. Aaron slumped against the open space's wall, gasping for breath. His spear was splattered with blood, the stains reaching even the handle. 12:35, only 3 minutes left, just hold on for 3 more minutes. Had 30 minutes ever felt so long? Now, I could gradually sense the fatigue creeping in. However, I couldn't afford to switch out just yet. I kept thrusting and jabbing at the advancing goblins. Aaron, switch with Jenna. Aaron swiftly rose to his feet, clutching his spear, and dashed to the right. Aaron hadn't even had a minute of rest. The goblins started scaling the wall again, forcing him back into the fray. Jenna had to leave the open space to deal with the goblins in her area. Stop climbing up already? It's so frustrating. Jenna grumbled as she drew her bowstring. More than half of the arrows in her quiver had been used up. While she managed to retrieve some, many had snapped or become damaged during the process. 11:22, Hugh, huff, huff, huff. Zeeth struggled to catch his breath, his eyes sunken. Hansen, switch out. Yes, yes. Hansen, gripping his sword and shield, hurried towards him, his complexion pale. Jenna, shoot arrows toward Hansen's position. What? But Jenna glanced at the quiver on her back. I knew. There weren't many arrows left. Well, if they break through there, we're done for. Throw rocks at the goblins if you have to, understood. Ping, an arrow pierced through a goblin's throat. The goblin convulsed, clutching a knife in its trembling hand. That knife found its mark in Zeeth's abdomen as he tried to switch out with Hansen. Zeeth's pupils dilated. Unintelligible groans escaped his gaping mouth. Thud. Zeeth collapsed, landing face first. Crimson blood spilled from his abdomen. Jeed has fallen into a critical state. His life is in grave danger. I clenched my teeth. Chapter 20, Mission Type Survival Part 2. This was no time for emergency treatment. If any one of us stepped out, the passage would be immediately breached. Hansen swung his sword, unaware of Zeeth's fading life behind him. Zeeth let out a faint gasp. Foamy blood mixed with his breath, trickling out. Wait! Jenna swiftly rotated her body and unleashed 4 arrows in quick succession. Each arrow found its mark on a different goblin vaulting over the wall. With that, the quiver ran dry. 8:05, Jenna rushed to Zeeth's side. His eyes grew hazy, unaware of what lay before him. Damn it! As her danger came down, the goblin's skull split vertically. Even if there was time for emergency treatment, there was no solution. To pull out the knife embedded in his abdomen, it would unleash a gush of blood like a fountain. Jenna knew there was nothing she could do. She slowly shook her head and rose again, gripping her bow. Zeeth has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His unwavering spirit will be forever remembered. Zeeth, just take over for a moment. I only need 30 seconds, just a moment. Hansen gasped, his words trailing off, but there was no one left to listen. A goblin thrust its spear. I caught it at my side and yanked it out. The long spear slid out smoothly. It had been a while since I wielded such a useful weapon. Gripping the spear with both hands, I thrust it forward. First one pierced, second one 2, third, fourth, all the way to the 6th. I poured every ounce of strength into it. The muscles in my ankles and calves flexed with vigor. I pressed on. A powerful recoil surged back. I clenched my teeth, tasting the tang of blood. The goblins in the passage began to give ground. With unwavering resolve, I drove the spear into the goblin's chest, piercing through to the handle. Qeek, I must have pierced at least 10 of them. A momentary pause befell the goblin advance. I dashed straight to the open space. Hansen, head to the left passage. I'll handle this side. Hyung Nim, what about Zeeth? He's resting, exhausted. No time for words, just go. Understood. Hansen dashed off to the left. He seemed to have missed Zeeth's lifeless body on the ground. The path was blocked by a heap of goblin corpses, granting us a brief respite of 30 seconds to a minute. I flicked my sword, wiping away the sticky blood and fat. In the face of dire circumstances, the hero's spirits awaken. Drumroll, skill awakened. Han S low-rank swordsmanship has reached level 5. Han S pain resistance has reached level 2. Han S calmness has been raised by 2 levels. Now at level 3. Drumroll, skill awakened. Jenna S low-rank dagger mastery has reached level 3. Jenna has acquired the skill swift agility. Being hailed as a hero or sacrificing oneself meant nothing if it led to certain death. Without hesitation, I charged forward. The situation in this corridor was reaching a breaking point. Though trapped in a narrow passageway, the goblins were waiting for the balance to tip, ready to flood the open space in a relentless onslaught. I struck the foremost goblin's head with force. Despite kicking their chests with all my might, they held their ground. The goblins behind them acted as a cushion, absorbing the impact. Well, then let them die right there. I kicked and struck them repeatedly until they met their end, blood spewing from their mouths. 521, Jenna gripped her dagger tightly, swiftly maneuvering across the open space. The arrows had long been depleted. The goblins, undeterred by the towering wall, surged over it one after another. Aarg, Hansen is experiencing bleeding. Health decreases at regular intervals. A cry echoed from the left passageway. Hansen's right arm was drenched in blood, bearing the marks of a brutal slashing. The bleeding was severe, far from a clean cut. We no longer can fight back. Gather in the open space, abandon the passageways, strengthen the walls. The goblins had 4 entry points: the left, right, and lower alleyways, and finally, the stone wall surrounding the open area. To halt their advance, we needed a minimum of 4 people. Remaining in combat readiness were myself, Jenna, and Aaron. Hyung Nim, save me, please save me. If I went to his aid, I would be putting myself in jeopardy. I clenched my teeth. I really had no choice. I made my way towards the open space. Goblins poured out from the lower passage like an unstoppable wave. Where should we regroup? Where? Aaron seemed flustered. His leather armor was unrecognizable, soaked in blood from head to toe. I likely didn't look much better. Jenna, Aaron, stick close to me. Hansen has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His unwavering spirit will be forever remembered. What about Zeeth and Hansen? Are they dead? If you want to mourn, do it after we've survived. The path was open. Goblins flooded out onto the open space, resembling an army of ants. Jenna, Aaron, and I positioned ourselves with our backs against the northern wall. I took the center, Aaron on the right and Jenna on the left. Are we going to die here? Don't speak such nonsense. Chapter 21, Mission Type Survival Part 1. Zeeth and Hansen's lifeless bodies were buried among the horde of goblins, concealed from sight. Hundreds, even thousands, of pairs of crimson eyes stared menacingly in our direction. Jenna, do you see the wall behind us? Yes, I do. Climb that wall. Getting pressured by the waves of beasts, we find ourselves pressed against a towering barrier, with the building's roof sprawling above. Jenna stole a quick glance behind her. But if I climb up, I'll be running alone. Who said you would? Once you're up, I'll follow. Then it's Aaron's turn. You go first and extend your hand to help. Understood. Aaron's condition was beyond words. He wanted to say something, but he was denied the breath to speak, so he gasped for air. They're coming. Aaron, hold your ground, I shouted. I'll lead, go first. Jenna begins her ascent up the stone wall. Kaya, a swarm of goblins descended upon us. I swung my weapon in an arc, revealing the vulnerability of their chests, while Aaron wielded his spear with rugged determination. Avoid thrusting, one at a time. I parried their attacks with my shield, then stroked back. The number of goblins we had to face multiplied significantly. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't block or evade them all. Wounds begin to appear, marking my body. I've made it up. Hurry, I am going. Exerting every ounce of strength, I deliver sweeping strikes. The goblins were torn asunder. Without delay, I hinged and climbed up the stone wall. There were crevices scattered about, offering footings. 312, Aaron, follow up. Hey, Aaron, can't you hear me? Suddenly, Aaron snapped back to reality and turned toward me. Oh, I am sorry. I am coming. Give me your hand. Jenna reaches out her hand. I grasp her hand, stained with both blood and weariness, and ascend onto the roof. Aaron hurried to climb up below. Take my hand. I extend my hand from the rooftop. In that fleeting moment, when Aaron seized my hand and attempts to ascend AAIUGH, Aaron lets out a pained groan. A blade embedded itself in Aaron's calf. The blade was deeply lodged within a crevice of the wall. I can't, Jenna, hold onto Aaron. I grabbed the edge of the roof and descended to the wall. What are you trying to do? I am cutting off his foot. If I cut it off, we can pull him up right away. Got it. With my left hand holding onto the roof, I swung my right sword forcefully. It's not a comfortable position to put strength into, but I have to cut it in one strike. I recalled the feeling of cutting down a straw scarecrow with a single blow. Augh, one of Aaron's legs, splattering blood, fell to the ground. Pull him up. Jenna held Aaron's right hand with both hands and pulled him up. The hot blood flowing from the severed leg stained her face. Phew, I spat out the blood that entered my mouth and climbed back onto the roof. Aaron has suffered bleeding, his stamina decreasing. Aaron seemed to have no strength left, and he collapsed on the roof. I had no time to waste. I quickly stood up and looked below the roof. You got to be kidding me. Countless goblins had gathered below the roof. When our eyes met, the goblins looked up at us and chuckled. Are they giving up? You think they would? One goblin toppled over. Another goblin climbed on top of it. The goblins started building a pyramid. Wow, they're smart. They're smart, my ass. The goblin at the very top managed to find a foothold in the crevices of the stone wall. Gradually, step by step, the goblin that constructed the makeshift stairs climbed up the wall. I surveyed the roof, its worn surface strewn with broken bricks. Without hesitation, I hurled a brick at the goblin below. Quack! The goblin took a direct hit to the face and plummeted to its demise. We need to stop them from climbing up. Got it. 158, soon we even ran off bricks to throw. Now, goblins were emerging from all directions. Jenna tightened her grip on her dagger. Aaron has entered a critical state and is at risk of losing his life. Aaron was laying limp, his condition worsening. He wasn't dead yet, but it wouldn't be long. The bleeding was severe. Use Aaron's spear. Stab them as they come. Jenna held the dagger's blade between her index and middle fingers, launching it at a goblin. The dagger found its mark, piercing the goblin's forehead. Seizing the spear, Jenna began thrusting downward. I, too, raised my sword and mercilessly struck at the climbing goblins. The goblins at the top used those beneath them as stepping stones to descend. However, there were more goblins climbing up than falling down. Nowhere else to run, I kicked away the goblin trying to grab my hand, scanning the surroundings. Damn it! Other rooftops had already been seized by the goblins. They glowed with crimson eyes, fixated on us. Kia, Jenna shouted. What happened? Did you get stabbed? I quickly looked back. It would be dangerous if Jenna fell here. I couldn't fend off the enemy on my own. Jenna was clenching her right hand. She wasn't injured, but she had lost her grip on the spear. I lost the spear. I'll make them regret it. What do we do now? What can we do? Kick them and knock them down. Jenna leaned her body against the sloping rooftop, delivering powerful kicks to the approaching goblins' faces. With cries of pain, they tumbled to the ground. 124, eek. Dozens of hands surged from beneath the roof, grasping their weapons. Green flesh was sliced, blood flowed, yet the goblins paid no heed as they climbed higher and pulled their weapons closer. Clang, unfortunately, I lost my sword. The weapon vanished, consumed by the sea of goblins. Only a blood-stained shield remained. I struck at the hands, reaching onto the roof with the edge of the shield. Severed goblin fingers sprayed blood as they flew through the air. There are too many. How much longer? I can't hold on any longer. 30 seconds, just 30 seconds. It feels like an hour has passed. It's true, trust me, and hold on a little longer. 0:32, my vision grew hazy. Blood covered my right eye, impairing my sight. I couldn't distinguish whether it was my blood or the goblins. My body pleaded for rest. Now, take a moment to rest. You've given your all and more. I had to bite down hard to come back to my senses the moment I heard this whisper in my ear. I summoned all my remaining mental strength, refusing to succumb to weakness. Dying here was not an option. I had my own sense of pride. I had to at least clear the 5th floor just a little longer. Finally, a goblin managed to set foot on the roof. Swiftly, I struck its temple with the edge of my shield. It tumbled down, swinging its sword, and deeply cut my right arm, blood splattering out. Han is bleeding, stamina decreasing. It was senseless. I couldn't understand why I had to endure such hardship in this place. Back on Earth, none of this ever happened. I slept in a warm, comfortable bed and enjoyed delicious meals. Then why is this happening now? Why did I come here? Why did they summon me to fight monsters? Why me? Why me? Why me? Skill awakened? Han has acquired the Fury skill. Chapter 21, Mission Type Survival Part 2, You damn bastards. I hurled my shield at the goblin climbing up. A weak scream came from beside me. Kia, Jenna is bleeding. Stamina decreases at regular intervals. You're still alive? I'm okay, I can hold on. A dagger was lodged in Jenna's side. Her dress was stained red. Aaron showed signs of shock. His body was trembling and blood intermittently spurted from his severed leg. It wouldn't be surprising if he didn't make it. Don't die, just hold on until it's over. Then we can go back. But I think this is as far as I can go. Shut up, we won't lose. I couldn't hold them off any longer. Dozens of goblins swarmed onto the roof. Retreat, inside the roof, go inside, but there's no space inside, just go. Sensation faded from my right arm. I felt lightheaded, the world spinning around me. Kurlarlak, do you want to kill me? Come on, come in, all of you, you bastards. No sword, no shield. I couldn't even tell how many seconds were left. I couldn't spare a thought for Jenna's situation. Kaya, dozens of goblins charged at me simultaneously. Their blood-soaked blades aimed to tear me apart. And then, 0 o'clock, as if time had frozen, the goblins' movement broke as well as their blades pointed at me. Stage clear. Hand Jenna, Aaron, level up. Reward 30,000 G, iron ore B x3, leather B x2, cardboard B x2. MVP Han, the decimated cityscape, the horde of goblins, and the lifeless bodies of Zeeth and Hansen all vanished in a radiant beam of light. A gentle white light enveloped my entire body, healing my wounds. Sensation returned to my arm, my lungs regained their rhythm, and torn muscles repaired themselves. The dagger embedded in Jenna's side fell to the ground, and fresh flesh sprouted from Aaron's severed leg. Ah, ahahahat, Jenna let out a hollow laugh, sinking to the ground. Can you hold my hand? My legs won't support me. I wordlessly extended my hand. Jenna grasped it, wobbling a few times before managing to rise. Did we make it? Yes, it was a familiar room. Climb the tower, save the world. Main dungeon. Current floor 5, the message on the left mirror signaled our clearance of the floor. The familiar hum filled the air as the waiting room began to rise. Aaron was still laying on the floor. Though unconscious, his breathing remained steady. He had made it through. Is it like this from the 5th floor onward? If so, this time was different. I reflected on the battle. 3 divided passages, swarming goblins. It was a structure where the failure of even one person would lead to total annihilation. If only we had trained Zeeth and Hansen a bit more, we wouldn't have had to fight so desperately. Surviving the mission wasn't too difficult once a good party was formed. It was just unfortunate that we got caught in such a vulnerable moment. I picked up the iron sword and shield lying on the floor. Even the blood-soaked equipment had been miraculously restored. This is just too much. If I had known it would be like this, I would have trained harder. Jenna muttered, hanging her bow and quiver on her back. Her voice sounded cheerful, but her face told a different story. She got stabbed and almost died. Zeeth and Hansen had perished, and I ended up cutting Aaron's leg. As we emerged into the square, Dekau rushed over as if he had been waiting. Hyung Nim, well done. Silently, I made my way to the lodging. Are Zeeth and Hansen inside? Chloe said she had prepared something delicious. They're dead. What? They're gone. Dekau stood frozen. Ignoring him, I entered the lodging. A few people in the lobby glanced at me. I gently laid Aaron on the sofa and placed the spear beside him. His wounds had healed, but he didn't regain consciousness immediately. The Master is calling. The Chosen One shall come forth? Isel's voice echoed through the square. It seemed Amkina was trying to form a sub-party for the lower floors. My head is pounding. I had no intention of dwelling on the loss of someone in the waiting room. In a place like this, especially for someone like me at the forefront of the tower, death was a daily occurrence. But the throbbing in my head couldn't be ignored. I opened the door at the end of the corridor and stepped inside. It was my assigned room in the lodging. I had grown accustomed to this place, even though it was far from a modern home. I collapsed onto the bed. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully cleared the 5th floor. The weekly dungeon is now open. Gather various materials to strengthen the waiting room and heroes. A message appeared, announcing the opening of the weekly dungeon after clearing the 5th floor. Come to think of it, I acquired the Fury skill Composure, and Fury couldn't coexist. It was an evident bug. Composure kept me rational in any situation, while Fury sacrificed rationality for heightened combat prowess. It must be linked to my unique nature as a master and a hero. I still didn't have all the answers. At least for today, I didn't want to dwell on it. From tomorrow, things would get busy again. I had reached level 10, the limit for a 1-star rating, and the weekly dungeon where I could obtain valuable materials had opened. It was time to aim for a 2-star promotion. So, let's take today off. I closed my eyes. Chapter 22, Weekly Dungeon Part 1. I opened my eyes, greeted by a sight above my room, sky that was tinted with a pale, ashen hue. It seemed to be the early hours of the morning, judging by its brightness. Shaking off sleep, I rose from my bed and splashed water on my face from the bowl that had been left by Chloe. Every dawn, she would diligently provide water to all the rooms in the facility. As I stepped into the lobby, a delightful aroma tickled my senses. Glancing at the clock, it displayed 5:45 am. I made my way to the dining area and picked up a perfectly roasted potato from the table. "Are you up?" "It's a beautiful morning," Chloe, who was busily heating stew in the kitchen, greeted me. I gazed at the sky, wondering what made it such a wonderful morning. "Are you heading out early again today?" she asked. "Yeah," I replied. I couldn't afford to miss a day of training. Moreover, I needed to put the skills I acquired from yesterday's battle to the test. How about joining others for a meal once in a while? It can get lonely eating by yourself all the time, Chloe suggested. "Maybe, if I feel like it," I replied noncommittally, peeling the potato and making my way to the kitchen. The waiting room was bustling with activity, and a sense of order had taken hold. Over time, a few rules had been established, one of which was gathering together for meals. Soon, the other residents would emerge from their rooms, having awakened from their slumber. I, however, remained an exception to this rule. A vivid image of Chloe's bright, yet swollen eyes flashed in my mind. She had been working tirelessly. Zeeth and Hansen followed her lead in assisting with the daily task of preparing meals for 20 people. It was no easy feat, and I remembered how the three of us frequently offered our help, knowing how little rest Chloe took. With those thoughts in mind, I made my way to the training grounds. Jenna was there, drenched in sweat as she expertly wielded her dagger. That girl, always claiming to need more sleep and complaining all the time about training early in the morning. "This is a new thing. What's gotten into you?" I asked. "I don't want to end up dead," Jenna replied, her voice determined. She gracefully executed aerial maneuvers, launching a rapid succession of strikes with her dagger. It wasn't particularly surprising anymore. Jenna possessed an exceptional sense of balance and agility, surpassing that of other heroes. Even I struggled to keep up with her movements. With her lightning-fast reflexes, she could probably traverse various terrains and objects effortlessly. In contrast, Aaron, I muttered under my breath. Despite surviving last night's battle, he hadn't acquired any new skills. He still relied on that single, basic spear technique. Securing sandbags around my ankles and wrists, I adjusted their weight until they totaled around 10 kilograms. With a determined stride, I set off on a slow jog around the training field. Jenna kept pace beside me, her presence motivating. Despite the speed at which we ran, I found myself not gasping for breath. Mid-run, I tossed the sandbags aside, disappointed by the minimal impact they had on my exercise. The same applied to push-ups. Thigh offered little challenge. Curious, I inverted my body and performed backward arm bends. Surprisingly, it worked. I could feel the weight gradually taking its toll. As my level increased, my body surpassed the capabilities of an average person. Strength, stamina, endurance, reflexes, every aspect had undergone a remarkable transformation. If I were to return to Earth in this state, I might even consider pursuing a career in a sport. My once ordinary adult physique had developed solid, lean muscles. A glance in the mirror would reveal a distinct six-pack, not the bulging muscles of a bodybuilder, but the practical, functional muscles of a skilled martial artist. Oh my! This time, I decided to challenge myself by doing push-ups with my left hand lifted off the ground. Finally, it felt like a real workout. At the same time, my body's instability demanded balance, making it a great posture to improve both strength and balance. I accessed my status window. Han Yslat, level 9, x54/70, class novice, strength 23/23, intelligence 11/11, stamina 21/21, agility 21/21. Skills: low-level swordsmanship level 5, pain resistance level 2, composure level 3, fury level 1. My strength increased by 3, stamina by 1, agility by 1, and intelligence decreased by 1. The total growth value was 5. Since the previous level up, the growth value had remained fixed at 5. It was an extraordinary and elastic value that one would typically see at the third level. My skills had also made significant progress. I had managed to level up my skills 5 times in a single battle. This phenomenon, known as skill awakening, was a rare occurrence that heroes experience during combat. Not bad. The current trend of growth was quite promising. Except for the fact that I acquired the unexpected skill of fury, everything was going according to plan. I would gradually discover how composure and fury could harmonize. Maintaining a firm stance, I bent my right arm and extended it. The effect was akin to lifting and lowering a 70 kg weight with a single hand. Yet my right arm showed no signs of slowing down. Even though my stats had not yet reached 20, I couldn't help but wonder how much more I would transform when I surpassed 100. Would I possess the ability to tear down walls or pierce through steel plates with my fingertips, like the martial arts masters? Coincidentally, I was nearing level 10. The timing couldn't be more perfect. I could obtain the necessary materials for promotion from the newly unlocked weekly dungeon I ventured into yesterday. However, what on earth are you doing? I inquired, still in the firm position. Due to my posture, my shirt had slid down, revealing my sculpted abs. Jenna gently caressed them. Well, they looked irresistible, she replied. Could you please not touch them? Why should I refrain? It's not like it's bothering you. It's bothering me, so please remove your hand. I flexed and extended my arm, utilizing the momentum to execute a full-body flip. Even my current self was capable of such acrobatics. Speaking of which, this girl, the more I observe her, the more audacious she becomes. Despite the experience we had yesterday, he shamelessly persists in her behavior the following day. It's not my place to say anything, though. Perhaps Jenna's approach is the correct one. We must not dwell on the past. What truly matters is what we need to do at present and the tasks we can accomplish. As long as we remember this simple fact, we can maintain composure even in a place like this. From that perspective, Jenna's greatest talent may lie not in marksmanship or physical prowess, but rather in those psychological aspects. Today's basic stamina training concluded rather swiftly. Although lunchtime was still a while away, we immediately transitioned to weapon training. It was now more efficient to invest time in honing our weapon skills rather than focusing solely on stamina. As always, we assumed our stances. Preparations seemed to be in order. Shall we proceed as usual today? I nodded in agreement. Chapter 22, Weekly Dungeon Part 2. Jenna distanced herself about 10 meters away from me. In her hands, she tightly held a recurve, not a practice weapon, but one meant for real combat. The arrows attached to it possessed razor-sharp tips. The practice of blocking arrows with a shield had become monotonous. I had also reached an advanced stage in practicing the coordination of shield and sword. The shield alone couldn't provide the same level of effectiveness in deflecting arrows. It had reached a point where further practice seemed futile, and so I discarded the shield. Now I grasped a single sword. One misplaced arrow could prove fatal. I knew it, and so did Jenna. I am ready. Come, ping. With a cheerful sound, an arrow came flying towards me. For a split second, time seemed to slow down. The arrow twirled through the air, finding its way towards my right chest. My right hand moved instinctively, assuming an efficient posture without conscious intent. The arrow shattered upon impact, just as it had approached. One more. Here I go. The second arrow took flight. I kept my eyes fixed on it. My sword swiftly arced in a diagonal path, effectively severing the arrow in half. The next arrow came without warning. Jenna and I refrained from exchanging unnecessary words. The training ground was filled with the silent symphony of arrows being released and thwarted. When I split the 15th arrow in half, several individuals entered the training area. We momentarily paused our movements. Ah, hello. As our eyes met, we awkwardly exchanged greetings. I offered a brief response. They settled into a corner, commencing their training with uncoordinated movements. Aaron was noticeably absent. Aaron isn't here. Leave him be. He's probably sulking in his room. Normally, he would have arrived before me, diligently engaging in training. The same could be said for Dika. Both of them displayed exceptional enthusiasm when it came to honing their skills, not like these guys here. I understood the mindset with which they approached training. It wasn't solely about becoming stronger. It was about concealing their potential. When the sky darkened, they acted nonchalant, only to swiftly wield their weapons once it brightened. They should have been the ones to die instead of the other two yesterday. Those two had shown promise. With a bit more growth, they could have become valuable assets. My expression contorted, and Jenna seemed to sense the atmosphere, offering an awkward smile. Let's focus on our training. Release. Ping. The 16th arrow soared through the air, aiming for my lower body. I skillfully evaded it. Wow, don't pay them any mind. It's just their usual behavior. Whispers echoed through the crowd. I had no room to spare for their opinions. It seems my reflexes have indeed improved. The art of sword and shield encompassed a skill known as swordsmanship. While using both weapons simultaneously yielded the highest efficiency, there wasn't a significant penalty for employing only one. Now my body moved ahead of my thoughts. Like breathing, my sword traced its trajectory with effortless reflexes. Still, it remained a basic skill for now. I couldn't help but recall Shay's extraordinary swordsmanship, on my first day here, piercing goblin necks with precise strikes. In comparison, I still had a long way to go. Perhaps Shay could effortlessly cleave incoming arrows in half. In this world, even minimal training yielded remarkable results. Back on Earth, reaching this level would have taken at least a year. Beneath my feet, the broken remnants of arrows began to accumulate. Some arrows grazed my arms or legs, causing blood to spatter. Despite the wounds, Jenna remained unwavering, as more arrows swiftly followed suit. These arrows took the flight to kill me, and I wasn't gonna relent to it. If I were to die senselessly in this training, it would be futile. A few onlookers stood at a distance, their gazes fixed on Jenna and me. We must have seemed like madmen. The third arrow flew straight towards my forehead. A hit would be fatal, no chance for recovery. With a flick of my wrist, I deflected the arrow to the left using the edge of my sword. It whizzed past and embedded itself into the ground near the spectator's feet. Oh my, did you see that? As I growled, the onlookers quickly retreated to their original positions. Even while swinging weapons at scarecrows, their attention remained focused on us. They hadn't even properly trained their stamina. In my mind, I contemplated sending a message to the master, letting him handle these beginners. However, as a level 9 player, it wouldn't be worth the trouble to devour such low-level heroes. The same applied to Jenna and Aaron. Dika would need to reach a certain level to make a significant impact. This time, it's a double shot. 2 arrows flew at me in rapid succession, targeting my chest and neck. Swiftly, I parried both with precise strikes. After today's training, the master would log in. I estimated it would be around 10 p.m. I had already discerned Amkina's daily routine, which is why I requested a watch. We will be heading to the weekly dungeon. I mentally prepared the necessary materials. Amidst it all, my hand wielding the sword continued to move skillfully and purposefully. Chapter 23, Weekly Dungeon Part 1. As the night drew near, Aaron arrived at the training grounds and spoke up. Sorry for being late. What are you apologizing for? I mumbled as I hurled a wooden spear. Aaron caught it skillfully. If I had been a bit stronger, those two wouldn't have they perished because they were weak. That's the simple truth. It was evening, and apart from me, Jenna, and Aaron, the training grounds stood empty. Those who had trained during the day had dispersed, finding solace in their own activities after having their meals. And I understood. Training tirelessly throughout the day wasn't an easy feat. It's only natural for our human instincts to crave rest after getting weary and tired. After catching the spear, Aaron plunged it into the training dummy. His stance was nothing short of exemplary, devoid of any unnecessary movements. And so, Aaron commenced his familiar routine of 1,000 thrusts. Meanwhile, Jenna was engrossed in practicing rapid-fire archery at the shooting range. Her goal was to shoot arrows swiftly. In a mere second, she would draw an arrow from her quiver, knock it onto the string, and let it fly. Although she missed the mark numerous times, her accuracy steadily improved as time wore on. As for myself, I engaged in a slow and deliberate sword-swinging practice. With each swing taking about a minute, it was a training method I had come across in martial arts novels. Surprisingly enough, it proved to be highly beneficial. It allowed me to discern where the power resided within my body and which areas required refinement. And just like that, an hour passed. I sheathed my sword back into its scabbard. I wiped away the sweat trickling down my neck with a towel. The current time was 9:47 p.m. Based on my estimation, there remained approximately 10 minutes until Mkina would log in. As I made my way towards the exit of the training grounds, Jenna followed closely behind. Master will be joining us soon, right? You catch on quickly. Well, I am your number one subordinate after all, Opa. We stepped out into the plaza and chose a random bench to settle ourselves upon. Jenna took a seat beside me. Welcome to pick me up. As soon as the clock struck 10 p.m., the sky illuminated with shimmering lights. The loading is complete. TOUCH. Selected. It had been a month since I arrived in this world. In Earth's time, a little over 10 days had elapsed. Through my observations during this period, I managed to discern Mkina's pattern of logging in. There was a time difference of approximately threefold between the waiting room and Earth. According to Earth's time, Anting would log in 3 times a day: morning, afternoon, and evening. Based on this information, I could create a predicted schedule for Mkina's logins, although the sample size was still insufficient. As time passed, it would become more precise. For now, I had to rely on my instincts. By the way, time during stages flowed in real time. If there was a threefold difference there as well, I would have met my demise yesterday. These bastards, I told you to come out to the plaza once the master logs in. Ysel suddenly appeared and exclaimed. Compared to them, our Loki, it would be great if the others could learn a thing or two from you. Anyway, amazing job in yesterday's battle. To overcome the survival mission on the 5th floor, even with those inept ones, truly showcases you as the master of masters. You're a extraordinary master. Master, huh? An expression from a bygone era, indeed. They're still not out? I won't let them get away with it this time. Just leave them be. They'll come out on their own when you call them. After all, the number of personnel deployed for battle is limited. All right, I understand. I'll leave them, but only for you. What did you say to make her act like that? It's a secret. Jenna cast a suspicious glance at me, but soon exhaled deeply and relaxed her expression. So, today is the weekly dungeon, right? Hold on a second. The master has started. Ysel vanished in the blink of an eye. Forming a party. Drag and drop your heroes. Han joins Party 4, Jenna joins Party 4, Lewis joins Party 4, the weekly dungeon. There's not much to see here. Open up the rift of space and time. The front gate creaked open. Ysel reappeared and shouted, Lewis, Jeffrey, Owen, come out now. A few moments later, 3 men with weary faces emerged into the plaza. They seemed bothered by the interruption while they were resting. The 5 of you will enter the rift of space and time. Go, 5 people, us and those guys. Jenna blinked, her eyes scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze. They were people she rarely saw, as they stayed on the 1st floor of the main dungeon. Even those 3 lowered their heads, seeming uncomfortable in our presence. I entered the rift of spacetime. A few moments later, the 4 of them, including Jenna, followed suit. Climb the tower and save the world. Main dungeon, current floor 5, an ever-changing dungeon extravaganza. Weekly dungeon. Candle Root Forest, 11 hours. Collect various rare materials. Exploration dungeon, access denied. Clear the 10th floor of the main dungeon. As expected, it's open. The mirror at the center, once adorned in ashen hues, regained its vibrant colors. It was the gateway to the weekly dungeon. Will you fight alongside us? Well, it seems to be that case. What's your name? I am Owen. He was an ordinary middle-aged man, someone you could find anywhere. He studied me with an anxious expression. My strength doesn't seem like it would be of much help to you. Keep your worries to yourself. You won't have to fight. Really? Well, I guess that's a relief. Of course, it didn't mean they were simply here to spectate. The mirror in the center began to emit a brilliant glow. When the light subsided, we found ourselves in an unfamiliar forest. Chapter 23. Weekly Dungeon Part 2. Party 4 has entered the Weekly Dungeon Candle Root Forest lowest level. They will collect materials and return. Tips: the type of dungeon changes depending on the date. Please make sure to check. Where are the enemies? Is there a special mission like on the 5th floor? Jenna surveyed her surroundings with a piercing gaze. I playfully pinched Jenna's cheek. Muhahaha, why are you laughing like this? What's so funny? It's funny because you're scared. I laughed again. This place is called the Weekly Dungeon, a location specifically designed for gathering materials. Is that so? Yes, I surveyed my surroundings. Behind me, there was an enigmatic shimmering circle with a radius of approximately 3 meters. It flickered with an otherworldly glow, distorting the space around it. What is this? Curiosity got the better of me, and I picked up a small pebble, hurling it into the mysterious space. Han collects trash. Tip/trash is unnecessary. Please discard it. Then I decided to break off a substantial branch from a nearby tree. Swiftly, I flung the severed branch into the air. Han collects branch. Tip/by collecting 100 branch items, you can process them into lumber. However, you will need a woodworking station. Got it. What? Then can you explain it to me as well? Throw the gathered materials into that space. Things like branches. They will accumulate in the storage, and you can use them to craft items. With that in mind, I snapped off another branch and tossed it. Han collects branch. Is that all there is to it? I nodded in confirmation. The three of them, both bewildered and intrigued, began to break branches from nearby trees and toss them into the dimensional portal. Soon enough, system messages appeared before us. In reality, for efficient farming in this place, we would require tools such as axes or saws. Breaking branches 100 times wouldn't even compare to a single log. However, since Mkina hadn't provided us with any tools, we had no other choice. Is that really enough? We won't have to fight? Yeah, it feels different. We just have to follow along. HMPH, we hit the jackpot for once. The three of them let out relieved sighs, appearing somewhat reassured. Engaging in labor like this, gathering branches and tossing them into the portal, was much preferable to fighting monsters and being splattered with blood. Leaving the trio behind, we ventured further into the heart of the forest. Where are we going? Hunting. Hunting? What kind? Wild boar? Deer? Rabbit? Are we finally going to have meat to eat? It's not that kind of hunting, look. Jenna's eyes glimmered with excitement, and suddenly she started running. Wait for me, meat. Jenna sprinted through the gaps between trees, pushing through the dense foliage. In her right hand, a bow materialized, an arrow already nocked. I followed closely behind Jenna, determined not to lose sight of her. She effortlessly leaped over tangled vines and surged through the grassy undergrowth, moving swiftly towards her target. However, I managed to keep pace. In the distance, near the majestic adrim tree, a deer peacefully grazed on the grass. As the deer relished its delectable feast, it suddenly caught sight of Jenna and startled, bounding away. Yet in the blink of an eye, Jenna's arrow found its mark, piercing the deer's leg. With agile grace, Jenna executed a triangled leap over interwoven branches. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly cleaved a branch with my sword and pursued her. The injured deer was not far ahead, limping along. Sorry, Jenna's face bore no trace of remorse as she lodged an arrow into the deer's neck. The deer let out a mournful cry before collapsing onto the grassy forest floor. Surveying the fallen prey, Jenna's satisfaction was evident. It's going to be delicious. Don't you think so too, Opa? The tender texture, the succulent juices. Once grilled, it will make for a delightful feast. Well, I suppose. Despite Chloe's culinary skills, potatoes alone couldn't steal the spotlight. Do you know how to butcher? Of course. I've been doing it for years. Jenna unholstered her dagger from her belt. As she pressed the blade against the deer's carotid artery, blood flowed steadily. After draining the blood like this, we removed the hide and organs. Then we cut it into bite-sized pieces for a delectable meal. Make sure to separate the ingredients and store them in the dimensional portal. Don't forget anything. Where are you off to? For some business. Then I am coming too. You can go hunting. I'm also tired of only eating potatoes. You're originally a hunter, so you already know what you should do. You should be fine. If it's too challenging for you to carry the ingredients alone, call those people. Trust me, it'll be 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than collecting branches. All right. Though it was a bit bothersome, I decided to hunt alone. Leaving Jenna, who deftly skinned the deer, behind, I ventured deeper into the forest. A rabbit perked up and twitched its ears upon seeing me, but I paid it no mind and continued my journey. What I sought was the queen of the forest. It was a rare monster that appeared in the forest's weekly dungeon. The inferior elemental stone it possessed could be used as an upgrade material. It didn't always appear, but I had a rough idea of its spawning location. If I proceeded towards the forest center, there should be a ravine. And fortunately, I found the ravine. Drawing my sword and shield, I surveyed the surroundings before slowly making my way upstream along the ravine. Rabbits and wild boars quenched their thirst by the water, but I ignored them. The forest grew denser and darker as I advanced upstream. I checked the remaining time displayed in my field of vision. 32:45, approximately 30 minutes remained. Once that time elapsed, I would automatically be transported back. I had to capture it. Besides the elemental stone in this place, I needed 2 more materials from other weekly dungeons. I found it. The creature resided in a small pond within the ravine. Its appearance resembled a deer, but a large horn adorned its forehead. Its massive physique could be mistaken for that of a rhinoceros. A horned doe. 2 smaller bucks stood by its side, forming a protective barrier. Forest Queen level 10. Silently counting, I concealed myself behind a tree. 3, 2, 1, I burst out from my hiding spot and charged forward. One of the bucks, leisurely drinking water, met my gaze. Swoosh! The deer writhed in agony as I swiftly slashed its throat. The other buck turned its horns towards me. With my shield, I deflected the horns and drove my sword into its neck. In a blink of an eye, I dispatched both deer and wiped the blood off the sword's tip. Your boyfriends are all dead. Does that dampen your spirits? Snort. The deer responded with a silent exhale. Come at me.